I'm here early. How does it feel? How does it feel? I'm here early. Hello. Welcome. Ow, don't hit my head. Oh, but do send pals at me. Yes, please. Fuck. No. Yucky. Why would you do that to me? I thought you liked me. Save is showing clips of our collab yesterday, which I'm gonna shout him out in a moment. But first, I'm gonna catch up with you, cutie pies. Welcome in, everyone. How are you doing? My voice is crackly. I'm very sorry about that. No! But why would you do that? Nani kore? Nani the fuck? Thank you very much for the head pat, Umbra. Thank you. And thank you so much for my thank you for my pal techniques. And thank you for my pal hat, Valiant Fast. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Guess who got 9 hours of sleep and a large coffee? Was it me? I don't know if you can tell. It's a secret. One to never be fully disclosed. How are you doing? Thank you so much, you guys, for the pal attacks. Awesome, Aussie, amazing Umbra. Thanks for just like jam slice. Thank you guys so much for the pal attacks. I appreciate them. Ow! Don't make me take that redeem away from you, Alex. Don't make me do it. I will. Let me see real quick. Fuck! We have started off really on the right foot today with a complete and total implosion of my phone, of my tracking. Oh man. There may be a time that I need to disappear for a little bit longer than usual for a break or something. Today, there's a situation back in the States with one of my friends that I'm trying to keep up to date on. Yeah, but just so you know, if I like disappear for like 5 or 10 minutes or something, I didn't fall in a well. Don't send Lassie after me. It's fine. I'm just trying to keep up with what's going on with one of my friends. Okay, hold on. Let me give this shout out to my lovely friend and total sweetheart who is on top of my head today as we try to keep him up there every single art stream for as long as we possibly can. We were actually doing a collab yesterday, and he made me laugh really fucking hard as usual. Please go check out the sweetest Safe File 17. He is currently streaming. At the very least, go and like lurk there if you don't want to participate in his chat, but trust me, he's super interactive and very, very warm. And a lot of you actually were there yesterday, and I really appreciated seeing you all. Thank you so much for coming by and saying hi. But that's who this is, and he's very funny, and he's very lovely, and he's super supportive, and I highly recommend that you go check him out. He is an absolute darling. I'll muse over him some more later on when he hopefully comes in. Anyway, let me say hello to you, my cutie pies. You guys chatted so hard for the last like 3 seconds that my chat and events window in OBS just like crashed out. It's fine, it's back. Hello there, precious politely. Oh, I love Vash D Cutie. Oh my god, that's so true. That's so true. How are you doing, gorgeous politely? It's so good to see you. An amazing Umbra. How are you? Welcome up. Oh, you guys, you can request music, by the way. And guess what? I figured out the glitch that was happening on the little Songify widget. So now when you request a song, you can actually see what it has picked up. And you can let me know right off the bat if there's any issues with it. So I did mess with that a little bit early today. Hopefully I have erased Ozzy's memory of coming in here and seeing the stream has not started yet. The stream has not started yet. The stream has not started yet. Yes, and the queue is also working. Hallelujah. So hopefully that is helpful to you guys. And come on in. Cutie County, how are you? Welcome in. And wonderful Waters, welcome in. These for you. Good Waters. Always better with some towel in my day. Always better with some precious politely in my day. How are you doing, gorgeous? It's so good to see you. Valiant Vicious! Hi, darling. How are you? Welcome on in. How are things? How are things? Valiant Vicious, how are you? Amazing Alex, welcome on in. Sorry, oh my god. Bruh. Let me see. Cutie Custom! Welcome, welcome. Beautiful Bobbin, thank you for my head pat. Thank you, thank you. Also, if I may introduce you all to a new command, please type SCAWY. That is scary, but with a W instead of an R, aka scawy.
Oh, scary.
Oh, scary.
Oh, scary.
Oh, scary. That was not an intentional one, but I said it yesterday on Save Stream, and you know, Strat never sleeps, which he should, but he's not sleeping. So instead of relaxing and chilling and just vibing with the stream, he made a new command for you guys. So it's exclamation point scawy. You can even hear me going, oh, scawy at the end. Because I cannot stop the vocal tics of going at the end of things. Precious Polite, thank you so much for the 75 stream streak. Outstanding. Thank you so very much for the 75. Incredible. Thank you, darling. I do appreciate it. I adore you, Precious Politely. You absolutely magnificent vampire, you. Precious Pocky! Oh my god, hi, sweetheart. Welcome. You guys, speaking of amazing streamers, please check out the Precious Pocky, who was recently streaming Sleeping Dogs Definitive Edition. Now I can stop lurking in your stream because now I'm on my page. Hello! How are you? It is so good to see you, darling. How was your sleeping dogs? How were the sleeping dogs? Are they sleepy? You guys, this is the Precious Pocky Talk, who have graced us with their presence, having recently streamed the Noble Sleeping Dogs Definitive Edition. This VTuber, who is part owl and part anime. Don't you just love the animal anime? It's my favorite animal, actually. You guys thought it was a thylacine, but my favorite animal is in fact anime. Anyway, who embarks on grand adventures through various games, including Genshin Impact and Slay the Spire. Their streams are filled with yapping and gacha as they discover new experiences and share stories with their loyal subjects. Welcome on in, Precious Pocky! You guys, please check out the Precious Pocky. Outstanding streamer, super interactive, very, very high energy as well. Please go check her out. Sorry, I can't breathe today. I'm all good. Valos, hello! Pocky went undercover, beware! Oh, sorry, okay, we're gonna pretend I said nothing over the last minute because Pocky is currently undercover. Shh, undercover. Thank you for the care package, awesome Ozzy, appreciate it. Welcome in, Precious Pocky, how are you? And Cutie Carlos, welcome on in. Sweetest Shadow 26, welcome on in. Lovely Lily, welcome in as well. Let's see, Sleeping Dogs is fun. You play an undercover cop in a Hong Kong GTA style settings. That sounds very, very sick. What? That sounds awesome. How old is Sleeping Dogs? I feel like it's an older, is that an older game? But I guess the definitive edition has everything, right? That's so cool. Welcome in. I played Genshin for like a day over 2 years ago. Don't you just love how it's like, this is what we're gonna talk about. Came out in 2012. Awesome. Precious Pocky, would you mind letting us know what other kinds of games you play over on your stream? Because clearly my bot is incorrect about you regularly playing Genshin since that was over 2 years ago. Why are you throwing fish at me, Alex, huh? You trying to embarrass me in front of Precious Pocky, huh? Welcome in, even though I was already here. You were here! I I'm so sorry, lovely lady. I did see when I was scrolling down to see the raiders that you were already here. Thank you for being here. I'll take the welcome. Welcome in via the raid and welcome in from just hanging out. Thank you for feeding me, Cedar Strat. Now, Precious, Pocky, and Raiders, if you guys need to raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. You've actually come in at the very start of our stream. So, assuming that you like the vibes, you want to listen to some music, watch me do some art, you guys have the privilege in parentheses of hanging out with me for about the next 8 hours. Or you can take a nap for 7 of them. It's up to you. Time to lurk so I can practice some art. Of course, lovely Lily, please do. Gradually finishing Persona 5 Royal, playing lots of Nike and other gacha games. Okay, so it's right about the gacha, which is good. You guys, please check out Precious Pocky. When is your next stream, lovely Pocky? As for your lovely community, hi everybody, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Pleasure to meet you all. I am also an artist, so actually that's what you have come in for today. We do a long-ass art stream today. And with 100 points, you can actually request music. Just use the channel point request and read the pinned comment thing, pinned message. I'm so used to being on YouTube. Everyone says pinned comment, but it's still a comment, right? Sorry, I had a large coffee and 9 hours of sleep, and I think it's actually going backwards. I think I got too much sleep, and then I think I got too much coffee, and now I'm buzzed, but also like more foggy than usual. But yes, we are also playing Persona 5 Royal. That's on Sundays. We might be, I'm not sure if we're further along than you, Precious Pocky. Instead of telling me where you are in the game, let's go with how many hours have you spent in the game? Ah, yes, what's your playtime? We don't do a whole lot of gacha here, but we are playing through a lot of other RPGs. So if Pragmata interests you, we actually just started that last week, so we're gonna play some more of it this week. Final Fantasy XIV is on the cards in a couple of weeks as well. We're playing through Monster Hunter Stories 3. It's a really good time. And also, occasionally, we also do hand cam streams where I get to eat Sakurako Japanese snack boxes, and you get to watch me. Lucky you. Isn't that fun? I get to enjoy all the food, and you guys get to sit there going, oh, that looks good. Let's see. Sweetest shout out, princess. Welcome in, darling. How are you? It's great to see you. We'll be tomorrow to continue sleeping dogs. Amazing, Precious Pocky. You guys, if you have not followed the Precious Pocky, please do so. Absolutely lovely lady. Absolutely awesome owl anime hybrid. And plays a lot of really cool games as well. And like I said, very interactive, very high energy. Very similar here. Very similar here. 189.3 hours in. You have 1 palace left. Okay, you are actually quite a lot further ahead than I am. Okay, fair enough. We are only about 110 hours in. I don't think that we're even close to, no one's mentioned a final palace yet, so I assume that we still have a few to go. Incredible Icy, welcome on in, how are you? But you guys, please do check out the lovely Pocky, who is gonna be continuing Sleeping Dogs tomorrow. Do you know what time, darling? And Lemmy, welcome on in. Lovely Lemmy, thank you for coming in with the raid. My model is so expressive. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you like her. My amazing model, mama! Exclamation point model.
I would like to petition that Sleeping Dogs be renamed to Sleepy Doggos. Sleepy
Doggos. Yes, you should. Pocky, you should name your stream tomorrow Sleepy Doggos. Let's see, any RPGs of the action variety? Let's see, we have played Red Dead Redemption 2, which I know Pocky also recently finished. That should make me cry. It was so good though. Lovely Lemmy, darling, thank you so much for the follow, honey. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you. Like I said, we are playing Pragmata, which is not, I guess that's not really an RPG, is it? We are gonna be playing, so I actually let you guys vote on what you want our next games to be once we finish certain games. The only exception, hi Radical Realm, welcome in Raiders. 1 second, I'll catch up with you in just a second. I'm just answering a quick question. Yes, lovely Volos. What was I saying? Sorry, I have short-term memory loss. Yeah, okay. There's like 2 games a year that I'm like, oh, I want to pick this. So one of those is actually going to be Blood of Dawnwalker. I don't know if that interests you. My favorite game in the whole entire world is Witcher 3. And when I heard that those devs were doing magical, mystical things with a Dampier, I guess, I was like, we gotta play that. So whenever that comes out, we are gonna play that. But besides that, you guys actually get to vote on whatever game you want. So once we finish Monster Hunter Stories 3, which was my other game that I really wanted to play this year. Once we finish that, you guys get to vote on whatever game you like. If that's an action RPG, we'll do it. Same kind of thing for Persona 5. Once that's all done, you guys get to vote on whatever you want after that. Precious Pocky! Sweetheart, thank you so very much for gifting that subby to the lovely Let Me! That's so thoughtful of you, Precious Pucky. First you grant me the privilege of hanging out in your presence with your amazing community, and then you gift a sub? Thank you, honey. You are so sweet. Thank you so very much, Precious Pucky. That's so sweet of you. Let me see. Thank you for the welcome from Pookie's Raid. Yay! Thank you so much for coming in with the raid.
Okay, Dory, calm down.
I can't calm down. That is not a part of short-term memory loss. That is just a part of my personality. Precious Berry, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. And dearest Dustin, welcome on in. How are you, amazing Umbra? Thank you so very much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Amazing Umbra. Far too generous. As always, sweetheart, thank you so much, Umbra, for your incredible generosity and kindness. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Cutie Pie. Thank you. It's Mother's Day weekend, so the annual long drive is happening. Almost halfway there, 454 miles to go. Holy shit. Wow. Dearest Dustin, please drive safely. And I am... Aw, we can't hear your lovely words, but know that we are lurking nearby. Thank you so much, Dustin. Just sending the positive vibes over to the car. Awesome Ozzy, thank you so much for the for the gifted sub as well. To lovely Nyx, thank you very much for contributing to your local precious pal. Amazing Umber with another sub. Thank you so much, darling. I appreciate that. Thank you for gifting that to the fabulous Piñas. Thank you, thank you. Okay, and now let me, real quick, Pocky is gonna be doing sleeping dogs, sleeping puppies, sleeping doggos, at 3 p.m. PDT tomorrow. Please go check her out. Trust me, if you are not following her, you really should. She's extraordinary and she's super, super fun, very hyper, very active, very, very friendly. Okay, now I would love to also welcome in the absolutely fabulous Realm Wars. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. I bid thee welcome to the realm of Realm Wars. This talented streamer doth create magnificent art, including team-up pieces featuring Kamiko and Echo Spike. Who are they? Tell me more. They also are embarking on gaming adventures from Sonic to spooky challenges. Their manga in progress, The Rise to Superior, promises action and inspiration from shonen tales. Truly a realm worth exploring. You guys, I would also love to find out when you guys are going live, if I may. But real quick, before I continue to read, here's a little bit about us in video form.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! But yes, welcome on in and follow us. I think Action RPG might be a little too vague. Was curious about something closer. Oh, Diablo and Path of Exile. We actually did play through Diablo 4, I believe, but it has been a few years. I haven't really done any more of that kind of stuff recently, but again, if you guys vote for it, I will do it. Lovely VX, welcome on in, Valiant VX. How are you? 1 second, I'm just catching up. Calm in this stream? Not likely. True, very true. Aw, Valiant Valis, thank you so much for the follow, honey. I do appreciate it. Here's my alternative follow alert.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not. No. Tao's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? No. Okay. Welcome on in, ooh.
Welcome on in. Ooh, welcome on in. It's such a pleasure to have you. Thank you for being here. Who wants Tao to be calm? Right, dearest Dandy Man? Tell him. You tell him. Let me see here. Hi, Precious Pinas. Welcome on in. It's so good to see you on beautiful birthday. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome, welcome. It's popping off in here. I know. We got so many precious pals and sweethearts who are super supportive and lovely. Thank you so much. Umbra is on a rampage. Thank you so much for your rampage, Umbra. Thank you for using your powers for good. Thanks, sweetheart. I so appreciate you. Let me see. God, I love Noragami. Ah, me too. It's so good. It's literally neck and neck now for Link Click and Noragami. Has anyone seen Link Click besides me? Anyone? Probably not. Ooh, lovely lip. Thank you for the Thanks, sweetheart. I appreciate it. How are you doing, darling? It's so good to see you. And Aussie wants uppies. Yay! Good, Aussie. You guys, thank you so very much for the level 3 hype train. I so appreciate it. I always like to go back and say thank you so much to Precious Pocky for the 1 month. Umbra, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Awesome, Aussie. Thank you so much for the gifted as well. Double time for Umbra then. And yeah, thank you guys so much. I appreciate the awesome support. Remember, you never have to do that. It's always appreciated, but I will never ask for it. Like, just thank you so much. You guys are the best. I so appreciate how wonderfully supportive and warm this community is. Thank you so much for choosing me to spend some time with. And to my lovely raiders, the fabulous Pocket Chalk and the Radical Realm Wars, thank you guys so much for doing me the honor of dropping off your lovely communities with me. I promise to take the best care of them. But both of you, please make sure that you practice some healthy streamer etiquette. Go in, get yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. If you gotta take a shower, go to sleep, whatever you gotta do. Please go take care of yourselves, because as much as I would love to take the personal care of you, I am sadly not there. So the most I can offer is taking good care of your lovely communities. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in, my darlings. I so appreciate you. Umbra gets uppies. Hey, good Umbra. Ooh. Precious Pina! Cutie pie! Thank you so very much for gifting that sub to the community! Thank you, Precious Pinas! Thank you! Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you for your generosity and kindness. Thank you! Let's see. Joyce Julius, welcome on in. How are you? It's great to see you. What do you mean no one has watched it? You made me watch it! Well, that's true. I did make you watch it. Have you finished it? Are you all done? Are you ready for the next season? Just so you guys know, if like during summertime, you guys wind up coming in here and I'm like, it's okay, I'm fine. Probably nothing in real life is wrong. It's probably just the show, because the next season is coming out this summer and I'm fucking hyped, but there's a possibility of making me cry, which I'm really excited about. I love crying. Magnificent Volcrum, welcome on in, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I so appreciate your dedication and support. Thank you. And lovely Lift, you woke up earlier than expected. Well, I hope that you slept well. Joyous Julius, you saw maybe 1 to 2 episodes of Link Click. Dare I ask what you thought of it? Wait, you only got 4.5 hours. That is not nearly enough, lovely Lift. Would you like to please take a nap? Let's see. Sorry, I'm just catching up. Finished a Streamloots card today. I posted it and tagged you. Oh, thank you, Ram. I'm excited to see it. In the Discord, is that right? Pinya is also pineapple. It is indeed. I need to watch the latest season, but I have taken 2 down. Nice, good job, Strat. And what do you think? 11 out of 10, am I right? It be Chibi Wheel today. It is indeed Chibi Wheel Day. So used to it being Friday and not Thursday for art stream. Oh, that's true, Umbra. That's a good point. Yes, for all of us over here in the other hemisphere, it is indeed Friday. Oh, not on the Discord. Oh, you posted on Blue Sky. Oh, okay. 1 second. 1 sec. I got to go find my Blue Sky. Hold on. Oh, I see. Thank you for my little power hack. Thank you. Let me see here. Cute! Oh, this is so cute! Okay, so this is Realm's most recent piece of art working. Let me just pull that up. Hold on. One more time, I would love to thank Precious Pocky. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in. You guys, please check her out. And Radical Rum, thank you so much for bringing in your lovely community as well. Please check them out. Let me see here. Oh, actually, hold on. Before I show this, I just want to show you guys. Hold on. I think that Whitechapel might be live right now. This is another absolutely amazing artist I'm going to give a quick shout out to because I've just been like lurking in his streams to try and learn the most amazing freaking pixel art skills. Is it the Whitechapel? I hope I'm right about that. Hold on. I could be wrong. They might not be live right now. Am I gonna risk it for the biscuit and just press enter?
Hello, motherfucker.
Yes, I got him. Okay. This extraordinary art piece here, this is the product of the amazing Whitechapel. Fantastic animator, pixel artist. Look at that. It's fucking insane. But yes, please go check him out. Has a banging playlist as well, and just a great place to vibe. And if you are an artist and you wanna like learn about anatomy, you know, animation, lighting, silhouettes, stuff like that, just by like observing their stream, you're going to learn a ton. Okay, let me just show you guys also the lovely, here we go. Look, this is from Lovely Realm. Very cute. I love. Awesome. Let me see. Sorry, I gotta catch up real quick. I was playing BG3 and instead of going to bed at 7 a.m., I went to bed at 2 p.m. and woke up at 6:30. That is far too little sleep, Lovely Lith. Please take a nap. I'm just clearing my schedule to watch the next season. It's got me hooked. Oh, let's go, Strat! Yes, that's what I want to hear. Let me see. Wait, did Lily say something about I was gatekeeping her? Lily, you're very funny, sweetheart. The animation's so cool. Isn't it amazing? Yeah, Whitechapel is extraordinary. They do some very cool stuff for sure. Hi there, Precious Possum. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Uppies for you. Yay! Good Possum. That's Chow! Yes! So yeah, this is some artwork from the Lovely Realm. Beautiful Pocky, if you're still here, do you have any art you would like to share with us? This is an art stream after all, so I'd love to share any art that, as long as it's safe for work, any art that you guys would like to share. But excellent work, Lovely Realm. Thank you for sharing with us. Hey, sweetest stuff! Hi, honey bun. Thank you for the storm. Very cute. Hey, Lila, welcome on in. It's so good to see you. Welcome. Okay, so for those of you who have come in with the raids, Fabulous Realm or Amazing Pocky, we do a weekly raffle. Assuming that you can see it up there in the corner, in the left corner, there is a weekly sub goal. Anytime that we hit that 100, or every multiple of 100, 200, 300, whatever, per week, we do a raffle for the people who contributed to that. How do you contribute to that? Well, if you use Prime, if you sub for the first time, if you resub, if you gift subs, basically any sub gets your name put on there that number of times. So if you gift 5 subs, your name goes on there 5 times, stuff like that. But also, if you just Prime sub for yourself, it's happened plenty of times before where even if you don't gift like a multitude of subs and you just do a Prime sub, people have won chibis, which are about right around $100 worth of art. Realm Madness! Hi there, Radical Romanis, how are you doing, gorgeous? Speaking of absolutely extraordinary artists, how are you doing? Oh my god, and yes, you were doing art! Fuck yeah! What were you drawing? What were you painting? What were you stunning the world with your absolutely
No, not a
extraordinary
sub from
artwork?
Subway doesn't count.
Not a sub from Subway, that's true. That's true. It's gotta show up in my notifications. Thank you for the Paltex, Swedish Shadow, much appreciated. If it's like personally made art, I only have scuffed MS Paint jobs. Oh, well, Pocky, I would love to see them all the same. I have actually been in your lurking when you, I think it was actually just, was it yesterday? Where you were, I was very impressed. It was coming along really well. I came in when there was no head on this like almost robotic cyborg lady. It was great. You guys, this is the Radical Romanis and Swedish Saku twins. They are twins. It's very cool. IRL twins. Identical twin android mermaids grace us with their presence. They're slaying the VTubing game with art streams and good vibes. Rose the artist while Saku keeps things lit. They're LGBTQI+ and 18+, so you know it's gonna be spicy. Catch them drawing and hanging out. It's a whole vibe. Welcome on in, lovely Neon, Sweet Saku, fabulous Shimigami, Mr. Mime, welcome in, magnificent Mr. Mime, Precious Pearl, welcome, Swedish Shadowgun, welcome on in with Romanis as well. Magnificent Mad Arts, it's so good to see you too, sweetheart. Fabulous Mac, welcome, welcome. Let's see. Hey, Cutie QC, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? It's so good to see you guys. Cutie Curse, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. I appreciate it. Get supported, nerd. Get supported, nerd. How's that? Tell you terrific tiger. Radical Row, you amazing mermaid. How are you guys doing? How was your stream? Have you got some delightful art for us? You guys, Row is an absolutely extraordinary artist, for real, for real, for real. I can show. Yes, please show. Hold on, we gotta permit you. Hi there, fabulous Frostbite. Welcome on in. Okay, Cutie Coda. Sorry, everyone. I do have a bit of a bias towards loving Coda FM. Coda is the name of my dog, and I love my dog so much. Cutie Coda. Good puppy. Just kidding. Okay, sorry. Thank you for the follow, hon. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. You know what? Coda FM. I think that I would love to listen to your radio station. FM, get it? Right? Right. Even if you're going, oh, music to my ears. Let's see. We loves you. I loves you. A. Carlton, amazing A. Carlton, thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Let me have a look at Rose's gorgeous artwork. Oh my god, this is sick. Oh, sorry, hold on. I gotta save this. I got rid of my save hat. Let me fix this. Let me fix this. Okay. Incredible Icy and awesome Aussie, both of you. Thank you so very much for gifting subbies. I so appreciate it, my darlings. Thank you very, very much, Cutie Pies. Thank you so, so much for the gifted subs, both of you. Thank you for the awesome support. Okay, let me show you guys this absolutely gorgeous artwork from Fabulous Romanis. Look at this! I think I see two gorgeous mermaids and a fabulous frostbite. Is that correct? Coda does a good bark. Oof. I do work at a radio station. Cutie Coda. Love it. Love it. I cannot promise that I won't, like, at some point just, like, subconsciously be like, oh, Coda, cute Coda. But I hope you don't mind. But it's so good to have you. That's so cool that you work at a radio station. Can I ask what genre of music or entertainment you provide on said radio station? Thank you for the care package, sweetest spot. Thank you. Don't tempt him to... Working on a commission from Tigressa. Me, Saku, and Tigressa in thief outfits from P5. Cute. I love that. That is so adorable. The poses are so great as usual, Ro. Absolutely gorgeous stuff. This is so cool. This is so cool. Lovely Lobbit. Hello. Welcome on in. Let me look at this piece of artwork. Hold on. Oh my god, Pookie! Hold on, I have to show you guys this as well. 1 second. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna plaster everyone's beautiful fucking art all over the screen. Pocky, you are so not kind to yourself. This is beautiful. This is so cute. Hold on, let me show you. Oh my god, look at his face. Hold on. Look at this beautiful piece of art. That Skewy! So freaking cute. I'll be over here. Look at these. Look at these. These are so cool. I'm still coloring it. It's amazing. It's looking so great. I absolutely love your gradations. They're so sick. Thank you so very much for oh, actually, I gotta wait until I finish musing over the beautiful artwork that Precious Pocky has brought in and the gorgeous work of Ro as well. You work for sports radio. That's so cool. What kind of sports? All of them? Let me see. I'm very proud of the shading so far. It looks great, darling. Yeah, I love your light source. In the way that you're like the saturation of the different colors for your lighting. It looks so warm. I love that. Thank you for the contact, lovely Layla. Let me see here. Oh, fabulous frostbite. I will acknowledge your streak as soon as you guys can see my hands again. I just want to show off these amazing people in the chat. Absolutely incredible. Let me see here. Thank you, everyone. Wow. Well, thank you so much for bringing your gorgeous art in. How are we supposed to not be like fawning over this, huh? You guys, these are so great. I am loving everything that you guys are giving me. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in. I'm gonna leave these up here for a little bit. Hold on. Versus Pucky, you're gonna go right over there, and I'm gonna bring our safe hat back. There we go. Thank you so very much. Oh my gosh, this is so cool, you guys. Pucky, I'm obsessed with this expression. This is so fucking cute. And I am obsessed with your coloring and these poses. Gorgeous Ro. Hold on, where's the... There, I gotta shake this one too. Okay, let me see. Fabulous frostbite! Thank you so much for the 180 stream streak. 180 is crazy. Thank you for your amazing dedication and support, darling. I so appreciate it. Tao, always so busy. That's how I like it. I don't have to be alone with my thoughts that way. But yes, you guys, please check out both of these extraordinary artists as well. We have the fabulous Romanis over here, and we have the absolutely amazing Cutie Pie Chucky here. Both are extraordinary streamers, both are very interactive, both are very sweet people, and both are wonderful VTubers. Please do go follow them. They're awesome. You guys, thank you ever so much for gifting us your communities. I promise to take great care of them. But Ro, I already told Pucky this, but if you, sweetheart, if you need to run away and go and like make yourself some food, you and Saku some food, or if you gotta go shower, you gotta go to bed, or whatever you gotta do, please make sure that you do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them, okay? Let's see. Yeah, I think that's about it. But one last time. Oh my god.
Scowy lady!
This isn't Scowy, this one's cute. I feel like you never catch a breath. Nah, I don't need a breath. I don't need to breathe. What are you talking about?
Pretty
but yes,
lady.
this is Fabulous Pocky's artwork.
Pretty
so
lady.
stinking cute. Are you gonna color this, Precious Pocky? You totally should. It's so cute. Keep up, exactly. Keep it up. Good job. And then of course
Yugi, I don't
here,
understand how to play this game.
Pretty lady.
these two clearly
Pretty
understand how to play
lady.
this game. Just saying. The game of life, the game of art, and then over here, one more time, we have this gorgeous artwork from Radical Ro. You know what? Let me actually show you guys one more thing because I'm so fucking narcissistic. Let me show you my favorite piece that she's done. It's from a while ago, but it's just a little cheeky bit of fan art. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna show off this very pretty picture of myself. Hold on, I gotta find it. Wait for it. It's right here. Yo, this is fucking sick. Look at this. Look at this! Obsessed! I could never look like this. Scowy lady! Is this scary to you? I think most people would consider a different adjective. Tao! Sorry, Ro. Do you not want me to show the older art? But it's so pretty. Hello!
Pretty lady.
There you go. Pretty lady. Since when does Tao need to breathe? Pinas? You get me.
Pretty lady.
But yes, thank you all so very much for coming in. I really do appreciate it, cutie pies. You guys have come in for our art stream. And it's amazing that you guys have come in so early because we have like 7.5 hours left of stream. So lots and lots of really cool art coming your way. Also, you guys are gonna be able to listen to music that you request using, just make sure that you read the pinned message, and then use the song request channel point redeem, because otherwise you won't take. I love your tits and a Saku and Radical Row, you pretty ladies. It looks gorgeous, I know. Obsessive. I was always terrified of ruining sketches in the coloring phase, so never practiced coloring, but maybe someday. Precious Pookie, have you ever tried doing digital coloring with traditional art? If you'd like, I can show you how that works if it makes you feel a little bit more comfortable, because all you have to do is like literally just take this photo, put it into Photoshop or one of the other like free versions, and put a multiply layer on this and then color underneath it. Lizard! Fuck. Too early. And then you don't have to put a single pencil to paper, so to speak. It is up to you, though. I am more than happy to just admire your beautiful. It's really clean line work, actually. I'm really impressed. So cute, Precious Pookie. So cute. I love. All right. We do actually have some giveaways to do before we get started on art. And some of those you guys can actually still enter if you're a part of the Discord. We actually have some giveaways from the Precious Pouch. So this is a very supportive, wonderfully warm, generous community, as you've probably already noticed. And one of the things that we do, or I give you guys the option to do, is in the Discord, we have a community giveaways channel. Literally, it is for you guys if you have like spare keys from Humble Bundle stuff, or if you just feel like, you know, giving away a gift card or something, you can do so there. Like, you don't need like mod approval or anything. You just go pop it in there as long as you're obeying the rules of the pouch, and people just react to it. And then on our Fridays, which is today, by the way, for those of you in the other hemisphere, on our Fridays, I put the names of the people who just reacted to it. You don't have to do any buying of anything at all to participate in these. In fact, that's against the rules. No one's allowed to be like, yeah, you have to pay for this. But yeah, so you can, it's very, very exciting. So if you guys would like to join that, you still have a few minutes to do that while we spin the Chibi, the Chibi weekly sub goal raffle. So, sorry, I'll get these beautiful pieces of artwork off of the page so that we can, so that I can show you guys the raffle. But first, let me catch up with you. Sorry. Let me see. It looks gorgeous. I know, isn't it crazy? It's so pretty. Also, dearest Daniel, thank you for that 20 stream streak. I so appreciate it. Thank you, darling. It means the world. Tao doesn't need breaks, and me and Strat don't need sleep. Right, Tao? Wait. Whoa. That's not what I said. Not what I said, Lith. Everyone be like, when Stanley Ipkiss as the Mask saw Cameron Diaz for the first time. I don't know if I've seen The Mask. Wait, I think I probably have. I'm bald. Thank you for balding me, Radical Row. Let me see. Might have to invest into a tablet before then, but we'll let you know. Absolutely, Precious Pookie. And then you just let me know, and I'm happy to give you any demonstrations you like. In fact, if you stick around and then you remind me when we get over to our art section, I will actually bring your piece in and I can show you how it works. I have to dig into my Humble Bundle account. Absolutely, lovely Julius. That'd be super, super appreciated. People would really love that. Pay with your happiness. Yeah, that's right. Give me your happiness. But like, keep it for yourself too, you know, like just spread the love. If you like the vibe here, consider following our socials, including YouTube, where we have all our VODs and clips, Blue Sky, and Twitter, where we post when we go live. That's true. Thank you, Strat. Can you tell that was very organically from my mouth? My eyes! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to blind you. Actually, Ro might have meant to blind you, though. Thank you for my googly woogly eyes. Awesome, Aussie. And thank you for the head. Precious pinos. Thank you. All right, let me see here. Cool. Okay, I think I'm caught up on everything. So now, give me just a second. I must go to our wheel of names. Wheel of names, which has a lot on there. We're gonna do this 3 times because I think you guys got to like 350 or something. So we're gonna do this 3 times. I will open up our raffle page. Hold on. Boop. Let me see. Tau purring with googly eyes is so out of place and yet brilliant. Well, that is something to alt tab back into. You never know what you're gonna get. It's always gonna be as warm and comfy as possible, but I am a little, occasionally a little bit unhinged, maybe a little. Am I underwear? I think you are, Ro. I think you might be. It's hard to tell. It's hard to see names. Ooh, yippee! Yippee! Excellent, Eugene. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome, welcome. The wheel of brown. Lizard. Wait for it. I'm gonna get it this time. Lizard. Fuck. If Ro's on the wheel and wins first go, that will be absolutely epic. That would be fucking sick. If you're not wearing googly eyes, then what are you doing? That's a great question. All right, cuties, let's do this 3 times. And then for those of you who have just come in with the lovely communities who have very kindly rated, which one more time, I am just going to remind you guys are the absolutely fabulous Ro, most recently, and then also Radical Realm, and then Precious Pocky, all of these absolutely incredible people, which you need to go check out. Then we're gonna go on a very quick 3-minute break. It's not very long, but it is just long enough that if you guys do not wish to subscribe or you cannot afford to subscribe, you don't actually have to, you still won't miss any content. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I turn those ads on, and then we can all stretch and stuff, and then I come back after 3 minutes, and then you don't miss anything. Yeah. But first, let's do this 3 times. My bet is on Umbra. I just got this feeling. Umbra! Umbra, I'm shocked! Umbra, you win! Congratulations, precious Umbra! Unhinged, please. Hinges are old news. It's all about sliding doors now. Sliding doors are pretty good. Congratulations, amazing Umbra! Sweetest Strat, I know you're probably already on it, but do you mind putting that in the in the thing? Look at how much changed when we got rid of Umbra's name, because you can only win once every wheel. Amazing. Amaze. All right, now our second one. And that goes to Shadowgun! Sweetest Shadowgun! Congratulations, Shadowgun! We'll update once we have all 3. Perfection. Thank you, Sweetest Strat. Oh, my hair's back. Was that about 90 Umbras? I think somewhere, maybe more than that. Yay! Congratulations, Sweetest Shadowgun! You won! You got a chewy from me. Yippee! Awesome! And our last one is... But you see, Umbra, by doing that, you give everyone else a bigger chance. Boomy! Beautiful Boomy! See, Boomy, I'm pretty sure, has resubbed for like months and months now, but not necessarily given too many subs. So this is just proof that like there's still pretty reasonable chances for you guys to, if you just resub or prime sub or whatever, just one time, you very well might win a chibi. Thank you so very much for your incredible generosity, you guys. I really do appreciate it. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Like, your guys' amazing support through subs, bits, donos, etc. That is what enables me to do this and not go get a real job. So thank you so incredibly much. Between my voiceover, freelance stuff, English, teaching English, and streaming, that's the reason that I'm able to do this and not have another, like a fifth job like I did before when before I got let go for AI. Yeah. But yes, thank you so very much, you guys. I so appreciate it. You guys are extraordinarily generous. Thank you all so very much. As I say, there's no, I don't give out, you know, specific things to people who like you don't get, if you gift 10,000 subs or something, I'm not going to treat you any differently. I am going to be incredibly grateful, obviously, but I never want anyone to feel like you get special treatment by being subbed. Like, this is a thank you that I do, right? But like, you do technically have a chance as well. When we hit every 1,000 followers, we also do a an art giveaway for not a chibi, but for something like a bust up full illustration. So that can happen to you even if you have never spent a dime on the channel. So I try to do my best to motivate you guys if you desire to give and you are capable of giving. But I also want to make sure that there's opportunities for you guys who cannot afford to, because this is a very cozy community. I want you guys to feel that coziness. I don't want you to feel like it's conditional. You know what I mean? Let me catch up with you guys, and then we'll go on that very quick break. Let me see. Oh, excellent, you did. Thank you for the 10 streak. I so appreciate it, darling. Thank you. Thank you for your awesome dedication and support. Hey, Sir Jazzy, how are you? Can we get one more just in case we can't get in touch? I suppose so, but Boomy has come in every single month, so even if we can't get a hold of him, like, soon, I think that we will still be able to get a hold of them whenever they come in, if that makes sense. Hey, sweetest Sam of Cloak, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. I was surprised to win. My luck is not that great normally. Well, it's on your side today, sweetest Shadow. Rip my headset. It just did the low battery beeps. No! We gotta get it wired in. Cow, that's 2 art streams in a row where I was 1 off from winning another chibi. I'm so sorry, Ozzy. Favoritism has no place here. Exactly. But I'm obviously, I also want to, it's a balancing act, right? I want to make sure that you guys realize how incredibly grateful I am when you show that support, but I also don't want that to be the condition of my support to you. Do you know what I mean? I'm sending them a DM just to be sure. Sounds good. Thank you, Sudistra. Good thing I have speakers. Oh, I can talk to your cat too? How's your cat now? It's all right. I just love Charity. Oh, thank you. Oh, he's busy drinking water. My cat just looked over. Sorry, cutie company. Welcome on in, by the way, sweetheart. I'm not sure if I said thank you and hello, but now I gotta think for that chibi. That's okay. It never expires. And you guys have been so incredibly patient with me. I am taking forever to get through these chibis. I really appreciate your ongoing support and ongoing patience. Thank you so much. I promise I will get around to them. It may be a while, but I have 30 plus and commissions, so I'm going to, once my class is over, I'm going to do a more concrete schedule where, like, because I was saying that once my class is over, I wanted to do more streaming, but I think it's probably best if I use the time that I've been using for class to work on chibis, and that will enable me to do like 2 or 3 chibis a week, and so I will gradually catch up. So that might be what we do until I finish those, and then as a reward to myself, after we finish all the chibis that are due, then I get to stream more. Why did my cat give me a very slow side eye? What, it was just like... I gave uppies and fed. Good, Ozzy. Good. Classes are the best time to be creative. This is my voiceover class, so I have to be very careful of it. I have to be paying attention. I don't know what this is going to do, but oh, Whataz, you're going to be bringing back my original model that I made by myself before this model came around. So we will do that, but let me do that when we get back from our quick break. 3 minutes. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins, okay? I'm gonna set you up with a boss battle over on Stream Avatars. The prompts will come up on your screen momentarily. And I'm also going to set you up with some words on stream. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Mwah!
No, tell me, Strut, what is a decent amount of sleep? Is it more than this many? Is it more than this many, Strat? Or is it less than this many? I'll be the judge of that. Whether it's rest. Oh my god! Oh, it just collected a place! Yeah. No. Okay. We will go and say... Oh god, I should have done it! Oh no, stop! I should have practiced with things! Don't mind me, I have a great day. I forgot how to fucking, oh my god, there's, Okay, some of these moves look really cool, but I can't. I don't know what I'm doing. Cute, very cute. Was that supposed to be a meow? No, I don't think I intended to do a meow, but I could. Down to reduce! Domain expansion. Domain expansion. Ouch. Just It's awakened the theme of the Villor Man. Oh, California. What a nice surprise. Bring your alibis. Mirrors on the ceiling. Pink champagne on ice. She said, no, tell me, Strut, what is a decent amount of sleep? Is it more than this many? Is it more than this many, Strat? Or is it less than this many? I'll be the judge of that. Whether it's rest. Yeah, anyway, Pacific Franks. That's what it is in my brain. Pacific Franks. Or Darling and the Brim. Oh, no. I'm safe.
Same fiance guy, right?
I know. I wonder if I should start thinking about things I say before they come out of my mouth.
Tau report card 7 out of 10 defeated Raydell first try. Talks a little much but can be improved overall. A good stream so far.
Thank you very much for the fucking ow! Oh my god! Sorry. The timing on both of those. Thank you very much for the very honest, fair report card, Nix. I appreciate that. I do. This is actually really fun. You can tell it's really fun because I wouldn't, otherwise I wouldn't be, extending stream by almost 2 hours to keep playing it. What is that?
Holy crap, you guys, you destroyed that. We'll move over early then, because, holy fuck. That was quick. That was so quick. 1 second. Okay, no one be alarmed, okay? What you are about to see is merely a, it's my old one. It's my old model.
What crossing my fingers?
Oh, okay, and it's not working. Hold on. 1 second, please. Wrong one. Okay, that's saying it's not connected. Why are you not connected? Why? Crap! Hold on. Why no worky? Do you like that she's just staring at you? One moment, please. I'm just gonna... Here, we'll start listening to music. Okay, we'll start listening to music. There you go. We'll start listening to music first, and then let me just make this a little bit invisible so that I can investigate what's happening. Oh, and I also can move this over. Okay, hold on. Let me do some investigating. The resting bitch face is huge, it's true. Sorry, hold on 1 second. Oh, please let me know how the volume is. Yes, please do that. Oh my god, we're working. Okay, so this is hello. Hi. Yeah, I have no arms or hands now, so sorry, you have to deal with that. But hi, this is what I streamed with for like hundreds of hours, isn't it? Valiant Void, thank you very much for the 10 stream streak. I so appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome back, Vtuber. Welcome back. Thank you, sweet Sedu. Did Strat start a timer? Let me see. I think it's a 10-minute timer. All right. Now, we also have some more raffles to do. I'm going to show you where you can go to join those real quick. So, of course I did. Of course you did. I should never doubt you, Strat. I'm so sorry. All right. If you are not yet a part of the Discord, please consider joining, because if we go right up here to community giveaways right here, you can actually still right now until we start on our raffles, you can join these. Do any of the following sound entertaining to you? Starvaders, Core Keeper, Beacon Pines, and I think that's it for this week. This one's still going around for another week, but you can still enter this one. This one we won't be doing the raffle for today, but Flock Around is available for you guys to react to if you would like it. Literally all you gotta do is be a part of the Discord and press this button. Boop! Now you've entered, okay? You guys can do that right up until the last second. Right up until the last second. Invisible uppies for you, Ozzy. Are we still posting Spotify links, or did you fix it? You can do Spotify links. I did fix it, and now announces what it's supposed to be. So even if you don't use the Spotify link, you will still be able to see what it assumes you want, and then you can let me know. Too soft? This is a soft song, but I will turn it up a bit. And you guys can let me know. I bet you guys are gonna say in the next song, you're gonna be like, oh, it's too loud. This is a very soft, quiet song, this one. Okay, so with that in mind, hi there, precious possum, welcome on back. How are you doing? I cannot give the chat uppies. I can give you invisible uppies. Let me see here. Sorry, I'm just making popping sounds. Okay, let me go, open up our wheel. Okay, here is our wheel. We got this. We're gonna put this here. And remember, you guys get to have right up until, okay, that's not how I should do this. I can't see shit. All right, so let's start with, firstly, we want to thank the absolutely amazing Yuki here, who has very, very kindly volunteered some game keys for all of these different games. She's very sweet. We absolutely love her. I hope she's feeling much better. She's been having some serious brain pains at the moment, but I hope that she's feeling very, very good now. We are certainly very grateful to her for providing these, I think it's 3 game keys. So firstly, Starvaders. This one is not region locked. So for those who have reacted, let me just, let me just copy. Actually, I'll read to you what this is. The alien invasion has shattered Earth's defenses. Pilot, the fate of humanity now rests in your hands. Take the helm of a powerful mech and fight off the invasion, one card at a time. Oh, it's a card. It's a deck building one. That's cool. All right. I am going to, oh my gosh, please let me click on the 3 others. There we go. All right. So I have, let me see. All right. So we got Briggy. Oh my God, I can't type. We have Basky. Beautiful Basky. We have War. We have Sweetest Shadowgun. We have Sweetest Sadu. And we have Sweet Strap. All right, you guys have 10 more seconds to join this one if you would like to. Thank you so much for the alert, Cutie Company. I appreciate you being here, darling. Thank you for the support. All right, you have 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're gonna raffle this one off. This is for Starvaders. Oh my God, Shadowgun! You are doubly lucky today, sweetheart. Look at you go! Look at you go! That's sick! Congrats, hun! Congrats! Let's go, Shadow! Oh, thank you for the Pal Deck and the Pal Hat, lovely Void. I'm so sorry. This is the return, so I have no hands and I must scream. No, this is my OG model. So whenever this one's out, it's not actually connected to my Vignon one. Could we get a refund to Lovely Void for both of those redeems, Sweetest Strat? But yes, awesome, excellent. Okay, so Sweetest Shadow gets Starvaders. Thank you so much to Lovely Yuki. Our next one is Core Keeper. This one is actually region locked, okay? This one's region locked. Please consult the region lock picture included. The key will not activate if you live in any of these countries in the picture, so please check before you enter. If you are unsure what these codes mean, you can check them here. Okay? On it. Thank you so much, Sweetest. Take myself off for the other game. Oh, thank you, hun. Yes, perfect. Will do. So this is Core Keeper. Awaken as an explorer in a long-forgotten cavern teeming with untold secrets. In this award-winning 1 to 8 player mining sandbox adventure, your choices shape an epic journey. Harvest relics and resources, craft advanced tools, build your base, and explore a dynamically evolving world waiting to be unearthed. This one is indeed region locked. Actually, it is there's only one person on it. I'll give you guys another 10 seconds. Otherwise, it automatically goes to Cat. Actually, let me show you guys. Okay, we have 2 people. Okay, Cat and Lith. You guys both are able to redeem this. Is that correct? All right, we got a 50-50 on that. I will put your guys' names on here. This is Cat and Lith. And you guys got 10 seconds. Anyone else? Oh, I was up for Beacon, but I removed myself. Thank you, Swedish Shadow. That's very thoughtful of you. Hi, Kitty Crafty. Welcome on in. How are you? Me and our friends have been playing Core Keeper in the last few weeks. That's awesome. Do you recommend it? Do you rate it? They're dropping an update tomorrow. Yo, that's sick. Okay, so Crafty is recommending, and also they are dropping an update. So, I mean, are you sure you just want 2 people? I'll give you 10 seconds to join. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, there's only a 50% chance. I mean, 50-50, honestly. Cutie Cat! Congrats to Cutie Cat! I believe that is a Space Cat, if that's correct. Oh my God. No, sorry, wrong voice. Holy shit. How do I, okay, there we go. There we go. There's your Southern Belle. Thank you very much for the redeem, lovely Void. I do appreciate it. Sorry, Lith has been what's the word? Lith has been too, persistent, I think is the word, with the Valley Girl. Valley Girl trying to escape. Stay in there. All right, so Cutie Cat won that one. Excellent. And then Beacon Pines. All right, so Beacon Pines is a cute and creepy adventure set within a mysterious book. Hold on, let me show y'all. You play as both the reader of the book and its main character, Luca. All right, I do believe that Lav was playing this last, which is very exciting, and I believe she also rates it, so you might want to check it out. Oh, and the timer's up for this one. Let me one second. I'll just get rid of this model. There we go, and let me bring back my here we go. Bear with me. Bear with me. Don't worry, I'll stop being creepy in just a moment. I just gotta get all my props set up. Don't you worry, everything's all right. Get ready. Okay, here we go. All right. Hi, howdy, how's it going? Let's go down here. All right, that wasn't too invasive, right? Hey, thank you for the pal tag, awesome Aussie. I appreciate it. Thank you. You know me, Tao. I love me some scary ladies. That's true. You do like scary ladies, said you. You have to pick a starting class. There's random animals you can name and farm from, and little pets you can hatch that give different effects.
Oh,
so I give it about a 7.5 or 8 out of 10. Exploring is fun, but I advise not being me and upgrading armor and shit as fast as possible when you have the materials. That's some good advice, Crafty. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Behind the scenes. Return is done. Back to the Tao of today. The Tao of the future, if you will. All right, let's see. That other game looks cute too. Don't it look cute? Don't it look cute? I wanted to see what the return was. Oh, don't apologize, Walrus. That's why it's there, so you can check it out. It's I left that there because it took everyone a little bit of time to get used to this model. As you can probably imagine, there's a big difference. But I think that a lot of you have. This one's probably growing on most of you, and a lot of you ain't been around since that 1.0. So I think it's probably best to have it on there just so you can revisit the past. You know what I mean? Okay, let's see. You did a pal attack earlier and it didn't work, so I did it for you in the model return. Aw, thanks, Aussie. That's awfully kind of you. Big difference. Big difference. All right. So for Beacon Pines, you guys still got some time because I got to type out them names. We got 11 people on the list at the moment. Let me just add them. Hold on a second. We got Sola. We got Talon. We got Dahlia. I can't type. We got Mac. We got Liv. We got, oh, hold on. Who is this? I'm so sorry. Hold on, I might have to turn this off real quick so that I can actually see who everyone is. Oh, Hace. Oh, it's Hace. We love Hace. Very cool. Hace is a new friend of ours. Good to have you here, Hace. We got Basky on this one as well. We got War, which is Waraz, as I saw in the chat. We got Umbra for this one, too. Umbra's using my art as his PFP. Umbra, I'm flattered, darling. Thank you so much. It's you, cutie Hace. Welcome back in. How are you? And also, Fabulous Phil, how are you? John's class next week might be on Wednesday. I can't do no Wednesday. What? Why would it be on Wednesday? Phil, please fill me in, Fabulous Phil Boo. So I appreciate it, though. Lovely Leo, how are you? It's good to see you. What's this wheel for? This is for community giveaways. So this is free to enter. You literally just are on the Discord. You go to the community giveaways channel, and you just react to whatever game you'd like to be put in for. All right, let me see. Umbra, and then we got Cutie Cata, and then we got, I can't fucking type. We got Sedu. All right, hold on, we have another person. Hold on one moment. Sam would like to be on here too. I'll give you guys another 10 seconds in case there's anyone else who would like to join. If this goes up to 13, I'll check back again. 10, 9, oh, we got a 13th. We got a 13th. Precious Politely, I love that you thought the Spotify playlist was playing. I wonder why you might think that. There's some, I'll tell you what, y'all. Politely got some good taste in music. I'll tell you what. Lovely Leo, you want to try one of these too. Let's go. All right, you got another 10 seconds. If this turns to 14, I'll give you another 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we got 13. Oh, timer's up for the accent. Thank you. Thank you. Won't turn down random giveaway opportunities. Congrats to whoever, though. Yeah, lovely. Thank you so much, lovely Leo. It's so good to see you. I'm just a bit buzzy, happy buzzy. Oh, I'm so happy you're happy, buzzy, sweetheart. Well deserved, well deserved. All right, here we go. Boom. Who is getting Beacon Pines? Cutie Kata, you might be buzzing a little more because you just won Beacon Pines. Hell yeah, let's go. Congrats, sweetheart. Yee! Congrats, sweetie pie. Congrats, Cutie Kata. And so that means that we'll let lovely Yuki get a we'll give lovely Yuki Kata's name as Beacon Pines, and I forgot everybody else who won these other ones because I have really bad memory. But if you guys want to right now and or in the right in here on the community giveaways channel, if you guys would like to say thank you so much to lovely Yuki, because this is anyone who posts in here, this is out of the goodness of their heart, well and truly. They're not getting anything for this. They're just giving away extra game keys or things that they want people to play or things like that. And it's all for free. So it's very, very generous of anybody who goes in here and shares these keys. They get nothing from it other than the knowledge that they're giving other people a fun time. Remember also to join into Storm Sykes giveaway. That will be next week. We'll be ending that next week. And he's offering Flock Around, which is a co-op bird watching game where you explore a nature sanctuary. So we won't do that raffle today. Like I said, he's said that he wants the giveaway to be and next week. But all of these ones from Yuki, that was all just out of the goodness of her heart. So please go say a very warm thank you to her. Wish her well because she's very... Oh, that's so lovely, Leo. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Yeah. Yeah, Yuki is a very, very sweet and treasured part of this community. Very, very generous. She's been giving away games like 3 a week for like a month or two, like ever since we even started this. In fact, I think it was her and Umbra and Briggy. Those 3 were like the reason that we started this community giveaway channel. But yeah. So thank you so much to her, and thank you guys so much for being so wonderfully warm and grateful as well. I do appreciate it. I know she does too. Oh, you're giving away 3 copies to people. Oh, okay, cool. Well, there you go. Everyone go and join the Flock Around one because Storm's actually giving away 3 copies. My bad. Sorry, hun. All right. Let me see here. Oh, thank you for the care package, Cedar Spotter. Now, on to the main crux of today's stream. I have some art to show you guys. I have some commission work that I've been working on, and you guys, I'm going to show you what we've gotten so far. And then you guys are going to tell me whether you would like to work on the commissions, one of the commissions, or if you want to start on a chibi. So give me just a second. I'm going to show you. One sec, I gotta close a bunch of windows here. Oh my gosh, I was sharing some puppy pictures with a friend of mine of Coda when he was like baby. There's just something about looking back at the past of my little angel dog that makes me so emotional. I was like, I didn't cry, but I felt the welling happening, you know? I was like, oh my God, he's so cute. And he was so small. All right. Yeah, Yuki and did start the giveaway. Yes, she did. She was so sweet. I know I have a commission and a chibi. You do, Cutie Kata, you do. And in fact, if it's cool with you, I am going to share that with everybody in case they would like to vote for it. All right, so first we're going to go through commissions, okay? Because I'm not going to put individual commissions on there, like on the poll, until you guys vote between commission or chibi. But before we start that poll, I want to show you the commissions, okay? All right, let's start with lovely Vinny's commission. This is an option we can work on. Hold on, let me make sure you guys can actually see everything. There we go. Okay, so this is for the lovely Vinny, who actually is in class with Ferocious and I. Very cool. I started doing the shading. It's actually he's supposed to have this. There we go. He's like a revenant hybrid. It's very cool. So we've got that. And I'm working on the shading for this one at the moment. So that's Vinny's. And then we also have the wonderful Red Tempestas, who is one of my wonderful mods. He is allowing me to work on this gorgeous furry lady. She's actually part of his story that I will be reading, and I'm so excited about. I don't think that Scythe is structurally sound or OSHA compliant. That's okay. He'll kill anybody who disagrees. But yeah, this is Red, and this is also in the shading phase. I've already done some texturing on her hair, but obviously nothing else has been done. So this is her. This is for Red. She'd be so cute. She is cute, isn't she cute? Look at how superior she is. Look at her lord over you. So that's that one for Radical Red. And then, oh, I have Lavs as well. So Lavs, I actually, well, I can't work on it yet because I'm waiting for the other half of the payment from her, but I will show you guys. Oops, sorry. I will show you guys anyway. So this is for lovely Lav. I do need to, like I said, I need to make sure that she's happy with it, but these are the lines for her. And once she gets back to me on that one, we will be able to do colors. So that one's for Lav. We have this one for Cutie Kata, who's currently in the chat, which is this one. I just need to lighten up her tummy, I believe, and then Cutie Kata can let me know if there's anything else to shift. But yeah, this is Cutie Kata's ref. She looks like a noble lady, and your mere presence disgusts her. Exactly. Let me see here. Oh, hi, lovely Lav. Welcome on in. But yes, this is Kata's ref. We can start doing, once she's totally happy with the flats, we can start doing rendering, which is my shadow shading and highlighting for things that are not flat. Lighten up the underbelly to more of like a yellow, yeah, like that golden color. Absolutely, can do, gorgeous, can do. So that's Kata's. Let me see. Oh, and we also have I have some lines done for Jet Street, which I will show you guys here. Hold on, I'll just get rid of the background there. So this is for him. Oops, that's a sketch. There you go. So, and I will send this to him to see what he thinks. But I will let you guys vote on what you reckon. And I think that's all of the Jetcom. Scary. Hi, Kitty Cat. Welcome on in. Oh, you found us a payment. Perfect, lovely Lav. Okay, awesome. I didn't get paid straight away. Oh, that's okay. Don't worry. You're all good, hun. Lav, I will send you, and oh, you as well, Jet. Awesome. I'm glad you're liking it on first glance. I will send both of those to you guys, regardless of whether people vote on them today or not. And then you guys can let me know if you have any changes, okay? Now for Chibis. Oh wait, sorry, we also have this one for Alec as well. This is also in shading phase. A cute little bird. We also have a daytime version that we got to work on. Oops, sorry, that's the wrong layer. There we go, daytime version. And as far as chibis, you guys know who you are. If I owe you a chibi, then I can work on that on stream if you so desire. I will say that what we already have for chibis, which we have a lot more than this, but we have Storm. I've been working a little bit on Storm Storm emotes as well. Right now we have this one, we have this one, we have this one, and we have this one. But we also still need to do this one, and this one, and this one, and that one. And I also can work on this chibi for lovely Umbra, which you might recognize this pose if you've been playing or watching Pragmata. Yeah. Okay, so that's everything we got right now. That's a lot. Oh, it's not even, I think I've shown you about 1/15 of what I need to get done. That's just what I'm currently working on. So I'm going to give you guys a quick 3-minute poll because what we're going to do is we're going to do 2 polls. The first one is going to decide what to work on. Generally, I'm going, oh my God, please. What to work on, question mark. And then, oh, this song I heard on Politely stream. Can I get a shout out for Precious Politely, actually? I love this song. It's from one of my favorite movies. Okay, we have commissions or we have chibis. And then you guys will get to vote on which thing within that category. Okay, so please do vote. You got 3 minutes, all right? And I've shown you all the commissions that I have to work on, and you've seen a couple of the chibis, but there are many more that have not even been started. So if you are here and you know I owe you a chibi, and that, again, I must reiterate, if you know I owe you a chibi, the only way that I owe you a chibi is if you have 1, commissioned it from me, 2, gotten a message from Strat or myself that you won one in the wheel. Otherwise, I do not owe you a chibi, okay? I can't just give them away as much as I would love to. I have so much owed art. So, yeah, please do let me know if you would like to work on commissions or chibis today, my darlings. My sleeper agent got activated and I woke up from my days from the words pragmata. I'm sorry, I'm on my bed. Steven! Hi, Suda Steven! How are you? It's so good to see you! Welcome. How's the rest of class? Fabulous Phil Soul! Hi, sweetie pie! How was the rest of class? It probably a chibi day. You reckon it's a chibi day, Umbra? Right now, we got an overwhelming number of people who want to work on commissions, actually. My unstoppable will to art yet just met my unmovable cat and lost. Yeah, unfortunately, cats always win. No need to shout me out. Of course we gotta shout you out, Precious Politely. You be putting on the most beautiful music, and you're so sweet and entertaining and lovely. Also, I'm so sorry, Fabulous Fibble. So did you already tell me, like, why we might have to do class a day earlier? Because I don't know if I'll be able to make that next week. I've got a live direction session, and I don't know what time that's supposed to be at. Commish day! Oh, braining. That's all right, sweetheart. Oh, Red Chibi as typing. Oh, good. All right, you guys, we're gonna work on commissions. All right, I'm just gonna say that's done. Yeah. All right, commissions it is. Now, we gotta decide which commission we're working on. I'll go back through these over the next few minutes, like rotate through them. Which commission? And I'll show you what we've got. We've got, one sec, let me go refresh my memory, hold on. There we go. Okay. We have many. So we have Reds, Redscom. Actually, maybe I'll say Furrycom, and that's gonna be Reds. Okay, that's the girl who, that's the like snow leopard girl who's looking down at you like very unimpressed. Okay, so that's the Furrycom. We have Vinny's Revenant, which is the one with like the glowy bits and that giant scythe. We've got Lav's Battlefield, which is where she's being held by Pierce and she's unconscious. We've got Cutie Kata's ref sheet, that's the dragon girl. And then we've got Jet's spooky mansion. All right, and I'll go back through all of those right now over the next 3 minutes while you guys vote. So we'll start with, cause this is just in order. This is the Jetcom. Okay. This is Jet's spooky mansion. This is the furry one. This is for Red. This is our lady looking down at you, very unimpressed like. This is our Revenant. This is Vinny's Revenant. Sorry. Whoop. There we go. Oh, sorry. You can't see that. There. This is Vinny's Revenant. Then we've got, this is Lav's Battlefield. Here you go. We've got, this is Cutie Kata's ref sheet. Oh my God. One sec, sorry. This is Cutie Kata's ref sheet. Like so. And I think, is that everybody? Did I miss anyone? That was it, right? Furrycom, Vinny's Revenant, Lav's Battlefield, Kata's Ref. Yeah. So let me know. And I'm going to just catch up real quick. I did ask Steven a question. I got to make sure that I read that. Class was good. Been a while, but it was fun. I also forget what he mentioned, but it was only a might. So I don't think it's a big stressor unless John says something. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I forgot the reason why, but he said he's going to make a post saying if it is or not. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Steven or Phil Wilson, did you guys get to perform today? Valiant Valnos, thank you so much for hanging out with us. It was such a pleasure to meet you, darling. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Hopefully, we will have the pleasure of your company again in the not too distant future. Thanks for joining us. And Kalna, you got some art done, but not all that I wanted to do today. Fair, but that's still good progress. Was at my desk when Pragmata was said, shoot up straight instantly. I can't tell if my cat is watching you or just chilling. Hey, as long as I'm not disturbing the puppy. Well, cats and dogs are both puppies. I would say Tau has a very long list of ode art. I have an incredibly long list of ode art. I'm having Steven's voice withdrawals. Haven't heard it in a bit. I know. Sometimes you just got to go to his website and like listen to his demos to comfort yourself. What? Me? No. Oh, you're still on rest. My throat is still cocked. No, Philbos, I'm so sorry, hon. Are you getting enough hydration? I love the furry lady. I love her facial expression. It is very good. You guys, Labs Battlefield is winning by quite a bit. If you guys would like to spam something, you better do it quickly. Because right now, we have 8 people on Labs Battlefield, 3 on Kata's Ref, 6 on Jet's Spooky Mansion, 0 on Vinny's Revenant, and 2 on Red's Furrycom. Please do vote. You got 10 seconds. Hurry, hurry. Let's see. Hey, nice, Steven. Thanks for contributing to our playlist. All right, it's Lab's Battlefield. Let's go. Lab, are you going to be able to stick around to let me know what you think of the line art and stuff here? I tried to put Lav in a, you had mentioned like warrior gear kind of, but you had said that you were going to send some, like a reference of a female character from Pierce's race, and I didn't really see anything in the thing, so I just kind of looked at the male ones and I gave her like that kind of gear. But please have a careful look and let me know if you have any changes to anything here. I am going to talk to chat while you carefully look. I'll try and pan around a little bit so that you can kind of see where everyone is. And I'll zoom in here because I know this is like the prime bit. I've been drinking water like crazy, but I'm glad I'm not feeling so sick anymore. I miss voice acting, and we miss your voice, sweetheart. I can't wait to hear some more of it. Let me see. Yes, everyone's art will get done. I'm just like I don't think I'm a terribly slow artist, but because I've got so many things, I feel like I come across as very slow. I'm gonna try and go sometime next week, hopefully. Felt like I was going a lot, and I thought that wasn't fair. Glad to have lurkers on my website. Hell yeah, Steven! We love your voice. Oh, Vinny! Hi there, Valiant Vinny. Welcome on in. It's so good to see you, hun. Thank you for the biddies. Oh, piece of candy. Thank you. We were just voting on whether to work on your piece. We actually are going to be working on this one instead, but I just want you to know that you were up for election. And thank you for the head pat, Valiant Vegeta. Thank you, lovely Vegeta. I need to hear you go soon. I would love to, but like, I think that especially in John's class, part of the problem is that I'm not caught up on the modules yet, so I haven't done a bunch of the homework, so I feel like I can't go. Yeah, begging to see you go up, absolutely. All right. Do we have any input from Lovely Lav regarding this, sweetheart? Do you have anything that you would like me to change? Or are you ready to get into flat colors? Patience is key for art. If you try to rush it often, it will turn out bad. Do not rush your artists. They will complete your work. That is true, Sweetest Storm. That is true. I would say, as someone who has both been commissioned and commissioned other people over the span of like 2 decades, look at whether the artist completes other people's jobs and see how long it takes for them to do that. I have actually been ripped off before. Which is why it's really important. And I think that a lot of you have noticed, whether it's from commission or from ode art, you have probably noticed that I come to you to show you like every single step of the process because I don't want to keep you waiting for months and months, which I will do by accident. Sorry, I have to. I don't want to leave you waiting and hanging there for months and months and getting nothing. So I want to always show you guys where I am. That's why I go, here's your sketch. Here's your line art. Here's your flat colors. Here's your render. Because it can take like months sometimes. Yeah. Let me see here. The blade looks a bit too narrow in comparison to the hills. Okay, so you want me to fatten it up a little bit, is that right? One second, I gotta move my keyboard. All right, let me see here. We'll widen this a little bit. All right, one sec. Let me move the other side out too, and then I'll do the cleanup. Okay. All right, let me clean that up a little bit, and then we'll see what you think. Actually, before I clean up, is that, obviously I'm gonna do the cleanup, is that a bit better? Do you want it thicker still? Or less thick? Thinner? Let me see. One second, let me see here. I know, and it was lit, but I must see again. This is true, I agree with Steven. You must go again, Fabulous Phil with Soul. I kind of want to get into commissions, but I don't think I got the ability to manage all that drawing. That's fair, Calne. That is, it is stressful. It can be stressful. But honestly, it's like it's the most rewarding thing that I've done in my life. I love drawing for people. Let's see here. Oh my god, it's Peak! Who Cued Peak? Soldier Poet King. Ah, that obviously the Seti. This is Seti's favorite song, I do believe. And Sita Straka! Welcome on in, how are you? Thank you, sweetheart. Okay, you're happy with that one? All right, let me do some cleanup then. And then you can let me know of any other changes that you see, sweetie pie. Honestly, it's totally cheating, but the thicker the like shaft, I guess, of the sword is, the easier it is to draw things, because then I don't have to worry about all the anatomy going on behind it. Now, Lovely Lav, are you pretty happy with both of their expressions? Do you want me to do a quick zoom in so you can tell me if you see anything when it's like close up? I'll do that as soon as I finish the cleanup. One sec. Triple T! The Pistons won again! I don't know who that is, but David, congratulations! Welcome in, how are you? I guess we shall see what the Spanish cover of Dangerous will be like. Oh, well, Cutie Cata, I can change it if you want. Is it the one by Joywave, or am I thinking of a different song? Sorry, but yeah, I really got in my head the past week or so. I'm feeling better, though. If we have a Tau Filboso back-to-back performance, I might faint. Steven, you're so fucking sweet. I think I might faint if I get to hear a back-to-back of Filboso and you, sweetest Steven. All right. Oops. Sorry, that's not even... Let me see here. That's how I draw Swords Tau. We have the same wavelength. Let's go. Sword grips are weird to draw in general. Some of them have an oval cross-section profile, so they're not consistently the same thickness depending on the angle. Yeah, no, it's true, especially fantasy swords, right? I need to get more familiar with drawing characters as well. The ones I posted in my latest line art of an OC, keeping lines even is hard. It is. You just gotta, there comes a point where you just kind of have to either move away from line art, which is not what I've done, where you have to move away from line art, or you have to kind of gain the confidence to just, you know, do a quick, like, stable stroke, which is what I'm attempting to do. There we go. Or you can turn on line correction, stabilization, if you want to, depending on what digital art program you're using. All right, sweetest Lav, my dear, are you able to look at the screen real quick while I show you some expressions and you can let me know what you think? Yes, I'm here. Okay, cool. All right. So we're happy with the sword now? Is that right? It does look more powerful, doesn't it? It's the epic, the musical Jorge Rivera's Herons. I just forgot to actually look the song up to be more specific. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, sure, I can do that. I'm doing all right, just burnt out and stressed with a lot of stuff in the module this week. Just put a lot of this into perspective that my wallet is already screaming for everyday things. Oh, Striker, I'm so sorry, hun. Take your time with it, you know, like everyone's going to be moving at their own pace, and it's okay if you have to wait a little bit longer to like dedicate yourself to certain things in VA. Hear me out, back to back of TauTass, Steven, and me. Wow, crazy triple feature. All right, give me just a second. I am going to go fix this one for lovely Kata. So this was dangerous, did you say? Is that it? Dangerous? Yeah, epic. Okay. Cool. All right. I have added that to the queue, and I'll put that where, let's see, aha! There we go. I have replaced the one that it got wrong for you, lovely Kata. There you go. That will play appropriately. Line art is my magnum opus. I've decided line art is my least favorite part of drawing, but I love sketching, and I love coloring, and I love rendering. I assume you're adding the details on the blade and the color phase. Yes, because all the art that I saw is not, it doesn't involve very much line art for the blade. It's all like about the artworking, the coloring. Okay, so you're happy with that. Now here are your two expressions. Here's Pierce. Let me know what you think of his expression first. Hi there, amazing Akuma. Welcome on in. How are you, sweetheart? I am doing wonderfully. How are you? Oh, I'm used to exclamation point SR. That's totally fair, David. No worries. I get that. It just helps me keep a better eye on it for the song requests. That's all if we use the song request redeem. Let's see here. Engi. Do you like how Engi? I was also thinking I might make his eyes glow a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a tad. Yeah, okay. And what about our unconscious Lav? And let me know if you have any changes for either of their expressions. You love the glow idea? Awesome. I love it too. I think it's gonna be sick. And she's got, look, I assume you wanted the little ears. They're like little wolf ears on top of her head that are also limp, in case you like that. 70 plus for gas a week. That's crazy. I'm so sorry, hon. I'm so glad I run everywhere. Just got home from work and I'm fully despising customers right now. Oh, Alco, I'm so sorry, hun. No, I'm so sorry, lovely. I hope that being here can help you like de-stress a little bit, you know? I like her expression. Okay. I was gonna say, if you like it, that means there's improvement to be made. I'm happy to change things. Remember, at this phase, and this goes for all of my lovely clients and also chibi winners, at the line art phase, I can still change small things like expression. We can't change, once we hit line art, we can't do like full-on redesigns of the pose or anything, or clothes. Well, except for in this case, because I went crazy with the clothes. Do you like the clothes, Lav? Do you like I noticed that there was a lot of like wraps and stuff in in this gear. So I was like, all right, so there's like some plate armor in specific areas. So I gave her like these, what will be like metal plates on the legs, kind of. Yeah, it's up to you though. What do you reckon? Do you like it? I think my song is good. It is encouraging and uplifting, but I'm still unsure. So apologies if it's not quite right. Hey, that's okay, lovely David. Even if, here's the thing, if you guys disobey the pinned message by accident, that's totally fine. I'm not gonna, I might wind up skipping your song, but I'm not gonna like give you a warning or anything like that. It's literally only if people intentionally, maliciously do it over and over and over. You know what I mean? So if it's not quite right, David, that's all good. That's exactly what I meant when I asked for it. Oh, perfect. Okay, great. Now, there's very little detail on a lot of these other bodies, obviously. But are you happy with like where everything else is here, lovely lab? We got like a ripped apart tree back here and a dead guy. I'm gonna put like claw marks in front of the fingies, like they've been like grabbing at the ground. There's a dead dude here in the foreground. Are you happy with all of your lines? Shall we move on to flat colors, or do you have any changes? Because once we enter our line arts, I mean, flat colors, we obviously can't do any more changes. So I'm just going to leave this on here until you tell me. Please tell me any and all changes so everything can be perfect. Me asking Tau to change the color to be a shade darker. Please, if it's not too much trouble. I mean, I don't want to be a bother, but if you can, I mean, if it's not a problem, could you please... I'll tell you what, it is never a problem as long as you guys are listening to what I say when it comes to, you know, the phases, right? I can change. I mean it when I say in the sketch phase, we can try on 50 different outfits. We can try on 20 different poses. Yeah, as long as it's within the original scope, you can't buy like a single character and then be like, I would like a family of characters. I'd be like, well, you can't do that. But and then once we get to line art, like I said, you can still change small things like expressions or like the grip on this sword, for example, or something like that. Now, if we get to the flat color phase and then you're like, actually, I want to change the pose, then I will probably have to be like, ooh, that's not great. I don't appreciate that. I was as clear as I could be. But Lith, you've never done that. In fact, I don't think anyone here has done that. You've all been very, very respectful and very sweet. And there's a reason that I absolutely love doing commissions for you guys. I want to start doing commissions, but I don't know what the first step is to start doing it. So I see first thing is probably to start figuring out, you need to figure out how much time you spend on each drawing and how much you spend on each phase of the drawing. And whether you want to offer, because some people will do, hi cutie cupcake, welcome on in. 1 second, I'm gonna welcome you guys in one moment. I'm just gonna finish this thought. Sorry, I have like the worst memory. It depends, because I don't offer like, you can buy a sketch, or you can buy line art, or you can buy flat colors. Some people do that, and that's great. But for me, I only offer like fully rendered stuff, pretty much. So it's up to you. It's really up to you. That gas is just to get to work without doing anything else. Oh, I'm so sorry, lovely Striker. Well, I hope that we can help to bring down a little bit of the stress, but I also really hope that just generally the cost of everything goes down. I'm extremely happy with this, and that would be me, overly polite, and I'd eventually feel like I'm a nuisance. You're never a nuisance, sweetheart. You guys, this is Cutie Cupcake, who appears to be an artist. We love art. Fabulous Cupcake, would you like to share your beautiful artwork with us? As long as it is safe for work, we would love to see it. This local dreamy sheepy is a PNG tuber, EN, who draws, animates, and games. They recently streamed some art and are now working on art redeems. How quaint. Though they claim to have low energy, they still provide a chill and LGBTQIA plus friendly space to hang out. What a vibe. Dreamies rolled in. Hi there, terrific trespasser. Sweetest socks and slippers. Welcome on in, Cutie Cupcake. Hello, how are you? Time zone is hitting me. Absolutely amazing, Umbra. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in. I always feel so bad when you ask for something, when I ask for something to be changed, because you do such amazing art. Oh, Cutie Cat, that's all right, sweetheart. I hope I didn't make you feel bad when you requested the change of the colors. That's what we do that for, right? It's like, these are the flats. This is the time to change those colors. So no, you are all good. You're totally golden, darling. Don't even worry about it. And thank you so much, amazing Umbra, for gifting that sub to our new friend, Cutie Cupcake Streets. Thank you so very much for your generosity and kindness. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much, sweetie pie. Sleep well too. Thank you, lovely. Fabulous Cupcake, would you like to let us know when your next stream will be? And if you are comfortable with sharing your art, I would absolutely love to show it to my community. Raiders, if you need to raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We have a nice long art stream today where you guys get to contribute to our music queue. I did some redeems today, and then a lady. I'll show my little badge. Please do, Kitty Cupcake. Let me, hold on, let me permit you 1 second. Sorry. I want to make sure you don't get timed out. It's only 10 seconds, but it's kind of a nuisance. So there you go. While you actually find that, though, I might do a quick little introduction about us, if that's okay. Here we go.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Best you love. To yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! But yes, thank you so much for bringing everyone in, Sweetie Pie, and thank you, Striker, for the heads up on the class. I do appreciate it. I
Uncle
probably won't be
Store
able
is
to
home
make it if he
after
does
his
it on
last day at that
Wednesday, but-
workplace, and says he is happy to be free of it and free to spend time with every being here. He needs to stop hugging me and hug everyone else too.
Aww, I'm so glad that Sweetest Storm is home after his last day at the workplace. Welcome to freedom until your next job. But very good. Seems good, but you're clearly taller than 5'5". Do you reckon? I guess it depends on how big the TV you're watching me on is. Got work at 5 p.m., finished at 4 a.m. Fuck, absolutely shattered. So just gonna do what I do best and lurk from the shadows. Cutie Cyber, darling, I am so sorry you're so tired. Oh, I wish I could give you a big tight hug. But yes, get some good rest, okay? That is insane. Please, please get some sleep. Thank you so much for the support, though, in the lurk. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Still love that. Aw, Cutie Cupcake, I'm so glad, honey bun. Sorry, did you share art in the Discord, or did you want to post a link here? Sending hearts and love to Tau because I can't send sticky hearts. Oh, thank you, lovely. Hold on. Hearts and hugs for you too, Sweetie Pie. Thank you for being here. Finished my little sketch. Tau may not be good, but I'm proud of it. I bet it's amazing, Sweetie Pie. Did you post it in the Discord? I'm extremely happy with this, and that would be me, overly polite, and I'd eventually feel like I'm being a nuisance. You are far from a nuisance, darling, but ooh, wait, I must catch them. Thank you for my sticky hearts. Ew, Alex, what do you mean? Art text, I did a little art redeem for my dreamies. Ah, cool. Let me have a look. 1 second. Oh, fuck, that's cute. Oh my god, look at this little baby. Certified Starbite Saver. Thanks for watching. That's so cute. Oh, I love this brush you're using. What program do you use, Cutie Cuppy? This is your request. Good choice, Cutie Cushion. I like this. It's very vibey. And Sweetest Sam, gotta go apply my head to pillow. Absolutely, Sweetest Sam. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Hopefully we will have the pleasure of your company again in the not too distant future. I have not, on that note. Oh, yes, please do post it if you would like to into the Discord. This is great, darling. Thank you so much for sharing, cutie copy. I really love this pose, and this is such a cute character design as well. Love! You use Procreate too! Let's fucking go! Procreators unite! It's from the DWE label. Not all their music is like that. It's a small indie label for anything electronic. Oh, cool. Okay, well, it's very, very nice and calming. Hugs for anyone that wants on chat. Thank you, lovely Loudon. Hugs for you too, sweetie pie. This looks awesome, darling. Excellent work, sweetie pie. So cool. I also did some pixel work today. Wow, that's awesome, darling. Very, very cool. Did you want to share that too? All right, so Lovely Live, you're ready to move on to flats. Now, I believe that you said that since this takes place in, is it Damos? Is that, I'm so sorry, my memory's so shit, but if that's where this takes place, it's quite like blue, purple, cool colors, is that right? Let me get it. Yeah, absolutely, cutie copy. All right, let me, whoops. Yes, cool. Damos. Yeah, Damos. Okay. Or is it Damos? Am I saying it wrong? TauTassieTiger, gorgeous, cutie, goo, ghosty, bat, good people, good, cute. Hi, gorgeous ghosty, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing, sweetheart? I need to get some art from you at some point. I have a few thoughts in mind, but I'll save them for when we have time. That's all good, sweetest striker. I've got my waitlist open right now. I'll probably take some new commissions in about a week or two once I finish the current batch. Like most without the T. Oh, Damos. Damos. Okay, it is Damos, not Demos. Got it. Damos. Lovely Layla. Sorry, I have no clue what I have missed, but I am back. Oh, that's okay, hon. That's okay. You haven't missed anything. No, you're golden. Don't even worry about it. But yeah, lovely Straka. Whenever you would like to join the waitlist, that is always open, and then I will pull commissions from there as time goes on. I'm currently working on something for lovely Vinny, which is really, really cool. Hold on. What am I doing? I gotta find... What? Where's the... Dude, did I just go over my liner layer? I think I did. Like an idiot. Yeah, okay. We're gonna invert this so I can see this better. One sec. Sweetest Honey Bun, thank you ever so much for gifting that sub to Relic Bee. Thank you, thank you. Hearts for you. Thank you so much, sweetest Storm. I so appreciate the amazing generosity and support, darling. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, darling. Okay, so this is just a sprite sheet. This is another redeem I have where you can customize your stream avatar. Oh, sick! Oh my god, they're so cute. Look at them! Look at them! Oh my god, they're so cute. Look at them go. Oh my god, I love the little heart. The heart go up, 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 fade. So sweet. I love these, hun. These are great. Awesome, awesome job, cutie cuppies. Oh, a week is too early. I was thinking months down the line. That's all right too, sweetest Striker. I pretty much have commissions open most of the time because it's one of my main income sources. So I basically try and take no more than about 10 commissions in a month. And so I'm maxed out on that at the moment. But I should be good to open them back up in a couple weeks, few weeks. Currently treating myself to a couple Bud Light Limes. I did a lot today. Well done, Vinny. Did you want to tell us what you got up to today? I love doing pixel work. It's relaxing, isn't it? It's so fun. It's so precise, but it's like quite soothing as well. Cupcake, have you checked out the Whitechapel? Exclamation point, shout out for the _Whitechapel, if that's okay, Strat. Absolutely god tier pixel artist. You'll learn so much from just watching them. I'm learning so much from just watching them. Like genuinely incredible. Keep it up. Magnificent. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good. Yes, yeah, you do watch Whitechapel. Let's go, cutie cupcake. Absolutely incredible. Whoops, sorry. Really, really amazing. And this is so cool. I bet that they'd love to see your artwork as well. So cool. I heard save. You did, dearest David. You guys, if you haven't checked out the absolutely fabulous Save File 17, he is indeed a flesh tuber. but he is amazing. You guys should go look at him. I think he's live right now. He's mostly a Hearthstoner, but he does also play lots of other games for like sponsored streams and stuff. And I actually was literally on his the smoke signal, as he says. He just gave us a shout out too. He's such a sweetheart. But I was actually on his stream yesterday. We were collabing on The Walk of Life, which is a very fun game. If you guys would like to play with any of your friends, do highly recommend. Really, really, really fun game and very, very silly as well. You love their stuff. I know. Whitechapel's amazing. But yes, we have some voice lines from the fabulous save. Shout out battle! I have to wait 57 minutes and 52 seconds to shout out again. I kind of got a bit hurt at work yesterday. Try, are you okay? And you're back, Cutie Calme. Welcome on back, darling. Let's see. With his stoner. I don't actually think he's a stoner. He just plays Hearthstone. Therefore, he is Hearthstone-er. Hi there, sweetest Saint Saturnus. How are you? It's so good to see you, darling. Welcome, welcome. All right. Let me get like a nice gradient going here. I might even do like some kind of a, ooh, you know, it'd be really atmospheric. We make a bit of red there. Yeah, I like that. Just a little bit more blue here and a little bit more. Fucking hell, can you not do that? I do not like this new update, dude. We need to take the break. Oh, we do, you're right. Sweetest save, the Walk of Tau. You got the fucking save. You're so sweet, hon. Thank you so much. What the heck? 2,000 biddies? What? Why? Thank you. Oh my god, the whole entire carton of candy. Thank you, sweetest Sam. I really appreciate it. You're so sweet. Oh my god, you just got the level 2, hype train level 2. Thank you. Choked on one. Save is way too sweet. Thank you so much, Save. Aren't you live right now? What are you doing? You're so silly. If you guys have not checked out Save, you really should. Just at the very least, even if you're not like super interested in Hearthstone, like I said, he's a really, really genuinely wonderful guy. He's very interactive. He's quite soothing. He's like kind of cozy, but like without the super hyper screaming chaos of me. And I actually hang out there quite a lot. So, and I think a lot of the pals who have joined his community can vouch for that. So please do check him out. He is wonderful. Genuinely, I think he's probably my favorite place to hang out on all of Twitch. Really, really awesome vibes. Am I peeking my mic? Sorry. Hold on. I'll actually turn my gain down. You're probably right. Thank you for letting me know. He had a really long queue. Oh, really? He's going for 12 wins right now. Holy shit, that's fucking sick. Go Save! Oh my god, that is awesome. Your alert made me think my song request maybe started. Sorry about that, David. I have to read and fade away now. I'm glad I was able to make an art stream. I'm so glad that you got to be here, Cutie Cupcake. Thank you so much for bringing your awesome community in. Yes, Raiders and you as well, Cutie Cupcake. Please go practice some self-care. If you guys want to stick around, we'd love to have you. We're still going to be doing art for another, like, 6 hours. If you do not wish to hang out, please go to bed, go grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a stretch, go eat food, whatever you gotta do, okay? Thank you so very much for coming in. And fuck, I'm so sorry, Ozzy. I can't believe I missed your biddies. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the bits. Awesome, Ozzy. I'm so sorry. Just a reminder for everyone, you are loved, you all matter, and you have all the worth you could ever imagine. Stay amazing, guys. 100% awesome, Ozzy. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, hon. Thank you so much, darling. I appreciate it. The Walk of Tau. He's so sweet. That's so funny. Okay, you are right though, Strat. So for those of you who came in with the raid, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. It's not too long. It is just long enough that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you actually don't have to worry about it, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run the ads that are due, and then we come on back and hang out. And that way you don't miss any of the content that we're making, okay? I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darling sisters, I'll see you in in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Love you lots. Miss it terribly. See you soon. Mwah!
for everything.
Oh god, she's gonna be so cute and draw me a
So,
picture.
do you like it?
It's
I love that she's
that cat
reaching
again.
for the cat's
I
butthole.
drew lots. This one turned out the best.
Oh,
I'm giving it to you.
Hey, it's actually pretty good. Shows you're a real cat lover.
That's so cute. Oh. No, tell me, Strut, what is a decent amount of sleep? Is it more than this many? Is it more than this many, Strat? Or is it less than this many? Keep it up, good job. Keep it up, good job.
Yucky.
And buttons. Buttons. You're doing great, thank you! Googly, googly, uh-oh. Ozzy's taking the hit. I can feel it. My eyes, they're about to... Incredible timing. I'll take that. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me. We're in Heavensward! Woo! We finish Base A Realm Reborn and all of our bridging quests. Time to enter Heavens. Ooh. Pretty music. Teeny tiny house. Actually, that's a very good point, Seti. What's this? What's this? Purple! Purple! Ah! No! Fuck you! You creepy red dick thing! Scary. Yuck. Oh, thank God. I was like, I've killed this before. Does it count if I killed it somewhere else? Okay, good. It's so scary. I hate these things. Oh my God. Oh, it just collected a place. Yes. Oh my God. Like my breakup with my ex. It just clicked. You know what I mean? Done. Okay. Absolutely phenomenal. Might be easier to turn it all around rather than doing it blind from this side. Oh. Oh yeah. I want tofu. I want udon. Dombe, dombe. Please send this way. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Dombe, dombe, dombe. Cute, pretty cute. Was that supposed to be a meow? No, I don't think I intended to do a meow, but I could. Okay, I thought that was not intentional. That was not intentional. That's my save hat layer that I forgot to turn off on this screen. Okay. I thought it was intentional. You know what? In that case, it was intentional. No, it was not. I'm so sorry. Okay. If you guys are going to bed, I hope. Just wondering if you want to leave a bite for Nick, just a bit, just a little bit. Oh no, I didn't read that until after I. Oh, is it?
Well, 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 if it isn't the powerhouse of pals who already defeated their hard boss. Very impressive, cutie pies.
We will head back over to the art section as soon as you finish this round of words.
Welcome back, beautiful Bublin.
Thank you guys so much for the level 2 hype train, by the way. I do believe that was derived from Sweetest Storm, a sweetheart save file, and amazing Aussie. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
Your legs, please.
Alrighty. Well done. Let me just get out of this.
Chocobo with a hattie.
And
Yeah. Anyway, Pacific.
all right, back over to arting we go. Did you stretch? I did. I did.
Or
I
darling.
think I
and
mentioned
the brim.
I
Oh,
am
no.
keeping an eye out for some friends at the moment from back home. Oops, yeah, and you can tell that I use my phone during break. Did you stretch? Did you guys stretch? Are you guys ready? Uppies for you, lovely love. Hey, good love. Awesome Aussie, are you beautiful being? Uppies for you. Hey, good Aussie. Welcome back, Sita Sarjatsi. Oh, fan art. Let me have a look, Sita Seru. Ah, outstanding opossum. Welcome back. My hair's just trying to strangle me. Don't mind me. Ubbies! Yay! Good possum. Hope your friends are okay. Yeah, I hope so too. Thank you, lovely Aussie. Grimace Shake returns. Now it has a meal with dessert. Is it like a purple bun or something? Lovely Layla, not gonna lie, I have no idea how to draw what I'm drawing. What are you drawing, lovely Layla? Okay, let me go look at the art workings. Let's see. Relic Bee! Hello, Radical Relic Bee! Thank you for accepting the gifted sub from the sweetest storm. And thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure to have you welcome on in. Thanks so much for being here. Purple bun with purple cheese. Wow, that is crazy. That is crazy. I need to get some shut-eye. Absolutely. Didn't get much sleep because of the power cut. Please get some good rest, Sweetest Strat. No worries at all. Okay, let me have a look at the artworks. Oh my god, dude. Umbra commissioned this. This is so freaking cute, dude. Sorry, I just have to look at this. This is so cute. This is so cute. I think this is from Bisquetto. Is that right? You gotta get going, sweetest Sir Jazzy. No worries, honey. Thank you so much for coming in. I do appreciate you. Have a good main, darling. Sporty Tao. I know, I'm so cute. Oh my god, I'm so cute. Isn't this awesome? I'm kind of obsessed. I love the stylization of like the square pupils and stuff. So cute. Oh my god, you are amazing! Oh, thanks, lovely Relic. This isn't my art. This is art from someone that Umbra commissioned of me, which is really sweet. I'm happy to show you. I'm happy to show you something that I've done real quick, so that you can get a better idea of my style. But like this is one of my pieces that I did recently, also for Umbra, actually, conveniently. You're a soccer player, so that's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. I actually am not really, I'm not really a sports person. I really love, like, I like individual stuff. 1 second, hold on. I just got a message from my friend, sorry. Sorry, hold on. 1 sec, guys, sorry. Dude, oh my god, okay. Yeah, okay. Alright, I will stand by in case they need me. So if I need to disappear for a few minutes, then you will know why. But yes, sorry. Let's see. Sorry, just scrolling. Okay, cool. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna look at lovely Sedu's artwork. Oh my god, that's so cool! Wow, this is sick! Oh, I'm kind of obsessed. This is awesome. This is an Orochi Kirin version of me, which is fucking awesome. Orochi Kirin is my favorite monster from Monster Hunter. 1 second, I just gotta drag this over here so I can find it. Thank you so much, Sita said. This looks absolutely insanely badass. I'm kind of fucking obsessed. I love it. I love it. So let me call this Orochi Seru. There you go. Been a while since I used cell shading. It looks awesome. I love it so much. Look at this fist. Just gonna fuck you up a little bit. Let's see. That's so freaking sick. Isn't it so sick? I love it. And I love the like corkscrew horn. That's so awesome, Sweetest Sedu. Fantastic! Absolutely amazing! That is so sick. Thank you so much for making it and for sharing it with us. So cool. Okay. Let me see here. I wanted to do some, do you know what else I realized? I actually don't think I love the way that I've done this, because this was originally intended to be like a metal bar kind of, but I don't think I want it to be. I think I want it to be, I want it to link up with this like cloth. So I'm going to make this kind of come down here. Oops, if I use the right brush anyway. Orochi Kirin is ice. Yes, Orochi Kirin is indeed ice. Which is ironic, since my favorite Pokemon is Jolteon, which is electric, which, like, OG Kirin is also electric. Um, let's see here. Okay, so that comes down. Okay, actually, I think that's maybe all we need to do. No, no, no. I want this to kind of lay across like that. We need gravity on Deimos to impact it, so we'll do that. And I'm probably gonna go through and do some corrections once I get the flats laid down. And some other areas. My favorite is Lucaria. Lucaria is pretty cool. I do like a Lucaria. I'm not even deeply into Pokemon. Yeah, listen, there are some really bomb Pokemon designs, to be honest. All right. Let's do some flats on Pierce first, shall we? We shall. Actually, you know what? Just so that I get a better vibe for this, sorry, I might invert that, and we're just gonna remove the background just for now so that I can get the rest of this right. Okay. Terrific Talon! Welcome on in. How are you? It's great to see you. Welcome, welcome. Oops, sorry. There we go. How's it going? Going well, hun. Going well. Just working on some commissions. How are you? Oops. All right. He has whites, but I might make sure that that's, yeah, that's doing the right thing. And what color are his eyes? Hey, love. What color are your boyfriend's eyes? Sorry, I mean not Hayes's, like Pierce fantasy boyfriend, I guess. Blue, perfect. Are they like light blue or like dark blue? Sky blue, perhaps, or like darker. Blue, also blue. I like blue. Oh, you meant Pierce. Blue. Both blue. Buttons. Buttons. Medium blue. Okay, so maybe like what, like this kind of color? How's that? Or lighter? Very busy day. Had an inspection from our RM. So a lot didn't get done by the day crew. We are not gonna get everything done, but I'm gonna try. That's you can only do what you can do, right, Terrific Talon? I'm proud of you for getting that. That's a tad too dark? Okay. I'm proud of you for getting as much done as you possibly can. Hopefully they acknowledge that. That better? Blue is blue. I think the blue earlier. Oh, did you like the blue earlier? One second, I'm gonna have some water. Oh, and I also probably need to get... Let me get the teeth colored in as well. Whoops, wrong button. Wrong button! Cool. Good. All right. And I'm gonna assume he has like pink red gums, probably. That one, wait, is that still a tad too dark, Lovely Laugh? I think both blues are in there due to gradient style they use. Oh, I will be making them like how I normally do, but I'm looking for flat colors right now. So what the base color is, and then it'll get darker at the top and lighter at the bottom of the eye. Yeah, if that makes sense. But like the mid-tone between what you see when you look at Pierce's eyes is pretty much what I'm looking for. Neo Greg! Hello there, fabulous Greg! How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome in. How are you doing? Oh, how was Marvel Rivals? Did you do some Hearthstoning as well? Hello there, sweetheart. It's so good to have you. You guys, this is another absolutely outstanding Hearthstone streamer who is also a flesh tuber, but also very sweet. You guys, this is Neo Greg, who hath graced us with their presence fresh from a raid from Marvel Rivals. This Hearthstone arena aficionado boasting a world's first 15-win run. Also dabbles in rhythm games and other card-based delights. Their streams be a regal blend of education and entertainment, fit for any courtly viewer. Also has pretty freaking bomb musical taste, if I do say so myself. Welcome on in, Greg. How are you? Raiders, if you need a raid and run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We're doing some art today. We're working on commissions. And yeah, we're also letting you guys request music. So if you'd like to request music, please just read the pinned message and use the art song request channel point redeem. How are you doing, Greg? How was your Hearthstone matches and how was your Marvel Rivals matches? I think the first blue was closer. Oh, that's all right, hun. Okay, so we'll do, a lighter blue? Something more like, what, like, kind of like, oops, sorry. Like this? Is that kind of what you're looking for? Greg once finished an entire season of Arena with an average of I almost read 101 wins, sorry, of 10.1 wins. The max is 12. That is incredibly impressive. I do one day want to see a showdown between Greg and Save. We played a great day of Hearthstone and played the PvE Marvel Rivals mode with vampires. There's vampires in PvE in Marvel Rivals? That's sick! Greg, have we already asked you who you like to main in Marvel Rivals? Hope the streams are going well here. They're going great, Tom. Thank you so much for asking. Would you like to let us know, Greg, when your next stream will be? That one, perfect, Lav. Awesome. Would you like to let us know when your next stream will be and what you might be streaming? Hi, in the meantime, hello, everybody. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. And recently, I've gotten the privilege of coming on in and hang out with Greg a little bit on his streams and maybe lurking from time to time as well. I'm not a professional talker, clearly. I do voice act, but I'm a professional artist. There we go. I do commissions, I do art. And today just so happens to be our nice long art stream day. So if you would like to stick around and hang out with us, we would love to have you. We're gonna be live for about another 5 hours. So it's a good period of time, 5.5. And yeah, we also, I love to play story-based games. So we've just started Pragmata. So we're playing that. If that's interesting to you, come on through. What else are we doing? Persona 5 Royal, first time playing that. Final Fantasy 14, first time playing that. Monster Hunter Stories 3, first time playing that. And when Blood of Dawnwalker comes out, whenever that is, we are going to play that as well. Once we finish any of those games, you guys actually get to vote on what we play of your choosing. It's a good time. It's a good time. And I'm all about that democracy. And Greg likes to play Jeff. We love Jeff. We love Jeff in this chat. Very cute. Very cute. Strat's not taking care of themselves again. Strat, go to bed. And Ghost of Yorte, yeah, well, once that comes out on PC, we do want to play that, but I think that's going to be at least another year or two, because it took forever for Tsushima to come out, so, yeah. But yes, you guys, please, Greg, please, you and your lovely community, I know you've been streaming those long hours, so please go make sure that you take care of yourself. If you got a raid and run, that's cool, but we'd love to have you stick around. If you need to go to the bathroom or shower or eat or go for a walk or go to bed, whatever you gotta do, please go ahead and do that. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for him, okay? Yes, Commander, just had to come greet the raiders. Back to shutting my eyes. Strat, we can greet the raiders. It's okay. You go to sleep. But yes, thank you so much for bringing everyone in, gorgeous Greg. I so appreciate it. If you would like to let us know when your next stream is, we would love to know so that hopefully we can come and join you. But thank you so much for the raid. Enjoy the art making. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Greg. Really, really do. Thank you so much. Yes, self-care, please. Exactly. Thank you so much, and I do appreciate you guys. Please check out the gorgeous Greg. What a sweetie pie for bringing in his gorgeous community. Thank you. All right. We are, like I said, we're working on some commissions today, and at the moment we are working on this one for Lav, who is in the chat. We have a muscly guy with blue horns. I think they're actually supposed to be a little bit more aqua, kind of. Something like that, maybe? We're just working on flats right now. So all of the atmosphere that makes his angry expression all the more atmospheric. Yes, we will get to that when we do rendering. We gotta get save a clip of Tess saying, "Dude, it was huge." Actually, yeah, we should do that. Dude, it was huge. There you go. Go feed that to Save. I do love whenever I'm in Save's stream and he pushes the Neo Greg button and then dude, it was huge. Hydrate, stretch, meds, check, food, feed the cat, dog, or dragon, and do all the stuff you need to. Exactly right. All right. I think his hair's not kind of this purple color. I mean, it's good for the vibes of the scene, but might just bring it back a tad towards brown. Yeah.
For me, I really like corn.
What do you like about corn?
It's corn. A good enough. It has the juice. And a more beautiful thing.
Thank you for the corn song, Incredible. I see ya. I can't because mobile. No! If anyone wants to help, that would be amazing. Fair enough, David. Fair enough. Listen, I often say things regardless of what I know they mean. So if you want me to say it some other time when you're not on mobile, I will do that probably. I will probably do that. Lav, is Pierce, like, what kind of a skin tone does he have? Because in this ref image, he's looking quite, like, tanned, but I think that might just be because of the really strong lighting on the left side of the screen, but I don't know. What's the vibe? That moment in Save's stream yesterday that gave off Ralph Wiggum vibes, Tau, I'm miserable, or something in similar lines. It has stuck with me. I forgot what that was. Greg was talking about a score jackpot related to Balatro, and it's like, the money was huge. Listen, I won't often say exactly what people want me to say, but for Save and for Greg, I'll do it. And many of my precious pals who have established that they are not trying to take advantage of me, I will say things. I will say things. I actually have never tried Balatro. I should try it sometime. I drew Pierce once for Lav and I made him look darkish. Okay. So he's darker skin. Lurking helps me draw so much. Oh, Layla, let's go. I'm so happy to hear it. His skin tone, as one of my oldest friends described, is Hawaiian. He does have darker skin tone. Okay. All right, cool. Let me see if I can find like a good mid-tone. That's not mid enough. Hold on. Hold on. It's going to help me if I just... It's too bright. Too dark. Hold on. That might be good. Once we get... Wait! No! Not the teeth! Not the teeth! Wait! Oh, I see what the problem is. Damn it! Okay, hold on. It's my own fault for breaking the line with the mouth, but I gotta do this by hand. This is a banger. This song is a banger. Hey, let's go, Steven! Your song! Perfect! Oh, David appreciates your taste in music, hon. Take advantage? Like saying we need to go to 6th, 7th dimension as an adventure? I do that, yes. Yes, like that. Like that, Sadu. There, Lith, if you're still here, Tao said 6, 7. Oh, Sadu, you're making enemies. Not of me, but I happen to know there might be an Aussie in the chat that really hates that. Boy. See, I told you. I know him. I know him. That was for Lith. Ah, bubbling too. Actually, I don't think I need to, if there's already color there, should be fine. Did I put color in his eyes? I did. I'll just do the outline. Okay. Once I get the flats for his skin color down, you can let me know if you want to see it lighter or darker. Because sometimes it's hard to tell until we get all of the fleshy tone. Okay, well now I want to end to a sword fight. When I had El Portro the other day, some kid out of nowhere asked me to say it. I did say it, but I lost brain cells. Now I have damage. This is a very good song. We have a lot of really phenomenal musical taste in this chat, I must confess. I don't listen to a lot of music outside of stream, but you guys introduced me to some bangers. Does he have any skin showing? No, okay. What do you think of the skin tone, Lovely Laugh? Saying 69 would be the perfect counterattack? Say it. Say 67. 69. Nah! Rosie! Hello, gorgeous Rosie! How are you? You guys, speaking of absolutely outstanding artists, let me show you guys the gorgeous and magnificent Rosie! Fantastic, fantastic artist. absolutely astounding artwork. I can only wish and dream to have the color theory, anatomical knowledge, character design chops of Rosie. Absolutely incredible. Please do check him out. Very, very vibey, cozy stream. Very exceptional artwork as well. Do check him out. Do check him out. Surprised it doesn't go around much on VR chat. What, 69? 67? This looks really cool. Oh, thank you, Rossies. I'm so glad you like it. I'm just waiting to see what lovely Lav thinks whenever she's available. If she doesn't reply soon, I'll start filling out some more of the colors that I have on here. Gonna be a lot of work. Whoa, yeah, it's a lot of work, this one. This one's gonna be a lot of work. There's a lot of texturing and a lot of atmospheric rendering that's gonna happen. And I think I'm gonna do like backlighting, which I think will be fucking sick. If this is the base before the lighting in demos, it's too dark. Okay. Demos is usually a darker place. Yes, okay. Yeah, we'll lighten them up a little bit then. Fuck. Hold on. Ah! Why does it do this? All right, how is this, my dear? Oops. Surprise! The entire world is flesh-colored. That color's perfect? Okay, fantastic. Awesome. Great. Okay, and his top, I think, is black? And are his pants the same color as the top there? I forgot how tiny Lav is. Lav is teeny, teeny, weeny, tiny, yeah. I'm just waiting for someone to come in here who doesn't know, like, the story behind Lav and Pierce, and for them to be like, hey, Tao, no offense, but, like, the proportions are off, and I'll be like, that's how it's meant to be. That's literally how it's meant to be. Trust me. I need to do a thing. I said it. Oh, how could you? Aussie? Okay, fair enough. All right. I think that the pants look like they're about the same shade as the top, so let me try that. And I think the shoes are too, is that right? These little shoesies down here. Oops, fuck, shit, sorry. Hold on, am I on the right? Actually, yeah, I think that is right. Okay, leg go up there, okay. Sent you an image just to hopefully help with the colors. Okay, 1 second. Let me minimize this so I can go look at my DMs. 1 moment, please. Oh my god, please, undo. Fuck, stop! Sorry. You guys don't have any clue what's going on, but just trust that it's, as it's not affected by shading. Oh, that'd be perfect! Okay, thank you. Oh, the Minecraftian! Okay, cool. Thank you. My Pierce is a little bit darker. Is that okay? Do you like, you said it's perfect, so if you want me to keep that skin tone, I can. I really enjoy darker skin characters because a lot of people don't make them, which is tragic. One of my all-time favorite jokes, I used to be addicted to soap, but I'm clean now. All right, let me see. Oh yeah, so it is black. I'm not gonna do pitch black, like this one's almost pitch black, because I need some space to do art. Yes, I need space to do art, sorry. I need space to do the rendering. Thank you so much for the care package, Sita sucks. I appreciate it. Ow. Yummy, thank you. Let me see. Love a darker skin to render, very fun. Yeah. A lot of people don't like create darker skin characters, and I don't really understand why. That used to be like my main character was The characters I really, really enjoyed drawing because, and it's not always like natural skin tones. I'm talking like dark blue and like, you know, like reds and pinks. And I just really like how light interacts with those colors. And the darker it is, the more you can like render dimension, I guess. It's really like dark elves. Yeah, dark elves as well. Like the drow, very fun to do like darker colored blue and purple drow. Let me see. Could you show me the colors side by side? I can fill in the, I'll show you the difference. There's a pretty big difference between, hold on. So the face is the one, the face and the other arm are the ones that you said you liked. And then this is the one that I'm color dropping from that image. Let me know which one you would like to go with. I heard it when playing The Last of Us Part 1. Is that a joke Ellie tells? Gonna be hitting the sack. Got work in 7 hours. Oh, absolutely, lovely Lily. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for quite a while, hun. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams and have a great day at work. Like the dark elf towel. Yes, a good dark purple. Yes, yes. Oh, thank you for the lurk, lovely Lily. I appreciate the support. I might make the pants darker. We'll go with the one you're dropping. Sorry to keep changing colors. No, that's all right, hon. That's exactly what this phase is about. Hold on. I did not color his nails. Well, one nails. Okay. Precious Pearl, hi. My inner demons. What about your inner demons, darling? Oh, I love Save Tonight. That's such a great song. I'm also gonna do some injuries on here, and he's got blue blood, right? So let me do that while I'm thinking about it, and you can let me know if the blood is the right color. Actually, let me put this on a different layer so that I can shade it properly. Yeah. Oh, I love the character Pierce. Oh, okay, nice. Oh, very good. Oh my God. Okay, well, I'm not sure if you were looking at this image or the one I'm drawing. If you were looking at the one I'm drawing, I'm flattered that you could tell who it is. If you were looking at this one, I'm glad you've made a new friend. Lav is a big fan. Both. Okay, great. Awesome. I'll take it. I'll take it. What do you think of this for the base color of blood, hun? Or Pierce? Seeing as your Pierce friend, how big are you with his VS content? I love that you two are like, oh my God, Pierce! Lovely lady. Oh, lady's also a fan. Perfection. Should I change our title to AFMO Fanart? Is that an appropriate title? I don't actually know. Is that something I could say? Is that what this is, kind of? Just as soon as people come in, I'll have to be like, I don't know anything about it. Please defer all questions to Lav. All my inner demons fans unite! Maybe? I mean, Do we just become best friends? All right. You are drawing, Pierce. That's true. Okay, I'll say, art and music time. Should I put My Inner Demons or Pierce or Aphmau? What do you reckon? You guys get to decide. Ooh, should I have this sleeve kind of stained with some blood? Do you think? I think Aphmau, My Inner Demons art makes the most sense. All right, perfect. Thank you. Perfect. There you go. Now everyone who comes in, I'm gonna be like, no, don't talk to me. I don't know what you're talking about. Who's the comp for? I need to know. Is it Ava he's holding? No, this is lovely Lav. This is Lav's OC. Oh, a little bit of a bleeding scratch along the eye is pretty cool, right? Do we like that? Is that a good look? A little bit of. Do you like? Yeah, ask Lav questions. I don't know anything. I'm here to do the art, and you can't talk to me about the Aphmau. I've never seen it. Oh no, injury! Many injury in this
Raw,
case.
darling.
Raw, darling, indeed. Oh, I forgot a part of his skin! That sounds rough. Hold on, let me fix his skin part that I forgot. Okay. There's some halos. I hate this. Why are there halos? I crank the tolerance up so that there's no halos, and then they fucking give me halos anyway. Oopsie, fuck, sorry. That actually needs to be in front. But I gotta think about how gravity works, dude. Oh my god. Gravity's hard. Lavs, just stop me when I'm doing too many injuries, okay? Because I love injuries. I love blood. I love drippy things. Drippies are very fun to draw. This one will have a deeper cut, so I'm gonna make this. Let's see here. I don't envy you with the tattoo. You'll have to end up drawing. Yeah, the tattoo's kind of hard, but I'll figure it out. Gonna request music from Dewey. Who's that? Tao, you're making me want to make an OC due to drawing blood. Let's go! Give me things that are bleeding to draw. Whoops, that's too much, sorry. Tau loves blood? We're witnessing a vampire transformation? Thylacine vampire! Unstoppable! Same, Tau, same. But I'll never do that to any Tau fan art unless it's cool. Unless it's cool. Vampacine! That's me, I'm the Vampacine. How is it already time for another break? What the heckies? All right, yeah, and I wanted to do another. Trying to think of what weapons we used on the battlefield. We got like scratchies over here. We got a nice knife wound there, which I might just do this. We've got something that he's very barely avoided here, clearly. I want to do. What do I want to do? I don't want to make it too brutal. I was just contemplating putting an arrow through his bicep, but that might be a little too brutal, so we won't do that. But what I might do is maybe he's pulled an arrow out. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll have like an actual like, whoops, hello? Oopsie, I think I've got reference on, I do. I like to draw the liquids going around the muscles. Ooh, it's so cool. We have a droplet. A droplet. Ooh, drip on the leg. Ooh, the drippies. Yo. Sorry, you guys are seeing glimpses of my enjoyment before I became a cozy streamer. Zealous Karen, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak, Dawn. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. The arrow made it bleed so much the whole arm is covered in blood. Oh, that's sick. I love that. Ooh, I love that. It could be biting an arrow, but it's already bitten in half. Ooh, metal, edgy. Okay. Maybe we'll make. I mean, Lav hasn't told me to stop injuring Pierce yet, so it's time for me to do more.
You must excuse me. I've grown quite weary.
You must excuse me. I've grown quite weary. Does that mean you're leaving, Cutie Caution? Or, oh, that's the OC. You're done driving, Sweetest Solar. Well done, hon. Well done. I hope you get some good rest now. Think Yuki-chan or politely need to be here to simmer you down? No, that's okay. They can just drink the blood. I wonder if the blue blood has similar nutrients as the red blood. Okay, we need another deep cut here. I'll make that like an actual black hole too. So I guess that means that his muscles are blue as well, because the reason our muscles are red are because of blood. So red or pink, you know, like, so I assume that I'm quite surprised his skin tone is so like warm if his blood is blue. Sorry, I'm being too logical about this. Have a good night, lovely Mac. Thank you for hanging out with us. I'll see you later. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for the lurk as well, terrific Talon. Sleep well. Blue Muscle, Blue Man Group. I haven't done line art in like this in so long. So exciting. That's super exciting, hon. I'm so excited to see it. I hope you'll consider sharing it with us. Meep. Meep. Maybe I'll also, here, he's not only fighting with a sword, right? He's also going to be fighting with his Oh, and I'll put some blood on his fingertips because the song said so. Actually, I'm gonna wait until I do the texture stuff for that. Not texture, but like, I want to get the... I want that to look less like an injury and more like a... Excuse me? And more like just splashes. We'll have some splashes around. Like, Lav, you have to reel me in if this is too much. You're making a Demos character. Very cool, bro. Tao, he's a demon. He might be burnt outside, but not in the inside. I think even if you burn something that is blue, it just goes more purple. I guess it depends on what it is that you're burning. If it's cloth, it'll get a deeper blue, but if it's flesh, it'll probably be blue. I mean, purple, maybe? I forgot when the storytime stream is happening. It's gonna happen next week, Mac. I was gonna do it this week, but I have some stuff I have to do on Saturday. Too tired to keep my eyes open. That's okay, hon. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for the lurk. Hi there, precious pets. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. You guys, we do have to go on a very quick 3-minute break. It's not very long. It is just long enough that if you guys cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, that is a-okay either way. We will be back in 3 minutes, but in the meantime, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Sorry, I'm just getting some texturing. I don't like that, actually. I want it to be chunkier. Anyway, we'll work on that when we get back. All right, cutie pies, I will see you in 3 minutes. I'm going to set you up with a boss battle and words on stream. So I hope that you enjoy, and I'll see you very soon. Mwah!
Buttons, push them all. Wait, I gotta touch the ball. The ball. Oh, there's another ball. There's okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh. Googly. Uh-oh. Ozzy's taking the hit. I can feel it. No. Okay. We will go and say some... I signed and created a Stoat account just in case Discord goes to complete doo-doo. That's a good idea. I should probably do that too. I'm doing good. I just made my first payment for my car insurance to my 2006 Subaru Impreza.
Teammates look out for each other. We're a team, right?
Oh. High five. Yay! Oh my god, look how tiny her hand is. Oh, so cute. Oh, freaking cute. Teeny, tiny hand. Oh my god! Oh, it just collected a place! Yes! Oh my god. Like my breakup with my ex. It just clicked, you know what I mean? Done! Okay. Absolutely phenomenal. Might it be easier to turn it all around rather than doing it blind from this side? Oh. Oh yeah. Looks amazing. Thank you so very much for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 subs, darling. Thank you so very much. Okay, good. It's so scary. I hate these things. How many do we need to find? Over 100. I'm convinced. Tao needs help now. Wait, no, I don't. Wait, I got this. I fucking got this. Wait, there's fuck. I'll be the judge of that. Whether it's rest. Domain expansion. Domain expansion. Pouch. So that's my save hat layer that I forgot to turn off on this screen. Okay. I thought it was intentional. You know what? In that case, it was intentional.
No, it was not. I'm so sorry. Okay. If you guys are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. My dog. We're in Heavensward! Woo! We finish Base A Realm Reborn and all of our bridging quests. Time to enter Heavens. Ooh. Pretty music. Fuck. Just wondering if you want to leave a bite for Nick, just a bit, just a little bit. Oh no, I didn't read that until after I. Yummy.
Hey, cutie pies, I'm back. I will let you guys complete this bit, and then. Actually, let me go get some more water. That was something I meant to do, and then I got distracted. Sorry, I'll be like 30 seconds. Sorry, once.
Cute, pretty cute. Was that supposed to be a meow? No, I don't think I intended to do a meow, but I could.
I don't know what I'm doing. Hopefully none of the locals got murdered in the midst of my fucking up. I'm not sure. Dude, I thought you were supposed to do.
Tau report card 7 out of 10 defeated Raydell first try. Talks a little much but can be improved overall. A good stream so far.
Thank you very much for the fucking ow. Oh my god. Sorry.
Okay, sorry about that. I was just, I definitely, totally, and completely forgot to, hydrate.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
I do.
The things you need to continue to hydrate.
I want tofu, I want udon, dombe, please send this way. Meow,
Let's go
meow,
back
meow.
to arting. Also, well done on both rounds of your words and on defeating the boss. Well done. Awesome Aussie wants some uppies. Yee, good Aussie, beautiful Buplin. Welcome back. Suda said it, welcome back. Suda Strat, I'll be up for a bit longer. Yeah, no, not until next break. Just sleep, set an alarm for like when my stream ends, and then maybe you'll have gotten enough sleep. Don't you dare come back here before then. Lovely uppies. Yee, good love. Welcome back, precious pal. Suda Shadow, welcome back. Okay. You know what? I was thinking about it during break, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to change this idea. I think we're going to do... Whoops. Wait, is this right? Yeah. Welcome back, lovely Layla. He said he'll go back to sleep after a break, but the problem is if he wakes up every hour, then it's bad. He's like he's not even getting sleep at all. He needs to get more rest than that. I don't know if you realize this, but if you sleep, quote unquote, for 10 hours, but every hour you wake up, you're actually getting like none of the reparative sleep that you need. Oopsie, wrong brush. I wonder if I do some charcoals, if that's gonna... Yeah, that's it. Yeah, charcoal is a good texture for blood. Blood! I can't stop myself when I start saying blood. She ends up following the plot of the main group. I swear, sometimes it writes itself. That's great. You should do that too. You should do that too. Okay. Alrighty. Dried blue blood would be almost black, I bet. Yeah, probably true. I think I read somewhere that sleep cycles are an hour and 30 minutes. So if you sleep for an hour and a half here and there, you get a full REM cycle. Just not a good getting enough of them. Yeah, but Strat's sleeping for an hour or less. So he's definitely not. He's definitely not getting enough rest. Okay. Oh, and then, what color is this wrap? I actually don't see it on him. Is it kind of a blue? Speaking of rest, I'm exhausted. I ended up playing more games instead of napping. Lith, you're supposed to sleep! Have to figure out an armor style and modern clothing style that'd fit her? Yeah, people can sleep for more than 1 hour at a time. How? Cyber, sweetheart, no! Don't say that. Please get some sleep. Yeah, lovely Lav, are you here? Can you tell me, is this wrap on this arm, like, is it white, or what is it? See, self-care. It's only 6:10. It's fine, right? No, it's at 6:10 in the morning. Gotta sleep, hun. Don't worry, I can make you fall asleep real quick. You got me to help too? Oh, let's go. Oh, that's armor. Oh, that's armor. It's not a wrap. Oh, okay, then it can't be stained, obviously. But, wait, is it supposed to be metal? Is it metal? What is that? Oh, the record label. Nice, nice. All right, well, let me see. I might... Apollo, what's that made of? Metal. We like a bit of stylization though. Ah, wait, so is it metal? Is this a metal? Is this metal armor? Because if so, I will need to redesign it a little bit. Had to phone call, did I miss Baka Mitai how is stream? You're all good, sweetest Steven. No worries, honey.
Keep it up, good job.
Let's see. Baka Bindhai. No, you have not. It's actually in 3 songs. 3 songs.
Buttons.
Buttons. Keep it up, good job. Yeah, there you go, Ozzy. Thanks. Okay. Originally, yes, but I don't overly mind. Maybe it's a wrap because it's the metal part of it has gotten removed in the battles. Is this? Did requests get turned off? No, they shouldn't be turned off. Yeah, maybe it broke off. Yeah, maybe that's the metal part. There you go.
Actually, I can probably put, I can probably put the metal part on the ground, like over here or something. Like, and it kind of looks like it's like this general shape. And then does it taper? It does. What about that? Is that kind of how it looks? So if I've got that on the ground next to him, is that... And I cover it in blood? Oh, Tao and her battle damage cravings. Man, I just really like drawing blood. Liquids are fun. Liquids are fun. Thank you for the care package, Cedar Steven. I appreciate ya. Oh my god. What? Thank you for the care package, Cedar Steven, and thank you for contributing to my video game demo, sweetest time. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Thank you, honey bunny. Thank you so much. Thank you, sweet storm. Thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you, lovely. Thank you so much. Tal loves her edginess. I do love my edginess. I gotta express the edginess whenever it comes around because this is not really the vibe of the pouch. So I gotta be like, oh no, it's Lab's fault. Sleep is a luxury. Just got a call that my grandma got her tooth extracted and I need to go pick them up from the hospital. Strat! You gotta start denying your family things. Gonna be a lot longer than an hour. Oh, buddy. Fuck. What? No. Laugh. Ah! I've sent what I did so far in art. Oh, let me have a look. Firstly, Pena, this is so cute. I don't know if Pena's still here, but this is so cute. I love this. That's so adorable. Oh, Layla! God, I love your art. It's so unique. I love this hand pose. That is so sick. Oh my god, I love the pose in general. This is such a cool pose. This is great, hun. I love the way that you do hair, too. And expressions. God, everything about your art is so awesome. That's so sick, Layla. Absolutely amazing work. So gorgeous. So gorgeous. Look at those shoes. Ugh, so cool. I love. Oh, Eugene! This is so cute! What a handsome boy. What a handsome boy. I love those like yellow eyes. Very pretty. Very pretty. Very nice. Cool. Rhea Ripley. That's very cool too. I see so many amazing art pieces being shared. That is awesome. Oh, Calne! Let me cook. That's awesome. This looks sick. I love the missing tooth. That's so cute. Great expression. Hello, Precious Pearl. Are you heading out or just saying hi? Civic! Oh my god, how have I missed all of these? Wait, have you guys been telling me that they've been posted and then I just have forgotten to look? I'm so sorry. This is great. This is a nice angle. I like this angle from like down and from up to down. That's so pretty. Excellent work. And lovely Jet is working on, I'm so proud of you, Jet. You're working on your proportions. Nicely done. Keep it up. I like this face so much too, lovely Layla. I love this face. It's a great face. Great face. That's so pretty. Oh, I love like the gold accents and stuff. I love the detail you put into your like outfits. Oh, so cute. Fur Palsras! This is very cute, Sweeta said. Ew. I'm so glad you're getting back to this one. This is very fun. I love like the angles. Requests aren't working for me? Oh no! Oh, I've been trying to add MNEK color. Okay, oops, hold on. Chat just moved. Oh, shit. Okay, 1 second. Let me go pop that on there. Okay, I have queued that up and I will remove the one. Oh, wait, that one got oh, Ozzy, that's so sweet of you. Oh, thank you for doing that. And I'll get rid of the one from... There we go. Okay.
Someone else knows about MNEK? How are you supposed to pronounce that? Is it MNEK? You have to head to bed. It's past midnight. All good, Precious Pearl. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, sweetie. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us. Awesome. Those are so cool. Well done. Excellent work, you guys. Excellent work. God, I love seeing all the extraordinary artwork in the Discord. So many talented people. I'm so happy you like my outfit. I love doing details. Such a cute outfit. Thank you for the lovely stream and lovely art. Oh, my pleasure entirely, Precious Pearl. Thank you so much for coming in. It's featuring the fantastical Haley Steinfeld. Yeah, I did see that. I did see that when I queued it up. That's very cool. Very cool. And actually, maybe we can, now that we've ripped off the... Whoops. Sorry. Wrong color. Shit, I hope I didn't put anything on that. Yeah, cool. Whoa! Sorry. Let's do some spray painting. Whoa, that's too big. Fuck. Okay. Cool. Nice. Nice. That looks good. Thank you for the lurk, Ozzy. Enjoy your lunch, eh? Maybe line art isn't that bad. You just gotta figure out the hard stuff first. Yeah, that is true. That is true. All right. Now, Lav, you bleed blue. No, you bleed red. You bleed red, don't you? And is there a certain image you want me to eye drop from, Lav, for your skin tone? Or would you like me to just rely on you to tell me what you think? Yeah, you are red blood. Okay, cool. Let's see, what do you want to do for your skin tone, my dear? Lol, lol, you bleed red. Lol, lol, lol. Let's see. Are you like substantially lighter? Are you like this kind of lighter? Or... Or is that too light or too dark? Sent you an image to color drop from. Oh, perfect. Okay, 1 second. Oh, perfect. Thank you. All right. Okay. Oh, very light, very light. Okay. Super light. Borderline, like, wow, sickly white. Okay. There you go. That is, you are like a ghost. You are like a ghost in his arms. All right. Let's see. Purple hair. And you got the purple wolfy ears too. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to go through and fix all these nasty little halos that are coming up.
Keep it up.
Keep it up. Keep it up. Good job. Wow, yeah, I'm probably better off just coloring this way.
I almost didn't see the color difference from the white background. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, it's really, really pale. Did you want to change it? Did you want to make it darker? Because I feel the same. I'm like, oh, you're already dead. You're so pale, you might be dead. Or is that, are you happy with the super, super pale? You're happy with that? Okay, all right, you got it. You got it. Oh, and we got your ears that we can do too. I'll make the inside of your ears a little bit darker just because it's more specific than that ref. Okay, and then this ear. And let me make that a tad darker for the inside. There we go. And here, and then you have, is that the same shade as your skin tone for the fluff inside? I think it actually is. Only one studio album, some singles here and there. He hasn't won for the constant spotlight, so he just stuck to songwriting and producing. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Looks like you have black lashes, so I am gonna make that a little bit lighter so I can still have some room to work with that, and black eyebrows. Okay, I might actually yoink these colors here. Maybe we've got a, and if you want me to change that, then let me know. But do you have a preference for what color the gear is, Slav? While I wait for you to decide, I'm gonna do something that I really wanted to make sure that I did, which is put some circles here, not actual circle, bags under the eyes a little bit. Who's bye-bying? Oh, Sweetest Shadow Gun! All good, Sweetie Pie. Hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us. Gasp! Peaked out! If I ever did a karaoke stream, this would be the vibe. If not one of the songs. The ballad is so good, it's peak! This is really lovely. I really like the song. It's beautiful, Steven. Oh my god, I would kill to listen to you sing this song. You would, I can practically already hear you singing it. And you better tell us when you do that. Exactly what Phil Bosso said. 100%. 100%. I don't. If I had any free reign on the colors, it'd be purple and black. So I'll let you pick a few colors. Okay. All right. Purple and black. So let me see. I might involve. Hold on. I wanna get some color coordination here. And of course, I'm noticing things that I need to fix. Hold on. All right, let's do a purple, maybe like a purple from the bottom of your hair in that picture with the... Oopsie. Okay, and then what color? Let me see, what color are... Actually, I think that might work for... No, I want to give you some kind of color coordination with him. That band is fine. He probably, I think he's mostly wearing like silver if there's any securing bits. And I'm gonna give you black from, actually, I think I'm gonna do some artistic stuff real quick. Please ignore the fact that I'm changing colors. All right, I want both of you to have the same footwear color there. And your pants, it's gonna blend in with his top if I do it that way. Might do similar saturation, just a different shade. Maybe we bring in the purple for the pants here. And that might differentiate enough. Let's see. Nope, it's not. Maybe if I saturate a little more. Aha! That's it. Yeah, that's differentiating enough. And then for the top, I'm gonna actually make your like plate armor bits match with his, I think. Yeah, okay. It's almost the same color as your hair. Black, you said. Maybe if we do a lighter kind of charcoal gray on the top. Actually, I think that works. You can let me know if you think that works or not, but let me shift over to a different ref that you just sent so that I can get his stuff squared away. All right, let's see. He's got this purple on the inside, and then this gray silver, which I think we're gonna use for yours as well. Let me just get that. Here too. Welcome back, Jed. Okay, and then a darker gray here. Okay. Lav, do you want any paint on your nails, or can I just put blood on them? I literally cannot wait, nor can I, Fabulous Fibblesaw. Cannot wait to catch some Steven streams. Okay, I get to do his incredibly complex tattoo shortly, too. So, let me just get the rest of the colors down. I think that comes down here. And then he's got this, like, deep purple kind of... Actually, I think it's probably right about there.
Oopsie. Okay. Like that. Does it... Let's see, it is wrapped around his waist. And then... I actually don't know from this angle if we would see much of the... I mean, it might be like right here. Just barely. Yeah, I think that might be it. Look at me be productive today, guys. I probably have just jinxed myself by saying that. Blood! Blood! I'll put blood on his clothes too, on the sash thing. Oh yeah, and I wanted to give you the same like internal thing like that. Blood! Now, how gruesome do you want this blood, my dear? Because, I'm gonna put on the same layer. Because I can have you, like, I can literally have, like, blood coming out of your mouth if you want. But I don't know if that's too gruesome or not. That might look like you've actually died. It's up to you, though. It's up to you. I finished with my school, like forever, just turning my last assignment ever. Assignment on Tuesday. I'm graduating next week. Fabulous, Philbo. So I am so indescribably proud of you, hon. That is absolutely awesome. How good. Congratulations. That is awesome. Philbo, so welcome to the rest of your life. How good. That is absolutely sick. Yeah, congrats indeed. Yeah, let me know what you think, Lav. I can also not make you bleeding from your mouth and upside down. But you can have also hit your head if you want. I can put blood on your head. What I might do without your permission where's the splashies? There's the splashies. Is this? That's not the right color. Hold on. Whoops. Hello, sorry. Little overzealous there. I did say they're both very durable, and it takes a lot for them to be faced by injuries. Okay, yay, blood! Freedom never tastes so sweet. True that. Yeah, I saw that, Jet. Great job on the using the 8 heads thing. Keep up the good work. Keep practicing. Thank you. Don't know why I typed assignment twice, but hey, yeah, very excited you had to mention it twice, which is totally fair. I'm so proud of you, darling. Excellent work. Congratulations. Congratulations. Whoops. Actually, not whoops. I need to do some modifications for the specific section because it's gonna be impacted by this gray color. So let me there we go. Might make it darker, like for saturation. Overzealous. Overzealous. Oh, turn off the ref. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Now if I... a little bit bright in the other part. Oops. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. Let's see. Okay. Blood! Blood! Okay. Oops. Oh, you're all good, Vicious. Yeah, just use the song request function. Second random Tau question, what is your favorite fruit? Anyone else can answer too if they like. Ooh, fabulous football, so I'm happy to tell you about my favorite fruit, which is pineapples. I also like kiwis, though. I like both. Yummy! Yummy! What about you? What's your favorite? Are you eating something tasty that you want to share with the class? Aw, man. Pineapple and kiwi base. Yummy. Let's go. Delicious. Delicious. Oh, hold on. I missed some messages. That's gonna leave a mark in the time Lav wakes up. You mean like the actual like split open skull concussion? Probably a little bit. Just a little. Grapefruit. Ooh, you like that kind of like bitter? Is that the right phrase? Bitter, sour? No? I wish. I'm a pure strawberry fan. Strawberries are good. Strawberries are good. I love mango and apples. Grapes on a fun day too. Ooh, grapes are tasty. Mangoes are good. Good thing you like apples, Steven. You're gonna be eating a lot of green apples as your voice acting career progresses. Strawberries, yummy. Strawberries good. Strawberries tasty. I love strawberries, but it's so rare I get a good batch in season. That's fair, Steven. That's very fair. It's a nice, bitter, kind of nasty taste. But it's your favorite. Are you punishing yourself for something? Or oh, that's funny. Tao Mom came in asking about potentially buying a hybrid. Saw you doing your work. Just wants to say she loves your work. Oh my gosh, Ozzy! Please pass on how incredibly flattered I am that your mother likes my art. I'm glad she's not freaked out that you're watching someone just draw like potentially dead people. Thank you, though, awesome Ozzy. I appreciate it. Please pass on my love and hugs to your wonderful mother. Please remind her she has a wonderful and amazing son that we treasure and value greatly. I got a new version for the drawing mate. Oh, awesome, Jet. I will have a look. Let's go see. I like it. That's great, lovely Layla. I'm so glad you like it. I like it in some specific situations, and this is good. This is good. You're getting better. You really are getting better, hun. Well done, Jet. Excellent work. Just got to work on the proportions. So remember that you want to keep the head about the size, like, consistent as you go down. Will do. Aw, yeah, good. All right, let me see. Ooh, wait, he's holding you so tightly that some of your blood is getting on him. How about that? Hold on, I gotta visualize how this is gonna... Okay, so it's pooling, right? It's pooling here. And then it will spill over like so. Am I on the right? Yeah, I mean, kinda. The angle's not. Got to lurk as food's ready. Yummy. Enjoy, Aussie. Thank you for the lurk. Mangoes. Oh man, mangoes are really, really nice out here in Australia as well. I think it's Queensland that grows them, and then they just get sent over here to Tassie. Yummy. Bomb. Oops. Ah! I forgot to change the... Shockingly, forgot to change the brush back to where it was supposed to be. And actually, this probably needs to terminate in a little droplet. Nice. Okay. Ooh, I love a liquid running down the hand. Let's, You know what I want to do? One of my goals for voiceovers, I want to play a dying character. I want to play a dying character really badly. Anybody have a dying character I can play? Piranha! Welcome in, Piranha from the Amazon. How are you?
Hello,
That sounds crazy. But I want like a tragic hero character, right? Like either the hero that's dying or that motivates the hero to like be heroic. That's what I want. That sounds crazy. Red, just a few days ago at a Thai restaurant, I actually got an amazing dessert made of layers of super thin mango slices wrapped around a ball of sticky rice. Dude, that sounds so good. I want that so bad. Oh my god, Red, that sounds so delicious. Sweetened coconut milk, yummy! That explains the voice you did from the horror audio. Right, I have a great time acting like I'm being murdered. Terrific try. Welcome in, sweetheart. Hello, motherfucker. I think my shortlist submission is a dying character. I'm so nervous. Steven, send me your submission. I would love to give you some tips. No, but seriously, don't be nervous, sweetest Steven. You have got this in the bag. Easy, easy, easy. I genuinely do believe that you are going to ace it. Field, also, have you entered the shortlist as well this year? How is a goober? This is true. Ah, Tao and her love for dying characters. True. The what? Oh! So, Fabulous Filboso, I'm so sorry. I probably would have told you about it if we had been talking more when the announcement came out. But there's a yearly voiceover contest called the Shortlist, run by Junyun, who's been in a lot of stuff, and so Steven and I we both entered it. It was like $20 for an entry fee, but yeah, it means that there's like 5 different Lord, come on, rounds, I guess. Yeah, I think rounds is the right word for this. Anyway, and yeah, I've never done it before.
But it looks really, really cool, so I'm quite excited. Lovely. Good luck to you two. Let me know how it goes. Absolutely. And then next year we'll remind you to join it. Is it live streamed? It's if you enter into Chunyun's, he does stream it on his Twitch channel. But yeah, it's yeah. So I think that's gonna be Saturday? No, not Saturday. Sweetest Steven, do you remember when the when Chunyun is gonna be streaming the entrance that he got? I think the stream is sometime next week. Not sure. I can check. Oh, thank you, Steven. If you don't mind and it's convenient enough for you, I would love to. Yeah, I would love to. I would love to know. Begging you to audition next year? Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I agree, fabulous Philbusso. It's okay, Stephen. You and I will push Philbusso to join us next year. Wait. Where do I watch this? Great question. Steven will check for us. I want to see all of you act. I don't know if because you can select your you can actually select your judge. So I don't know if Steven is going to be choosing Jinyoon or someone else because there's a few different possibilities. Give me a holla. I'm like in those circles at all. So I've literally no idea anything that happens. Oh no, that's okay. I only found out about it because it got like fed into my algorithm over on Twitter. What was I doing? Hold on. I think I was doing splashies. Okay. Whoa. Sorry. All right. I need to do the same thing for one of his legs. Did Pierce get kneecapped? I guess we'll find out. Ah, yes, Down Under, the iconic song about Austria. Austria? Oh, okay. I was like, Austria. Australia. All right, let me see. Actually, yeah, that's fine. That's probably not dark enough.
Food is done. Time to eat. Enjoy. Enjoy. What are you eating? What's on the menu? Oh, and we'll put some, we'll put a little blood on the ground beneath him. What are we on? We're on grass. It'll be like dark blue. I'll need to partly modify this a little bit, but... Nice. Okay. Lav, do you want any injuries on your face besides possibly internal bleeding? Let me see here. Post a pic in the Discord if you want to torture yourself with pics of food you can't have. Yes, please. I love to torture myself. Everyone's food! Yummy! Ooh, yummy! Chicken veggie pasta that looks bomb. Oh my god. Can I? May I, please? Yummy, tasty. Yummy. Oh, sorry. I meant to click this and then go drool on your food. Drool on your food. Yummy. Those look tasty. Yummy. You're winning the art. Oh, thank you, gorgeous ghosty. You should get back in arting. I would love to see some more of your artwork. I may or may not submit to June. Depends on how confident I am in my audition. Tao and Philbosa may need your help listening. Currently no official time for it being streamed, but the 80 winners are announced before Sunday, May 17th. So probably someday beforehand. Yes. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Awesome. So it might be next week sometime. But very cool. Thank you for checking on that, lovely Steven. I appreciate you, hun. But yes, please send through to me. I would love to give you constructive criticism if I can. All right, let me see. So what I'm hearing is that you're going to submit this audition and we'll be there to listen. Yeah. I'm eating spaghetti with grilled chicken, carrots, broccoli, cauliflower, mozza cheese, and a homemade sauce. That sounds so good. Yummy, 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 yummy. Ah, yes, free Tao VAing. I do like to do that. That is a thing I like to do. I love those. I might have lost lovely Lav. She may have departed. So I might make executive decision and give her more blood. Oh, you are here! Oh, I was asking if you want any, if you want more injuries on your face. Oops, you are a tomato now. Oh, wait, which one? Okay. Sweetest Save! Don't mind us, we're just making people bleed. In real life. Welcome in, Sweetest Save! How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Welcome in.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Whoa! Yugi, we don't understand how to play this game. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to Save File 17's non-variety Vtuber other channel. See? He's on this channel too.
Keep it up, good job.
Welcome in, Sweetest Save. How was Hearthstone? How were your wins? Last time I checked, you were doing absolutely aces. Sweetest Save File 17 have graced us with their presence fresh from the Hearthstone arena. With over 50 leaderboard appearances, they be slaying it with style. Currently, they be rocking a dual-class arena run featuring the legendary Vashana Rune Totem. When not dominating the arena, they enjoy nerdy discussions and even open physical card packs for after epic runs. Truly a regal stream for Hearthstone enthusiasts. Welcome in, Magnificent May. Long time no see. Just kidding. Hi, sweetheart. Marcos! Hi, Magnificent Marcos. Welcome. How are you? And Sweetest Save. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for coming on in. Valiant Vicious, thanks for coming on in as well. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. Precious Pine Cube.
welcome in. Keep it up, good job. Keep it up, good job. You guys, seriously, if you haven't checked out the absolutely magnificent Save File 17, which you definitely have by now, because if you haven't been here, because I brag about him every single stream, minimum twice. And that's like an off day. Save is genuinely, oh, get ready, Save. Here's some clips for you. Save is genuinely one of the most lovely, grounded, down-to-earth people that I have ever met, like full stop. And then he is definitely my favorite place to spend my time on this platform. He's great to lurk in. He is great to actively chat in. He's very funny, very witty, very clever, and has unbelievably good memory. I don't, that's like the one scary thing about him, is that I think that he can literally remember everything. Yeah, everything. Yeah, everything. As opposed to me, in vast contrast to me, who forgets things 20 minutes after they were said. Sometimes it's less. Sometimes it's 20 seconds. But luckily, if Save is there, if I talk in Save's chat, I know that he will be there to remind me, oh yeah, Tao, you already said that 5 minutes ago. But you guys, we did actually do a collab with Save yesterday. If you didn't get to go over to his channel and check out, watch us playing a Walk of Life, we had many a laugh. There were some fuck, what was the burger reference, Save? What was the burger reference? The Tasty Burger reference. I probably need to watch that movie. We got a max 12 with the last run, which was nice. That is amazing. I expect nothing less from the master of Hearthstone himself, the Wizard King, God King of the Heart of the Cards. The next run nearly crashed and burned at 1 win. Well, you know. But it remains fairly alive at 2 wins, 2 losses now. You know what? A max 12 is incredible. That is awesome. That is awesome. That is so fucking sick. I'm so proud of you. Well done. You must feel quite accomplished, I would imagine. I would hope. The praise is rather hilarious this time with the Fanny music in the background. Don't worry. When it's clipped, it won't be there. Who's this Save guy? You've never talked about him before, so I am unaware. Oh, let me tell you. Pulp Fiction! That's it, they were doing the plot from Pulp Fiction! Yes, that's it, that's the one. Yes, thank you. That's the one. That's the other thing. Save is phenomenal to go talk to about like a variety of movies. He's a massive Star Trek and Star Wars fanatic. Also just like kind of anything sci-fi, vaguely sci-fi oriented. Firefly. I was like Starfly. That's not it. Starfly. Firefly. He's also doing a lot of, well, not super recently, but on his Save File Variety channel. Wait, I was stuck that one now too. Hold on. Save File Variety. You should go check out that channel as well, because he does a bunch of other cool stuff there sometimes. So like he played through Dispatch on there. He played through Resident Evil Requiem on there. But even on this main channel, the Save File 17 channel, he'll do like sponsored streams. Like we were doing, one of the other collabs we did was Talbion. It's Albion Online, but involving me. So it means that we're about 75% less productive. Yeah. But yes, welcome. Tao too broke to buy fries, buys fries anyways, and can't afford rent now. Epic Tao Save content, 10 out of 10. That is true. Why do I have 2 Tao tabs? Well, I just freaked myself out because I'm like, who the fuck is shouting out Save File Variety? Who is doing that? Raider from Save. Someone has come in from your stream and tried to shout you out, but it's me. It's me. I came in from your stream. Save loves to talk about his favorite Star Trek series, Enterprise. His least favorite Star Trek series is Enterprise, in fact, which was a great show that definitely did not make a mockery of the original Star Trek lore. And I definitely will not mention that I kind of enjoyed that. Multi shout out drifting. Tao Fox, you kind. Not at all. Not even kind enough. My brain is working extra not today. I think it's bleeding out with the characters I'm drawing. So yeah, not enough oxygen getting to the brain today.
But yes, sweetest save, please let us know when your next stream will be and what you will be streaming. And hey, while you tell us, here's a little about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Before the end goal.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
I hope you enjoyed that. For anyone who doesn't know me, who is coming with the fabulous save and the fabulous raid. Hi there, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger VTuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. We like to do a lot of RPGs here. I'm also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, which today is, you can request music and you can also request what we're, well, not request, but help me decide what we're drawing. Unfortunately, you can't request what we're drawing because I have so much ode art I have to do. So we have to do it at all waking hours. But let's see, we're also playing through Persona 5 Royal for the very first time. We're playing through Pragmata for the very first time. We're playing through Final Fantasy 14 for the very first time. We're playing through Monster Hunter Stories for the very first time. And sometimes once in a while, in a great while, it's not actually that frequent. No, it's actually about once a month, maybe a little bit more. We will do a hand cam stream. Yay, welcome in. I love razor sharp trolling. That's very funny. Be sure to stay hydrated and do all the post-stream care stuff. Absolutely. Save and friends, if you guys need to raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we would absolutely love to have you. Sweetest save. Did you tell us when you're going to be streaming again? We would love to know. We have to join you. Please join him. You guys, seriously, if it's not enough reason that I am recommending someone so incredibly, like, vehemently, then you probably still want to go hang out with him because I will be there. I am there quite often, actually. He's like my happy place. I get to vibe there. I get to relax there. I get to laugh, cackle really to myself alone in my house because he makes me laugh a lot, and he will make you laugh a lot as well. Please go check him out. He is astonishingly good at playing a strategic video game while also
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game either. I've been doing it for 3 years and I still don't understand. Thank you very much, Joey. Let me see here. Keep it up. Keep it up. You must sleep. All good, sweetest Steven. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for so long tonight. I really do appreciate it. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for coming in, sweetest Steven. Now to a lovely Saves community. We are doing a battle scene here. Battlefield scene. What every pro streamer says. I don't understand how to play this game. That might just be me. 19 hours from now, I believe, seeing if that 2/2 deck can avoid dying. Probably 3 hours of Conan Exiles this weekend, though, and more anime girls. Sick! Oh my god, you guys, check out Save for some Conan Exiles content as well, along with watching him with your mouth agape as you watch him dominate in Hearthstone Arena. But yes, thank you so much for bringing everyone in. Sweetest Save, I so appreciate the super generous raid. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for coming in. Please go do the post-care streamer things. Go hydrate, go to the bathroom, go to sleep, go eat, go shower, go for a walk. Whatever you gotta do, go take care of yourself. And I promise to take the best care of your lovely community. We'll just keep on drawing blood. Blue and red blood, both. ¿Por qué no los dos? I thought you were going to say dominate anime girls. No, no, no. That's what is it? What fuck? What was the? Ah, man, I would be so much funnier if I had good memory. What was it about? The car kidnaps the anime girls. Is that what was said during your Neverness to Everness stream? the car kidnapping the anime girls. Anime girls kidnapping a car. How? What was the order of operations there? PEMDAS. Oh man. Oh, this is some of my music. Sorry, you guys this may not be the vibe. Let me go find here. Do you plan to take the long break anytime soon? No, not anytime soon. Nath won't be home for another like 2 hours probably. Which there will be more of that in the future. Probably not this weekend. Different anime girls who probably don't get kidnapped by cars. Probably. But the chances are never zero. Truck-kun gonna isekai ya! Better watch out. Better watch out! That sounds very fun, though. You guys, Save is also going to be doing some more gacha stuff, maybe with Neverness to Everness, although I support the Fork Muggers one. Next question, did I or did I not miss the break? You did not miss the break. We haven't done it yet. But I like to wait until our raiders stop having the raider tag before I go, hey, I'm disappearing for 3 minutes. Yeah, welcome in, sweetest Save. Thank you so much, you guys. Please check out Save. There is a reason that he is the only other person on this channel to have voice lines besides myself. All those mask ones, those are all him. Here, have a quick follow from him.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not.
No. Tao's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? Okay. Welcome on in, Uwu.
Follow! Breaks are for people who get enough sleep, strats. No breaks for you, strat. Yeah. Tell him. Tell him. Valiant Vitalina. Thank you, Will, for the Vitalina. Thank you. Oh, I see. Thank you so much for the care package. By the way, for anyone who came in with Greg's raid, I'm sure you already know of Save, but if you aren't following him already, you definitely should. Okay, you definitely should. I'm just saying. And of course, if you haven't been following Greg and you like Save, you should probably follow Greg too. This is the Hearthstone. This is where the Hearthstone, this is the neutral zone where Hearthstone people meet up. Okay, that is this channel. All right, let me do a little bit more blood. Why not, you know? Why not? A little bit more blood would be good. I could make your ears bleed if you want. Not literally. I mean, Lav's ears, literally, but... Been so long since I have played Hearthstone. Been in WoW so much. Yeah, that is totally fair. That is totally fair. Oh, right. Okay. Only we could all look so pretty with head injuries. Why did I say that? I'm so sorry. That's really weird. That's very weird. Why did I say that? That's just a little bit weird. Nice. Okay. If this was my stream, I'd hit a button saying, entering the neutral zone. We are now in violation of treaty. Yeah, that does sound like something that you would probably say. But see, I'm not clever enough to come up with this. That's why I have to rely on you. I have to rely on you for such fun things. Let's see. Thank you, Strap, for adding the quote. I could make your ears bleed if you want. Just if you want. I'm pretty when I'm dying. I mean, you don't look as, you know, you're still, yeah, you're still pretty. You're a song! Hi there, lovely Nikki, how are you? I can just feel the emotion, tragedy, and depth and everything in this. Damn, Tao. Oh, thank you! And we haven't even gotten to the rendering part, which is where it really comes out. You know what I might do? I think I'm gonna stain the clothes here with blood too. These are your clothes, so you get red blood here. Sweet battle scene and pretty head wounds. I think my 5.5 seconds of praise for you above got buried in your generous shoutouts and 39 minutes of praise. Oh no, did you say nice things about me? You often say nice things about me, to be fair. I'm sorry, Save. Can you resend it? I like to read nice things about myself. Sorry. Can you resend? Are you ordering food? No, I think Nate might be bringing me food home. He's supposed to anyway, because I'm gonna cook tomorrow. So I was like, please, for the love of God, do not cook until 8 o'clock. I'm gonna be starving. Can I please have you bring me food? But no, I think Nate's bringing me food. I hope it will be zombies. I want a burrito. That was pretty much it. Sweet battle scene and hope stream has been going well. Nothing elaborate. That is plenty of elaboration from you, Sweetest Save. Thank you very much for being so lovely. I appreciate you enormously. I'm wonderful. I made boba today and I'm still looking for a website to sell my art, but other than that, I'm great. That sounds awesome, Nikki. I'm so happy that you got so much stuff done today and you made boba. That's pretty sick. Sorry, there's another one from my, I gotta find something that is not, that is a little bit more like pouch appropriate. How about, yeah. Hey, last time Nath came in, cooked, announced your dinner, presented the meal all right on time. Well, yeah, but I didn't get to move around. So I was like, for like hours after that, I was like, stretch. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Zillazilla. How are you? And thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Okay, we do have to go on a very quick break. For those of you who came in with the Sweetest Save stream raid, blah, 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 I don't know what those are. What is, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that I can go stretch, you can go stretch, and also if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, totally fine. You still won't miss any content because for those 3 minutes I walk away from the computer, I run those ads, and you guys should probably stretch and everything too. Time for a bite per stretch. A bite per stretch? Who am I biting? Should I bite our raiders? How big is the list of art or of music? Because if it's music, we have 2 songs. If it's the art list, it is so long I can't see the bottom. You can bite me, but I'll bite back. Yeah, I mean that's fair. That's reciprocal biting. The Khan one is so cute. Okay, you guys. Make sure you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. Darlings, this is also meds reminder in case you need to take medications with vitamins. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you in 3. Mwah.
No? I don't think it's 1,000. That's for one with a hat. Oh, you can get a fatty with a hattie? Sorry. I shall be a lurky turkey. Got to go lend a hand. All good, sweetest Strat. Lift with your legs, please. What? Fatty chocobo with a hattie. You must. Sleep is for the unconscious? No. Sleep is for the sane. That doesn't help, does it? A lot of you claim to be insane. Which you kind of have to be if you hang out with me too much. corn. Oh my god, it's corn. Oh my god, that looks so fucking good, dude. I'm like actually salivating right now. That looks amazing. This is actually really fun. You can tell it's really fun because I wouldn't, otherwise I wouldn't be extending stream by almost 2 hours to keep playing it. What is that? Oh, fuck you! Oh my god! Suck my... Sorry. Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me, dude! I hate jump scares! Fuck you!
Phew. Thanks for everything.
Oh god, she's gonna be so cute and draw me a
So,
picture.
Do you like it?
It's,
I love that she's
that cat
reaching
again.
for the cat's
I
butthole.
drew lots. This one turned out the best.
Oh,
I'm giving it to you.
Hey, it's actually pretty good. Shows you're a real cat lover.
That's so cute. Oh. Okay. I thought that was not intentional. That was not intentional. That's my save hat layer that I forgot to turn off on this. Keep it up, good job. Keep it up, good job.
Yucky.
And buttons. Buttons. You're doing great. Thank you. Buttons, push them all. Wait, I gotta touch the ball. Oh, there's another ball. There's okay.
Teammates look out for each other. We're a team, right?
Oh. High five. Yay! Oh my god, look how tiny her hand is. Oh, so cute. So freaking cute. Teeny, tiny hat. You know? I don't think it's 1,000. That's for one with a hat. Oh, you can get a fatty with a hattie? I love the music in this game. It's really good. Are we doing the story or class change quest? That is what you guys get to decide. Get to the first town, and then we can go... Valley Tatan is growing on me like a zit on my back. Not quite reachable, but super satisfying. I'll take that. I'll take that. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me. Oh no.
Hello, darlings. Welcome back. I'll wait for you guys to finish this round of
I can finally actually
words.
show you guys what
And then
crossing
we
my
will move
fingers
back over
looks
to
like.
art.
I reckon. Domain expansion?
Welcome back, beautiful Bublin.
No! Fuck you! You creepy red dick thing. Scary. Yeah.
Hey, awesome Aussie.
Oh, thank God. I was like, I've killed this before. Does it count if I killed it somewhere else? Okay, good.
Also, Red, I saw that. You taste like garlic and fish. Yucky! Yucky! There are better things to taste like garlic and
Oh God,
practically anything else.
I should have practiced the things.
Oh. Aha! Hello.
Yugi, I don't
Welcome back.
understand how to play this game.
I don't either. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Some ubbies for you. Yee, good Aussie. Lovely ubbies for you. Yee, good laugh. Garlic infused corn. Fuck, that sounds so good. Actually salivating. That sounds bomb. Hello again. How are you? I'm doing well, Precious Boogie. How are you? It's good to see ya. And thank you for the lurk, Fabulous Feather. How have you been? Wait, no, you're lurking. Sorry, I won't ask that. Sorry. Terrific Talon. Ubbies for you. Yay, good Talon. Let me see. Enjoy the stream, pals. Gonna lurk. See you soon, amazing Alec. Thank you for this the lurk. No wonder you were extra loud. I had you up on 2 tabs thanks to the raid. I can turn on the I can double up, but I won't do that. So I shouldn't tell you I have a method of making that. Garlic infused corn. You should actually tell me. Yeah, you should tell me that. Definitely tell me that. I'm good. I realize I now have to mute during your BRB so I don't hear the Pragmata spoilers. Oh no! I'm sorry. I hope there's not too many. There shouldn't be too many. I think it's mostly just like probably out of context stuff, but yeah, that's fair. Terrific Talent, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. I should tell you, I'll add it to the menu should you visit me. Garlic infused corn. Sounds worth a visit, yummy? Yummy. Okay. Oh yeah, I was gonna stain clothes with blood. That's right. That's what I was gonna do. My brain has been known to jump context and align the stars of a story. Align the stars of a story? Did you mention the stuff we have going on Discord? Oh, no, I don't think I did. Did you do the reading of the stories like everyone's poems? Not yet. So actually, that's a really good point. So if you guys don't know, we have a few things going on in stream, in the Discord. So firstly, there is an anime watch along that happens at least once a week. Monday and Thursday, typically. And I think you guys are working through Cowboy Bebop. So if you guys are interested in that, please come on over here and check it out. Go to the Pouch Anime Watch Along. Boop! Ta-da! And then this will always be in your local time. Now, we also have, we have community giveaways. If you are interested in giving away, some games, game keys, gift cards just to the community, you're welcome to put that on here. Just fill this little form out. It seems like a lot, but it's not very much. It's just to make sure that, just means that we can keep track of like who the poster was, when you posted it, when you want to end it, what kind of a giveaway it is, what the platform is, how many people can win, whether it's region locked, and then a link to the relevant page, and then the guidelines or rules. But yeah, and we've had a lot of people take us up on this because this is just such a supportive and constructive and generous community. So if you guys would like to maybe win some stuff, feel free to post things here, or just go and react to things. Like Storm is giving away 3 copies of Flock Around, which is a co-op birdwatching game. Let's see. The other thing that we've got going on is, and I need you guys to vote on this promptly, please. If you go to the Pouch Couch and then you go to the movie night thread, I need you guys to please vote on which of these days you would prefer, days and times you would prefer, because this will be, when you go look at this thread, this will be in your local time. So I just need you to react with whatever icon you would like to, or would be most convenient for you to attend. We're gonna be watching Spaceballs. I don't know if I've ever seen it, so we're gonna watch that. But yeah, make sure you go in there and react. It looks like it's all pretty close, actually. So please do that, because I will let you guys keep on voting until Sunday when I make our schedule. Yeah, then the final thing to tell you guys about is you guys actually have unlocked the, in the writing channel right here. We have, if you go to threads and storytime stream, we have a storytime stream coming up. It'll probably be happening next week. Well, it will definitely happen next week. I'm just not sure which day. And it'll be about 6 hours where I read the stuff that you guys have written. You get to decide whether I voice act it or whether you want me to do like audiobook style narration. Yeah, the goal is to see the stuff, to read the stuff that you guys have written. That can be, you can post 3 short stories or 3 short poems or whatever, which is a page or less per person, or 1 long story, which is anything over 2 pages per person. And Pouch Pal written stuff will take precedence. So even if people post like SCPs or like Edgar Allan Poe, something that's like in public domain, we can read those. But to make sure that all of the Pouch Pals get their stuff read first, we will be going through those first, okay? But yeah, so if you haven't posted something for story time and you would like to, I would love to read it. So yeah, there you go. I think that's everything. Wahoo! Let me see. It was hard for me to find the thread for short stories. So if you guys want to submit to it, you just go to writing. There's a writing channel right here. And then right up here, this is the threads icon, and it's the only thread. Okay, it's the only thread in writing. So you just click on that, and that opens up this thread. Ta-da! You just post it here. Yeah. Jalapeno, welcome in, lovely jalapeno. Spaceballs is pretty good. I'm excited. I'm excited. Tau gets to see a Mel Brooks movie. I don't think I have seen it, and hence it has my vote. Perfect. Fair enough. Spaceballs is a Mel Brooks classic. What other things has Mel Brooks done? Thank you for the care package, Lizzie. I noticed that the movie this time isn't too early, even for me. Last time it was like 4 a.m. I think I should be able to make it for the first time in a long time. That'd be sick, Strat. We'd love that. You have an art question for me. Shoot, Precious Poogie. You shared art? Let me have a look. It was 2+. I made mine 2. That's okay. Two pages? Or do you mean like submitting to? Let's see. Okay, art. Oh, this is so cute, Saru! Oh, that's very fun. I love that you used like an actual screenshot from Minecraft. That's so cute. That's so cute! Great job! Great job! Awesome work. Mel Brooks movie, just in time for his 100th birthday. Fingers crossed next month. Wow! Oh, he did Blazing Saddles and Robin Hood Men in Tights. Okay, I think I'm gonna see Blazing Saddles at some point, maybe. Oh, Young Frankenstein! Yo! Oh my god, I love Young Frankenstein. I've seen that so many times. It's my dad's favorite movie. My dad, who's like hyperfixation is movies, his favorite movie is Young Frankenstein. I have seen that many, 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 many times. Not as many times as 1408. But many times. The story was 2 pages for a short story. I think I was pretty satisfied with the challenge. Oh, okay, fair enough, Julius. I'm excited to read it. Sorry if this is a rhetorical question, but how do you join the Discord? Oh, sweet as socks. No, don't apologize. Here you go. Here's the linkies. There you go. All you gotta do when you join that Discord is make sure that you carefully read the rules, because the rules have a secret hidden code word. And if you do not include the code word in your verification message, we will know that you didn't read the rules. And then we can't let you in, which would be a tragedy. A true tragedy. So please do carefully read. Carefully read. You're gonna make a Demos OC, City. When doing a collaborate art piece with someone or one of their characters with one of your own characters, how do you feel is an appropriate and respectful way to go about it? I think that's dependent on the person. There are some people who are happy to, you know, they have like no boundaries about the characters, but there are a lot of people who have serious boundaries about their characters, like down to the point where they're like, please don't have my character injured, you know, don't dress them in anything but like their typical clothes. That's very much an individual thing. It's a bit like collaborating with a streamer. Like, you know, some streamers are super comfortable with like, you know, lewd comments or like really like heavy teasing, and like having like this constant rebounding back and forth. And then there are people like me who will just freeze up if someone does that because I don't know what to say. So I can't collab with people who are constantly making fun of me. Yeah, it's totally dependent on the person that you're collaborating with, Precious Spooky. We need to watch it, Tau. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it yet. Young Frankie for the win. It's a good movie as far as I remember. I don't recall how well it's aged, but I really did enjoy it. I made a little lore story about my D&D OC. Sick, Nikki. I'm so excited. I've got to see it. Thank you, and we'll do. Of course, Lita Socks. Thank you so much for expressing interest. We're very much looking forward to having you in the Discord. 13 years after Young Frankenstein, he did Spaceballs. And how did the humor progress? His movies are so funny. Blazing Saddles is great. Gene Wilder's so funny in it. I'm trying to remember if I got turned off of Blazing Saddles because of like there was like an opening with some seriously racist shit. I don't remember. I might be thinking of something else, but I might not be. Spaceballs 2 is apparently in the works. Ah, yes! Is that Spaceballs 2 the next one or something? I tease Tau sometimes, but I hope that if I ever make you uncomfortable, you'll let me know. I tease out of love. Oh, of course, lovely Lift. No worries. You do not encroach upon my comfortability boundaries. You are all good. I did have someone today who said they really didn't like Mel Brooks or things they'd made.
And it was implied they were surprised I did. 10 or 15 minutes later, I said, oh, I meant Mel Gibson. Whoops. Oh! Those are different people. They have the same first name, though. So, I should have been more specific about my question. I mean, how do you feel is an appropriate and respectful way to start the conversation? Oh, approaching people is where I struggle. Past that, I'm a great communicator. Oh, okay, Poogie. I think that still depends. Is the person that you're trying to do a collab with open for collabs? Because I've had people who wanted to collab with me on art, and I'm like, oh, I'm really sorry, I'm just not really interested. But if they're, and then obviously that's like the end of that. But if they've said, oh, I'm interested in collabing with the right person or something, the best thing you can do, I think, is just message them and be like, hey, I really love this thing. If you want to pull out a specific piece that they've done as well to show like authentic interest and not just, oh, I'm interested in you because you have like the numbers, or I want you to draw my character for free or something like that. Then I think that that's probably a good way to start off. And then, you know, maybe they'll say, oh, sorry, I don't really think our styles will jive. Or maybe they'll be like, oh, yeah, no, that sounds good. I'm really glad you like my art and I like yours, and etc. etc. That was the theme of the movie, poking fun at the racists. Oh, made fun of racism. Oh, I just shut down about 10 minutes in because they said the N-word way too many times. I've seen Spaceballs and I never laughed so hard before. I'm excited to the new one. Is it the new one? They're making Spaceballs 2? Blazing Saddles did poke fun at Westerns, and part of that was exposing how racist those films could be. So yeah, I could see a film, how a film that makes light of that could turn someone off of it. Yeah, I just, like, obviously I am quite anti-racism, but I'm so much so that it really makes me uncomfortable even when I just hear some of these words, even if it's like, yeah, this is a joke, you know, I'm like, yeah, great. It's not pleasant though. I'm trying to remember. I saw something my dad thought was so funny and he showed it to me, and it was like a skit from way too long ago making fun of like stalkers. And like total creeps. And I was, as soon as we started, he's like, Tao, you're gonna love this, you're gonna love this, you're gonna love this. And I started watching, like, I fucking hate this, actually. I don't really care that it's making fun of this stuff. I do not find this funny or anything, because, let's see. That's the announcement. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. I don't have anyone specific at the moment. I like to be prepared for when a general situation or the like may come out. Ah, okay, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know if they're still doing it in the art universe. When I was on DeviantArt and Neopets and stuff, that was a really common thing. Collabs, I mean. But I haven't seen a whole lot of that since. But I might just be like in the wrong areas, and I obviously don't have the time for like collabs, unfortunately, even though that would be really fun. I don't have time for collabs like in stream, in art, in singing. I wish I had more time. But yeah. I quote from Blazing Saddles: "You've got to remember that these are just simple farmers. These are people of the land, the common clay of the New West. You know, morons." Michael, Spaceballs is one of my favorite movies. I'm very excited for the sequel. Oh, awesome! Are you going to join us for our Spaceballs watch through in the Discord? Marilyn Manson might have some screaming up, but I'll leave it up to you. Oh, sorry, that might be me. I think I'm the one who requested. Well, I didn't request that. This is it. We are truly back into my liked music. Sorry, I gotta remember to pay attention to that. Let's see. Hey, good morning, gorgeous Gundam. How do you sleep? There was a film where RDJ played the role of a white guy playing the role of a black guy, and a lot of people did not like the implication of blackface and whatnot. Yeah, I could see that. I think I sprained my knee. Ouch. Are you okay? I know there's an art thing called adoptables now. I only recently heard about those. Oh yeah, adoptables, if they're the same kind of thing as like 20 years ago. Those have been around for a long time. I used to love making adoptables, but if people aren't willing to like pay for them now, I don't have the time to like create them, which sucks. I am refraining from quoting Spaceballs because spoilers, fair enough. I don't think I'm in the Discord. Let me fix that. Absolutely, lovely Michael. once you get in, you like Marilyn Manson? Good taste. I like a lot of musicians that I would normally be like, oh, we can't have that on stream, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I don't enjoy listening to it when I've got my shuffle playlist on. My choice, beautiful Bubbin. Surprising click. Surprising click. Let me see here. Oh yeah, so once you get in, Michael, you'll want to go to the pouch couch right over here. And then you will want to go to the threads up here. It looks like that. And you'll go down to movie night. And then you will, because we've already got Spaceballs decided, and then you just need to look at this. This is going to be in your local time. This is what you see here is my local time, but it'll be changed depending on what time your computer is on. And then you just select the react that you prefer. Okay? Oh, they're already in. Oh, perfection. Thank you very much, Red. I know certain sites have more people who look for adoptables than other sites. So nowadays, I think it's just selecting location. That's fair. That is fair. But it's always like, it's always a question of like, if you know, if your adoptables are going to be attractive enough to people. BRB, all good, lovely Nikki. All right. Oh, also we're gonna give you dark circles as well, Lav. Everyone gets to look nice and injured. This is a good. Everyone's gotta be hurt. I love drawing hard people. Nope, sorry, wrong layer. I did that on a new layer so I can blur it out. Yeah, she's kind of looking beat up now, huh? Cool. Nice. Favorite Marilyn Manson song? Personal Jesus. I like that song a lot. I have a, oh, beautiful, the Beautiful People. I don't know if I've heard that one. I might have to go listen to that off stream because I don't know if it's like pouch appropriate music. I have a number of Magic the Gathering tasks to do. Do I do the small adaptation of decks for new cards? The one deck that I am using, that I'm doing a complete redirection on? Or build the new music-based deck? Ooh, do the music-based one, that's sick! Tao woke up and chose angst today. Hey, I'm getting paid for angst. Hi, Susie, how are you? It's good to see you, sweetheart. Oh, thank you, beautiful Bublin. Oh, I thought that you were waiting for me to tell you what I wanted so you could request it, but that's okay. I would love a surprising click. Let me go find that. Yes, yes. Thank you very much, darling. There we go. Demos! Hi, Demos! Ayo, is that Pierce? It sure is! It sure is! He's quite injured and pissed off. You pretty lady have amazing song choice. You guys, did you see that we have a new voice command that originated from Save Stream, but it's me saying it. It's exclamation point Skewy!
Skewy.
Oh, Skewy! Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. He is protecting the sweet lady. He is. The sweet lady is in bad condition. And he is not doing so hot himself. But he is hot himself. Okay. How are you doing, Damos? I did not know Tao did commissions. I do, sweetest Susie. That's how I make most of my money, my income, actually. Between stream and here. That's kind of the main, sorry, stream and here. Welcome to stream and stream. Commissions and stream. That's pretty much where it comes from. I know this has happened to me. I don't know about other guys, but for some reason, people have often tried to claim that when I'm drawing a lady, I'm drawing them based on sexual preference. But I'm demi, so I don't exactly see the claim working as well as they seem to think. I think it depends on how you're drawing them. I think some people will see like a very busty goyle and not have context for the art and then be like, ah, that's sexualized. But
I think it depends. I good. How are you? I great, sweetheart. Thank you for asking. Well, you're not wrong. All right. Let me see here. Oh god. Okay, it's time for the hold on. It's time for the tattoo. I need to pull up a reference for his tattoo. Hold on. Bear with me. Bear with me. I have so many random references here. Where? Fuck, where is the ref? I forgot how long ago I had this ref up. Lav, do you happen to have Pierce's tattoo on hand that you can send me? Because otherwise I'm gonna have to keep on looking through like weeks of ref material. I've drawn each body type. I like to help people feel represented in a fair and good way. That's great, hon. That's awesome. If you can't tell, I'm a fan since my name is the subspecies name for Pierce and the rest of the boys. Oh yeah, definitely getting that vibe for sure. That's awesome. Very cool. Ha! Tell, I have over 9,000 references. Over 9,000! Let me see. If I Google it, do you think it will come up? If I put like, I don't know, Pierce tattoo, Damos or something like that? Seta, do you have 9,000 references of Pierce? I'm looking for his tattoo. Wait, I just heard a ba-ding. Hold on, that might mean that I've gotten a message from a Lav. I did! Thank you, Lav. Oh, this is great photo for this. Okay, sick. Thank you. Okay, perfect, perfect. Boop. Yes, an excellent decision. Banger song, banger song! That does help, lovely Laugh. Thank you so much. Excellent decision. All right, let me pull up. We're gonna draw outside of this real quick. Okay. Oh, fuck. Sure is a nice song from Pink Click. Pink Clink? No! We're not doing this again! I can't handle it, Strut. The pose I did for Pierce is kind of cheating because I covered it up so that I won't draw the tattoo. Yeah, listen, I must confess, Lav was very specific about which arm Lav was to be in, and therefore I have no option but to draw. Like, this is all tattoo territory, so we gotta do it. Okay. One sec, I gotta lock in for, this. And this kind of comes up a bit like... Can someone give me the lore behind this particular tattoo, or is there none? I have to say the third episode of Sink Lick Strat! I'm about to blow a fucking gasket. Lock, clock, save! Shift click. I'm gonna fucking.
Let's go. Save is in it too. No. Okay. Refocusing on the tattoo. This is what it feels like when I say Emma Lily in front of Emma Malili. As a matter of fact, a character I've recently conceptualized is a blind wizard who has a familiar that she kind of partly uses her familiar like one of those support dogs that help you get around. Oh, that's a cool idea. I like that. Link click. Correct. Correct. Beautiful Bubba. That is exactly right. Link click. Yeah. Got a lot of work done, but I need to sleep. Absolutely lovely, Lila. Thank you so very much for coming in. I do appreciate it. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for sharing your absolutely stunning artwork with us, sweetheart. Why are we torturing Tao with replacing Link and Link click again? Click, clack. Oh, it's 8! Well, don't worry about it. Hey, Reverend is doing well? I'm going to check and see if they've messaged me. I think that she's gone to sleep. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oops. Actually, that's chunkier, isn't it? Wait, okay. There's like a second layer. Fuck. Oh my god. Okay. This actually needs to be higher up, I think. Oh, fuck. All right, hold on. I think I'm gonna, instead of trying to do this from scratch like that, what is the general? Okay. Circle. It's almost like a, okay. All right. All right, everything must fit within this shape. All right. I was so excited for the Odyssey, but after seeing the trailer, it doesn't seem as grand as I expected. Oh, no! Really? Gorgeous Ghosty! Hi, slash bye, are you leaving me? All right. Why? Yeah, okay. That's going horizontal. Aha, okay, I think that's where I fucked up. That is almost 3/4 of a circle. And then it comes out, and it goes... Yeah, that goes out, like, straight ahead, kinda. Actually, it's pointing towards the edge there. So, like, up to there? Um,
I found a new Tic Tac flavor. I seriously hope it isn't limited. Strawberry lemon, so good. That sounds pretty bomb, actually. I'd fuck with that. I see a lot of debate over dad versus father, which actually feels fair to me. Hopefully the full film will still be very good. Dad versus father? In what context? I don't think it put in the right one, but any Bumpa Chicken song is a good one, so I'm fine with that. Shinsekai. Hold on. Let me go look. Is it time for dinner break? No, it's not. It is not. I probably won't be going on a dinner break for another hour and a half. Let me see. Bump of chicken. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Would you guys like me to get you a sound pack that whenever you click keys on your keyboard, it goes nom 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 nom, and anytime that you hit the space bar, or and then nom 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 nom. All right, hold on. Shinsekai. I don't know if it did select the right. Actually, I think it did. When I'm searching for it, those are the characters that came up. So hopefully that's right. In the trailer, they use dad multiple times, whereas the Odyssey usually uses more formal language, so it's throwing some people off. Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. I could see that throwing people off, yeah. All right, so there's a circle here, and then let's see. That's, yeah, that goes there, and then it comes back around. Bleep, 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 bleep. Okay, and then there's another circle here, and then there are, fuck, this is not far enough. Precious Pine Cube, thank you so much for the follow. Wait, you came from Save Stream.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not.
No. Tao's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? Okay. Welcome on in, Uwu.
Welcome on in. Ooh, it's so good to have you. Thank you so very much. Keep it up. Good job. Keep it up. Good job. Exclamation point. Good job. Welcome in, Precious Pine Cube. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your time with us. Oh, look, an adorable Tassie. Oh, look, a sweet Asuta. How are you? I have been fooled by trailers before, so I hope this is one of those movies. I want to love it. Keep it up. Good job. There you go. Keep it up. Good job. I want to love it because I am going for it for sure. Fair enough. I hope it's good. I hope it's good.
Keep it up.
Keep it up. Keep it up. You have cutie bells. Ding 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 ding. Or cutie 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 cutie. Yeah, but Precious Pine Cube, it's so good to have you. Thank you so much for being here. And I like Save's little, here, a free little, okay, let me see here. We'll go on a break after I can finish this freaking tattoo sketch. Grr. This is not
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game either. This is a confusing game. The game of tattoos. The game of tattoos.
Buttons.
My favorite is the Yugi one. I've noticed so many people are loving the Yugi one. It's so funny. Okay. All right, yeah, that goes back like so, and then back up. Yeah, like that. Oy, okay, and then this comes back out and reconnects right around the edge. I better get rid of that little connector. We need more Yu-Gi-Oh quotes, something related to the heart of the cards. I always say that Save is the heart of the cards, and his community are the cards, and he's the heart of them, right? But he doesn't like that. He's those are the save files, and he is the save file. His community are save files. He is the save file. There you go. Oh, you got that for Neo! Nice, Strat. Thank you so much. We'll have to send that to Neo, or to Save, because Save also has the. It was huge from Neo. Thank you so much, Strat. I appreciate it. Fuck, I actually don't know. What is the shape underneath the cat's tail here? Is it like that? I'm on a waiting list for a card transplant. David mentioned it, so I had to get it. Yeah, thank you so much, Strat. I know that Greg and Save will probably appreciate that one. You shared Riz? Let me have a look-see to study. Remember to vote on the time, you guys. Ooh, more gorgeous art from Layla. Oh my god, I am obsessed with Layla's sense of fashion. This is so cute. Ooh, oh, this is your Damos OC, Raspberry. Raspberry, the OC. Very cool, Sudasetu. Very cool sketch, love it. A card-to-card transplant. You know, people die from those. Fuck, okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, what do we think? Did I do it right? Uh-oh, uh-oh. Wait, I gotta connect the... Don't worry, this obviously, it's gonna be cleaner than this, but... Hey, Lav! Are you there, lovely Lav? Do you hear me through the Ouija board? Sorry, because get it? You're dead in this drawing. Anyway, sorry. Yes, Mia's here. Okay, cool. What do you think? If like, is this approximately right? Because I can't tell this part right up there. I'm kind of guessing it looks like that. Is that right? Approximately speaking. Joey has turned into the unhinged friend in the group. But yeah, I think I've got the tattoo overall. I think I can probably bring this down a little bit. It kind of dips. I'd say so? Okay, great. Awesome. All right, so let me get rid of that, and then I will morph this to his shoulder, which is completely over the bicep. And I will wrap that. And then, in fact, I might even hide the tippy tip of that under the sleeve. This kind of goes around to the back of the, like that. Okay, hopefully that's good. Now, I just get rid of this, and whoa, scary. Okay. All right, when we get back, I will ink that onto his shoulder. Let's see. Joey is Pinky. Save said this earlier. Joey is Pinky is very funny. This is true. I kept getting my fingers trapped in the hinges, so all my doorways just have... Wait, sorry. This is true. I kept getting my fingers trapped in the hinges, so all my doorways just have curtains now. Sometimes I get tangled in them. Oh man,
Save, you have such a good grasp of this fucking character. All right, cuties, I gotta go on a very quick 3-minute break. It's not too long, just long enough for us to go on a little stretch adventure. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darling, this is also your mental mind in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Love you, lots, see you soon, bye.
Okay, Lav, could I get your input on this? Are you happy with this sketch? Have you any changes? I'm gonna have your little fingies entwined, but you can't really see it because it's a big fucking mess. I want to try the clip command, so ignore the next few bits. Okay. Actually, yeah, save is probably the most likely to,
Tau report card 7 out of 10 defeated Raydell first try. Talks a little much but can be improved overall. A good stream so far.
Thank you very much for the fucking ow! Oh my god! Sorry. The timing on both of sleep is for the unconscious? No, sleep is for the sane. That doesn't help, does it? A lot of you claim to be insane. Which you kind of have to be if you hang out with me too much. Fuck! Oh god, I should have done it! Oh no, stop! I should have practiced with things! Ah! Don't mind me, I'm a great date! I forgot how to fucking, oh my god, there's, We're in Heaven's Ward! Woo! We finish Base A Realm Reborn, and all of our bridging quests. Time to enter Heaven's. Ooh, pretty music. I'm just really not a sci-fi person, so everything feels very overwhelming in a way. But it's a good intro. Can I get? Oh, do I not have any? Oh, what? Oh, fuck. About things I say before they come out of my mouth. Moving on. Well, okay. I want tofu. I want udon. Dombe. Please send this way. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Dombe. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Yes. Hold on, I gotta go find it. Raffle. That's the one. One moment, please. Oh God, I'm so scary. I'm so sorry. I'm so scary. Wait. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I don't know why I look this way. I'm there. No. Okay. We will go and say, bring your alibis, mirrors on the ceiling, pink champagne on ice. She said, we were all just prisoners here of our own device. And in the master's chambers, they gathered for the feast.
Hi, kitties, I'm back. Are you guys back? Have we all returned? Well done. You guys are absolutely owning this fucking words on Steam.
Incredible timing.
Oops, I just broke it. Okay, all good. We're back. Let's go over here. Welcome back. So we just started. Hi. Thank you very much for the oops, hold on. I'll give you guys the little stream avatars. There you go. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, lovely. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. Ubbies for you. Yay. Good Aussie. Welcome back, lovely la. Ubbies for you. Yay. Good laugh. Welcome back, terrific Talon. Ubbies for you. Yay. Good Talon. Sweetest Sato, take that, Wordle! Yeah! Fuck off, Wordle! Just kidding, we like Wordle. Nick Sminto / Jump Slice, Ubbies.
Hey, good Nix. Did you stretch? I did. I also tried to bring my dog in from outside, but he wanted no part of it, so now I'm sad. Bees for you, lovely Lith. Welcome back, gorgeous. Boop, 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 boop. Goodness. Welcome back, see to set it. All right, let's get this tattoo. All right, let's do the tattoo. Speaking of Wordle, I won't bring up the word, but how about it? Yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy? Words on stream Wordle. I will go freshen up and be back in a bit. Strat, you should not be freshening up. You should be crashing out in bed. Sleep-a. Sleep-a. All right. Let's see. Oh, well done on the boss, you guys. Well defeated. Just because you love fairy tales so much. Hey, thanks, Strat. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Hmm. Okay. Okay, I think I might have gotten this right. Let me just, ah! Fuck, I'm just gonna be lazy. Get rid of that, grab everything outside of here, get rid of that. Get out of here. There we go. Hmm. That is not the right color. Like, that's close, but if I lighten it up, it actually gets more pink. It needs to have a little bit of show through. Maybe I just need to... Maybe I just need to, what do I need to do? A multiply? Multiply. And I will actually, you know what, fuck it. I'll just change the color to be, it won't be this light, but, it needs to be lighter than black. Okay, that might actually have done it. Yeah, I think that probably did it. Can I hide this under the fucking sleeve? I think it'll look better if I
take some creative liberties, but Lav, you let me know. You let me know if you are okay with me putting this under here. It's just gonna look so much more look more put together, I guess. Do you have any idea if it goes down his back or something? Have you ever seen him with a shirt off? Oh, and I forgot to color in my dots. Yes, it'll look better. Ha 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 ha. Maybe. Unofficial art, I assume. Okay, yeah, that looks way better. All right. Okay, I was like, why does everyone look so well? This is better. Oh, it's official. Okay. And do you know if it goes down his back, kind of? Well, shoulder down to back, kind of? There's a bath scene. Not an SFW, though. Good job. Good girl. Good girl, not looking up the other stuff that probably exists. It doesn't! Just on his shoulder. Oh, okay. But I'm making, I mean, this is still shoulder-ish, right? All right, let's do this sword real quick. Where is the sword? Hold on, I have references for this too. Somewhere, somehow. Ah, there it is. Is it okay if I follow this reference for the colors, Lav? This one? Okay. It doesn't exist if you don't acknowledge it. That's right. What, the chair? The chair? What do you mean about the chair? What was the question? Oh, is this an okay reference to follow for like the color and patterns on the sword? The chair isn't my son? Are you talking about the music? Yes? Okay, cool. Have you not heard this song before, Beautiful Bublin? Yeah, the kid is not my son. Yeah. You haven't heard this one, Bublin. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, this is Michael Jackson. And yeah, the kid is not my song. Billie Jean, woo! All right. Time to turn our reference layer back on. I'll merge that since you're happy with that. And we're gonna have to do some pretty substantial, gradation. Whoops. But I'm gonna do that with everything. So I guess I can start with this one. That one, the hilt on this does not have gradation though. Okay, so towards the top, it's lighter. Ah! Yeah, all right. I'll get everything done on this, this part of the blade. Is this a shaft? Is that what this is called? Because this is a hilt, so I don't know, sword parts. I heard chair. Oh, that's all right. That's fair. Michael Jackson has a certain to his voice, you know? So sometimes things don't come across completely. Oh, right. Let me see. All right. Let's get that at the top. And then really dark at the bottom.
And all right. Sweetest Sin, welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you, cutie pie. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the care package, Incredible Radius. Thank you. And hey, Sweet Sin, thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Thanks, cutie pie. I am adding this just so I can use capitalism unrestrained. Fair enough, Strad. Fair enough. I've been alive on lunch at the moment. I hope that we can make you feel better than just being alive, sweetheart. How's lunch? Okay. Mom was filling me in on Pop's condition. Everything okay, lovely love? Oh, you just started? Fair enough, fair enough. May it go well, sweetheart. May it go well. Good to see you, Sweet Sin. I think that the hilt is actually the same. It looks like there's kind of a halo of the dark blue. Okay. Then this dips in like that. And then down. It almost looks like a heart. The hilt thing here. The drawing is coming out amazing. Love it. Oh, thank you, Incredible Icy. I'm so glad you're liking it. This is a lot of fun. I love stuff like this. Okay. Let's see. I missed that last part because of a bloody notification. Oh, that's okay. I was just asking, is everything okay with Pop? I grew up listening to a lot of older bands through my dad, mostly folk, but a healthy mix. My music tastes lean heavily rock, but I do love the classics. Aw, that's awesome, Talon. Well, thank you for sharing it with us. I really need to work on saving up for that new monitor. It's annoying to keep switching tabs. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, Sweetest Strat. It's probably a good idea. All right, let's see. Now, actually, shit, hold on. While I'm at it, I might as well color the rest of this. Ah, fuck, every time. All right, and then I'll take the blue, because there's a lot of that here. We'll start by filling that in, and then move away from there. We'll go down here, and we'll start trying to recreate this symbol here. Okay. We're like 10 seconds to this song and Strat still hasn't used capitalism.
All right, let me trim this down. A rich man's world. Capitalism! There it is. I was waiting for it, Strat. Thank you. I was like, oh, I think Strat may have died at the computer because he doesn't have his extra monitor. He's in good spirits. Long story short, he was caught up in a butane canister explosion. Fuck. He's okay. Very lucky. Nothing burnt down. He's just got some bad burns. Oh my gosh, Lav, I'm so sorry. I'm glad he's okay, but that's terrifying. Is that part of his job, or was he engaging in some hobby or something? Yeah, that's really scary. Sweetest Sim, thank you so much for the lurk, darling. I do appreciate it. I was on Spotify. Oh, okay, fair enough, Strat. Okay. Hopefully that's good for the surrounding bit there, and then we've got this. It really is like a heart. Capitalism! Capitalism! Let me see here. Hunting for the next one, and this got here already. Oh, he has this for home barbecues. Oh, I see. Okay. Send healing spells. Thank you, Nikki. That's so sweet of you. 7:14 mile tonight. Didn't feel up to it, but I did finish it. Good job, Precious Blood. I am so proud of you, hon. That's okay. You've had a rough one with the jury duty and everything. So please don't worry about it. I'm proud of you for engaging in the run anyway. That's a hard thing to do. Especially when you're not feeling it. So well done, sweetheart. Well done. Very pleased and impressed with you. Always, Precious politely. As he was putting wood into the canara, he dropped it, and it must have had a nail, and it punctured the canister. And as you can guess, next to a naked flame is not good. That's so scary. Holy shit. He is so lucky. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm so glad he's okay, Lav. That's really, really scary. Yeesh. See. Okay. There's a diamond shape, and then we'll bring it up. The tapering looks good, so hopefully that's cool. Oopsie. And then this goes all the way down. And then, okay. It's like a slit at the end. Okay. And then this should... Okay. Lav, what do you think of that? The pattern on the sword. I mean, I'll do the hilt.
in a second, but what do you think of this? Is this right? Does this look approximately correct? Is there like a separate jewel like right in here? It kind of looks like there is on the ref. Is it the best place he can be? The burn treatments unit in Alfred Hospital is one of the best places to get treated for bad burns. That's great. That's really good. Okay, good. Want me to hop in real quick and check with your headset, Ozzy? Aw, you're so sweet, Red. Thank you. That's really considerate. You are such a considerate sweetheart. Look what wonderful mods we have, you guys. You're so great and sweet and thoughtful. Yeah, okay. Let me know what you think, lovely Lev. I think it kind of looks like there's some kind of a embossed Y at the top, kind of. But yeah, let me know what you think. All right, well, while I wait for lovely Lav, I'll just put this little purple thing in the middle of this. I wonder if I should make this glow too. Classic song. Pretty good, huh, Michael? There's not another jewel. I think that's extra detailing. Oh, okay, so this is just how it is. This is what the flats look like then. So as long as we've stuck to the end of the requested songs. Yep, okay, cool. All right, great. Okay, I think that you two are good to go now. Oh wait, sorry. Hello. There's an entire thing back here that I forgot about. Yeah, there we go. Okay. The other part of his cloak thing. Okay, Lav, do you see any changes to you or Pierce in this scenario, or would you approve just this particular part, for example, for rendering? Well, bedtime. The snake is eepy. Absolutely lovely, Nikki. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, sweetie pie. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us. I have to thank my dad for giving me the ear for older music. Hell yeah, Michael. Yeah, me too. My dad was big into all the older ones, but I love it. That one's very funny, Seti. The good emote. Lurk sweet dreams, everyone. Thank you so much, lovely Nikki. And I almost finished with your fan art. Oh my god, you have more fan art for me, I see. Ah! I'm so excited. I'm so hype. This is looking awesome. Yay! Okay, cool. All right, so you're happy with that. So now I will start doing the other flats and then see how far we get. All right. So that's your backdrop. Very very eerie. Lav, when I make Pierce's eyes glow, do you want them to be like this purple, and do we want this to be glowing too, or do you want it to be just slightly glowing like the blue that his eyes naturally are? And actually, I might just do some preemptive detailing here. Whoa, hello, that's a big brush. Capitalism! Let's see. I love seeing Tau Fanart. I do too, not that I'm biased. That's right. I wanted to get this particular bit. Why? Cool. Looking appropriately pissed off. Me thinking Tao is a good artist. Oh, sweetest, you're so cute. Oh my god, I love the little bap bap emote with the waggy tail. Me thinking Sin is a super sweetie pie. I'm happy with just the blue. Okay, you got it. I love Ala Black. Me too. Me too. I'm sorry if this gets stuck in your heads. It's stuck in mine. I love this song. I was thinking doing one more fan art for you. It's gonna be a manga 6-page art. Oh my god! I'm so excited, sweetheart. Thank you so much in advance. Incredible. I see. Please don't stress yourself out though, okay? Sin, these are such cute emotes. Oh, heart. Cute, 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 cute. I think Rocky would appreciate this one, right? The one that you just requested or the one we're listening to? I wonder if this is gonna... Yeah, actually, I think that if I blur this out, this will create a little bit more depth too. Yeah, great. Okay. That means that when I start shading it, we're gonna get a much better results. That's actually too dark. Pale lav is pale. Nice. Nice. A little bit of death. A little bit of love. Get down tonight. No idea what happened to those two in the art, but I feel like I am on this guy's side. Let's go, Sid! Oh, I love it. I love it when people can, like, tell what's supposed to be happening. I'm so glad that that you're on his side. I think he'd appreciate that. Actually, that's too dark. I need to... Oops, I'm gonna need to... Ah! Actually, normally I would wait to do this part until we do rendering, but I want to make sure that you're happy with the, Lav, I want to make sure that you're happy with how I render his eyes. So we're gonna render his eyes. It's gonna look really weird because nothing else is rendered, but, I want to see and make sure that I'm doing the right thing, so.
Whoops. Let me see. And with me comes my army of the dead. Oh, 6, and thank you. We could really use that. I think these two are in a bit of a bad way at the moment. I hear Shrek 2 with the song. Hey, me too, Michael. Me too. Hey, Recon, welcome in. How are you? Ah, fuck. I need to go and get an external charger. Okay. Lovely Lav, what do you think of how the eyes are rendered? Do you like these? And I'm gonna put, I think I'm gonna do a really intense, hot, awesome. Awesome, I mean pretty. Perfect, awesome, awesome. I mean, yes. Fantastic, Save is enjoying this music, I can tell. He's definitely dancing. I love that all of you are using Save dance emotes, that makes me very happy. All right, okay, and then I will actually put, let me see, I think, yeah, because I'll put a, in fact, before I forget, I better do it now. I'm gonna put a dark layer over the top, so that I can get his eyes to really stand out. So it's gonna be something along the lines of, where is his face? Hold on. Okay, so it'll be something like that, and then, again, this is gonna look a lot better. Trust, just trust. When, there. So his eyes will be the only thing. It's not gonna be, again, it won't be quite this dark, but like, those eyes are really gonna stand out. You can kind of see, like, even when I turn that down, there's still a lot of color from just those little lines. Ooh, spooky, I love it. Yes, yay! Yay, save with the many dancing emotes. How the heck do you not have a dancing emote? I have the vibe one, because, which is so funny, because I am much more of like a thrashing around like a crazy person vibe, rather than like a very cool, chill, like, okay. Tau breakdancing emote when? Fuck, when I learn how to animate a whole breakdancing sequence. I mosh headbang the works. Nice, 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 and quite a partier, hey? All right. So let me rename this. That's how I know that a layer is important, if I name it. Okay, so let's say overlay gradients, and then this will be glow eyes. So his eyes are the only thing you want glowing, right? Cool. Okay, this is our blood layer. Okay. And that's our backdrop, so that's gonna be the sky, basically. I wonder actually if I squash that up. Actually, freeform. Right up to there. I don't know, I kind of like that. There, let's stop there. I'll stop that one there, and then let's... How many layers am I allowed to have? Layers available 9. That should be enough. I think that'll be enough once I merge some stuff. We got a lot of blood on the ground. I may be old, but you can't remove the goth rocker from my soul. Fucking metal, Sin. I love it. Is there a layer limit for this? The bigger that your canvas gets, the more, the less layers you're allowed to have. This is a pretty big canvas. This is a massive canvas. I try to make commissions quite high res. This is over 7,000 pixels by 5,500. So it's a pretty sizable thing. Yeah, it's big. I didn't know that's how it works. Yeah, well, on Procreate it does. On Procreate it does, because it senses your hardware, which is why I probably need to get a new iPad sometime the next couple of I don't know, years. Because it's gonna get to the point where the app is gonna upgrade, and I'm gonna keep on doing a bunch of art, and it's gonna slowly make it so that I have to make it smaller and smaller and smaller in order to get the definition. Most of my clips are local to avoid flooding channels with my narcissism. Save. I actually didn't know you could do that. Oh no, now I sound narcissistic. I am taking care of my liver and kidney. We will get you one soon. Stop! No. You need both of those things quite badly. Lav, what color is the moon here, or the sun? I guess what time of day or night do you want it to be? I know that we want it to be like a battlefield and stuff, and so we can have it be daytime and still have this level of like darkness, but do you have a preference? And also, should this be a moon or the sun? I wonder if... Hold on, I have a proposition for you, Lav. What do you think about this? Whoops, hold on. Wrong button. I can still make them glowy. I actually don't like the left one. Hold on, I'll fix that. Make it a moon? Okay. Has Nathan arrived? He has not. You will probably hear the dog. As usual. Do we want the moon to be like white, like the moon looks here, or do we want it to be like a red moon, like a blood red moon or something? Hold on, I have a bit... Wait, I want to do... What if I keep it glowy? Like that, and then I'll do a different one. Hold on. Too thick. Yeah, actually. This is the experimentation that takes so long, by the way, whenever you guys are like, oh my gosh, it takes so long on art. This is what I'm doing. I'm just like, oh, what if I did this? Stop it! Fuck! I need to go and get... I forgot already. I forgot that I needed to go and get an external charger. I can also get it off to the side if you kind of like the look, but you don't like that it's like kind of going up. Does that make sense? Ah! Might be cooler if it goes off to the side. I don't know. Do you have a preference? Let me see. Gonna say white, but I think the blood moon adds to the edginess. Yeah. Oh no, Sin, are you okay? Pour rubbing alcohol on your hand. Are you okay? Thank you for the lurk, Sin. Sway is winning at the moment. Will you have a tie? All right. You guys, we actually do have to go on a quick break. But yeah, Lav, let me know if you like the up one, like the fact that this is kind of going up like that, or if you want me to have it kind of coming out like that, or if you just don't want that and you're happy with just like the glow. Let me know. Let me know. And I'm gonna go get my lovely fiance's spare charger because up is good. Okay, all right. All right. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom until all existence. I'll see you amazing Melinda in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Love you lots, Miss dearly. See you soon. I'm just gonna go get a charger.
Teammates look out for each other. We're a team, right?
Oh. High five. Yay! Oh my god, look how tiny her hand is. Oh, so cute. So freaking cute. Teeny, 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 tiny hand. Okay. I thought that was not intentional. That was not intentional. That's my save hat layer that I forgot to turn off on this screen. Okay. I thought it was intentional. You know what? In that case, it was intentional. No, it was not. I'm so sorry. Okay. If you guys are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. My toast. We're in Heaven's Ward! Woo! We finish Base A Realm Reborn and all of our bridging quests. Time to enter Heaven's. Ooh. Pretty music. Hi, I'm so scary. Wait. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I don't know why I look this way. Oh my god. Oh, it just collected a place. Yes. Oh my god. Like my breakup with my ex. It just clicked. You know what I mean? Done. Okay. Absolutely phenomenal. Might be easier to turn it all around rather than doing it blind from this side. Oh. I'm just really not a sci-fi person, so everything feels very overwhelming in a way, but it's a good intro. Can I get... Oh, do I not have any, oh, what? Oh, fuck. My bed is on Umbra, I just got this feeling. Domain expansion. Domain expansion. Pouch. This is actually really fun. You can tell it's really fun because I wouldn't, otherwise I wouldn't be, extending stream by almost 2 hours to keep playing it. What is that? Oh, fuck you! No, tell me, Strat, what is a decent amount of sleep? Is it more than this many? Is it more than this many, Strat? Or is it less than this many? I'll be the judge of that. Whether it's restful. Enjoy looking for eggs. Last one in the section.
I hope you like this one. Looks tasty.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, it's corn. Sleep is for the unconscious? No, sleep is for the sane. That doesn't help, does it? A lot of you claim to be insane. Which you kind of have to be if you hang out with me too much. Fuck. Please take him out. Oh my god, please take him out. Please, 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 please. Am I out of SP? Is that why he's... Oh my god, I'm so fucked, dude. Gun? Gun. Thank god. I'm convinced. Town needs help now. Wait, no, I don't. Wait, I got this. I fucking got this. Wait, there's fuck. I can finally actually show you guys what crossing my fingers looks like. I reckon. Domain expansion?
Doggy. The cute dog. Hi, Wagons. Oh, Tau report card 7 out of 10 defeated Raydell first try. Talks a little much but can be improved overall. A good stream so far.
My puppy dog.
Thank you very much for that fucking ow! Oh my god! Sorry.
He's so cute.
The timing on both of those.
My little
Thank you very
angel.
much for the
My
very
little
honest,
angel. Happy,
fair
happy,
report
happy,
card,
happy,
Nix. I
happy,
appreciate that. I do.
Oh shit.
Hi guys.
Welcome in. Welcome back. Hi.
Okay,
Wow,
I'm
invading
happy.
my
This is-
privacy with
There you go.
my dog.
This was so worth it. Wasn't this like 20 minutes for the bit? Aren't you so glad you stuck around?
Hello, welcome back.
I love the music in this game. It's real.
Failed the words, won the boss. Listen, best 1 out of 2. Nix, photo slice, jam slice, ubbies for you. Yay, good, Nix. Awesome Aussie, welcome back, ubbies. Yay, good Aussie. Pretty hard, you guys did a great job though. Welcome back, terrific Talon, ubbies for you. Yay, good Talon. Sweetest save isn't using uppies, but I'm giving him uppies anyway. Yay, good save. Be back in just a bit. All good, sir, all good. Hold on, let me, okay. This is indeed charging. Okay, so Lav wants the... 1 sec, I'm gonna flip this. All right. Wonder if this is gonna be annoying for you guys to see. Oh, yeah, well, that's pretty annoying. It's not working. 1 second. Fuck. Please work. Now! Same, I love that you use the absolutely magnificent Precious Politely's emotes. They're so good. All right. Let's try this again. There we go. Perfect. Let's see. I didn't have to wait, I didn't have my greeting control V, so just uppies. All good, sweetheart, no worries. And uppies for you, lovely Lith. Yay, good Lith. Cute. I love that emote. Those emotes are cute, Sin. Anyone experiencing what is it called? Fuck, is it cognitive incongruity or cognitive dissociation or something? But anyway, the music to this, the music to the screen. All right. I totally didn't just start singing IRL. Oh no, please do. Okay, this better work. I'm gonna fix his eyes a little more. If she likes that, then I will do that a little bit more. Okay. Oh, gotta get to work, but I'll do my best to lurk whenever I get a break. Oh, all good, honey bun. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good, lovely. Wow. I'll reach for you. Yay. Good lad. Thank you for letting me draw blood. Oh, I'll be right behind you, Sing Love. Are you heading off to work as well? See to sin. I live on the internet, Tau. A healthy amount of songs I've heard today, I've heard in memes, some of which include aminals making weird noises. Yep. That's fair. That's fair.
Okay. Damn, this is a banger. Oh, it's already my liked. I'm not surprised. I love this one, Red. Ah! Zakine, thank you very much for the mom voice. What's this button do? Well, now you get five minutes of this. I hope you enjoy. Mom says there's spaghetti on the menu today. Very nice, Strat. I hope you enjoy. What kind of toppings do you like on your spaghetti? I love Parmesan cheese. That's probably my favorite. Number one. And this is pretty cool, actually. I'm kind of liking where this is going. Mom, can I have leftovers instead of spaghetti? Yeah, sure. Why not? Whatever makes you happy, sweetheart. I like red pepper flake. Oh, yum. Me too. I am also a fan of red pepper flake. Oops. Let me test something real quick. I like having some chicken that's been shredded and some cheesy sauce, but I bet having veggies being thrown, I have veggies being thrown my way today. Well, that's good, Strat. That means that your mom's looking out for your nutrition. Well done. All right, let's do some flats for the rest of the screen. That's pretty cool looking. That looks sick, actually. Oh man, I'm so hyped for Lav to see this. I think she's gonna really like that. Doesn't that look fucking awesome? Cinema, 100% Zukin. I like that too. Great, okay. Finely shredded carrot works fantastically in spaghetti sauce. Slightly sweetens it, and I love the taste in it. Yum! I love. Yeah, I'm a bit of a sweet spaghetti meatball kind of goily, personally. We can exchange, Tal. You have the veggie spaghetti, and I have the chicken pot pie you were making for me. I'll take both, actually. The song changed the vibe from the other song. It did, big time, big time. Okay, let's see. So she said blood moon, right? Let's get a blood moon in the sky. Too big. Nice. Okay. I might do a gradient map.
Where was that? Saw a good. I thought I saw a good one. Maybe not. Actually, yes. Yeah. Okay. And then. Yeah. Nice. Love that. Looks good. Okay. How hungry, Tiger? Oh. That's probably Nate coming home. We'll see what he has decided to give me. I hope he's brought me food. He didn't call me, so I'm kind of worried he's gonna come home and be like, I'll go out and get food. And then he'll be like, yeah, by 8. You need to show Nate this one. Is that the one where he came in? He actually has seen it a few times. It's hitting my usual 3 a.m. wall, and I will have to depart for now. Catch everyone another night. Oh, good, lovely Red. Thank you so much for coming in and spending so much time with us, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Sorry for Coda. I'll mute real quick. But first, sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, lovely Red. Thank you for joining us. Oh, maybe he stopped. Timer's up. Thank you for the mom voice, lovely Zukin. Wait, is it the one from like yesterday? Let me see. Hold on. Oh yes, I did show. Actually, I didn't have to show him this. It showed up on his in his algorithm. I heard him listening to it like yesterday, and I was like, "Is that my voice?" And he goes, "Yeah." And you betraying me. Oh, okay, never mind. Nate's not home yet. Coda's just barking at nothing. Alrighty, let me see here. Oops, is that locked? Hold on, is that alpha locked? It is. Whoopsie. There we go. Nice. Cool. Spooky! Okay, I'll just merge all those together. Hold on, I'm just getting rid of sketch layers because I probably don't need them. That was a rough sketch, wasn't it? I think so. The best part was how clean you were. You didn't even leave the crumbs of that cake. Yeah, aren't you proud of me? You love when I'm clean, right? You know when I'm cleanest is when I slurp the jam and jelly and jello out of the fucking little containers. Yummy! Strat's least favorite thing about me. Right, let me see. That's blood. Okay, that's blood on this side there. Oh fuck! Where's the it's escaped! Ah! Hold on. Where's the fuck? Hold on. Okay, over there, follow through, over here. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Fuck. Okay. Let's try that one more time. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna redo this hand so it looks like they're actually clawing and not just like neutral. Excuse me, get rid of that. Thank you. Nope, you were so messy with that jello. No, I wasn't. How dare? If I see you near any jello stuff, you get it fed to you. You are not allowed to touch it. How dare? I wish you luck. If something's in front of me, I'm just gonna be like, ha! Mine! Okay, let me,
Hold on. Had a really broken finger there. I think again, more claw. Actually, do I want it? No, I think I actually want... I don't want... Is this... Oh, fuck, that's the whole entire line art layer. Why did I draw it on there? Yeah, okay. That's concrete. All right. Real pretty in your glasses. Probably think you're too cool to take the trash out. But all you dumb and you're blind. It's a real fine line between telling a joke and turning it on. Don't wreck my reputation. Let me wreck my own. Step up. Step up. Yeah, you're getting too close to me with all your negativity. Chat. Getting lost. I'm trying to make a little difference here, so I gotta interfere. Dirty tricks. And when you finally get to the top, step up. Everybody over in this town. Ain't nothing between you and the cold hard ground. Now, stretching the truth, you just might find a hole in your parachute. 'Cause whatever gets you always bring you down. Step up, step up. Yeah, you're getting too close to me with all your negativity, chat. Step up. Gotta end. Okay, I want to push this a little bit. Why? Stop. Okay, and then the idea is, I think that they've been clawing about to here, and then... Yeah, that's good. Okay. Don't you hate it when it takes a game forever to update? I do hate that. Oh god, when have I become bald? A little more, damn it. Thank you for my pal hat, Terrific Talon. Beep, 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 beep. Thank you for hydrating me, awesome Aussie. Yeah. Ow. What are you updating, sweetest sin? Yes, she wears a wig. Oh, stretch also. Hi, Incineroar. Welcome in, hon. How are you? So good to see you. That's not the right color for my line art. How to stretch in the middle of VR chat this morning? Everyone heard my chest pop? Ow! Ugh. My chest doesn't really pop very much. My shoulder does constantly, but my chest does not. Certain type of server for a certain type of game. No, not a loot game. But now is the time for me to head back to work. I will try to be back to lurk as well. Thank you so much, Citizen. No worries. Have a good one at work, okay? We'll miss you lots, but thank you for being here for so long.
Always a pleasure to see you. Oh, I never ask you to change. All right. Actually, I might have the claw buried a little in the ground. You too. You three. Okay. All right, give her a temp sketch there. Oh, yeah, good. Nice. Spooky. Spooky hand. All right. Oh, I guess I forgot about the fact that, well, that I changed the hand up. All right. Alrighty. Oh, they're all blue-blooded, so probably would be good to have like a darker shade here. Are reds going off while you're having dinner? That's a great question. I'm not sure. It depends on what Nath brings home for me. If it's a burrito, I might be able to eat while I'm drawing and hanging out with you guys. But if it's something that I'm going to walk away for, yeah, I'll probably turn it off for half an hour just to make sure. Also, I need to keep in mind that I want really dynamic lighting. So I'm going to have that red moon is going to be backlighting. So it's going to be casting this intensive shadow on the back of Pierce. And in fact, I might actually make it... Might put just a little bit of red on the back area here. Lunchtime here gonna be silent? Lunchtime won't be silent. You'll just be listening to some of my old music, which I'm hoping is not going to be very pouch inappropriate. You and me can keep the playlist going, Strat. Yeah, let's go. Talon and Strat playlist. Go, go, go. This guy is gonna be a pal swaying side to side. Is that okay? What do you mean, Seti? Okay, let me see. Actually, that blue is very, very haunting. I like that a lot.
Maybe we'll go with that, and then all of my shading will be in red. That'll be fine. That'll do the job. Don't worry about it, Tau. Okay, I trust you. All right. All right, let's see. So, yep, okay. Fuck. The reference layer. Let's blur out these parts. It's still too small. Awesome. Thank you for contributing a gifted sub to the wonderful Whitechapel. You guys, if you haven't checked out wonderful Whitechapel, you guys are seriously missing out. What an amazing pixel artist. Gotta go check him out, honestly. Outstanding stuff. Let me see. Thank you so much, lovely. Here you go. Thank you so much, darling. I appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity and kindness, awesome Aussie. Thank you. Let me see here. Oh shit, Whitechapel's here. Hi, wonderful Whitechapel. Welcome in. I've been talking about you all day. How are you? Fucking incredible artist over there. Oh my god, really? You like my art? Thank you, sweetie. Thank you so much. Look at the blood. Look at the blood. I'm so glad you like it. Thank you. Stream went solid. Excellent. Very happy to hear that. Did you have any art you want to grace our eyes with? Our eye bulbs? Gorgeous geeks. How are you? It's so good to see you at this time of day doing this kind of art localized entirely on my Twitch. Yes, indeed, gorgeous geeks. Created just for you. We've just been waiting for you for 6 hours and 28 minutes. It's about time you show up. Good morning, sweetest geeks. How are you? It's so good to see you. Been lurking and seeing the progress is great. Oh, thank you so much for lurking, wonderful Whitechapel. I've been hanging out in yours as well. May I see it? May I see it? Sweetest same. But yes, gorgeous geeks, it's so good to see you. Save, do you not see the TauTassieTiger? I promise I'm here. I'm right here. I'm glad you got it. Wait, it's a meme that I don't know. Wait, no, I've heard it before, but I don't know where it's originally from. May I see it? But yes, Whitechapel, please let me know. Let me know if you are willing to share some of your gorgeous artwork with us. I was showing some of yours off at the beginning of stream. Good, drinking much coffee. Do you need it? Oh, it's Simpsons. Mine is the next line of the meme. Ah, fuck. Save is so smart. May I see it? I love how it looks. Oh yeah, I'm so glad. Love, look at your spooky, look at your scary blood moon. I have no volume at the moment. We're a bit busy. Oh, all good, hun. Please. Okay. Well, sorry. I mean, you can't hear me, but okay. I'm gonna try and gesture. Okay, here we go. You go to work. and don't worry about this art. What do you think, Love? Got my charades? Hi, Zealotson. How are you? Lovely day to you, sweetheart. It's so good to see you. The correct response to "May I see it" is to pause, stare, and then say no. Ah! I put it in the art section of Jake. Disc. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. I'm just gonna call. Hold on. 1 second. Bye, sorry. As usual, even though Nathan's bringing me food, I probably can't eat until after stream. He's not gonna be back until like 7 to 7:15, and we're gonna be finishing up at 8, so I might as well just eat at 8. Sorry, for some reason my my tablet keeps on glitching out. That's why I keep closing the window. Oh no, yeah. Yep. I don't think Nate gets the he's not getting what I'm putting down when I'm like, can I eat before like 7:30? He's like, no. So turn off rates in an hour? Yeah, probably about an hour from now. Let me see here. You took that pause instruction super seriously. Oh, gorgeous geek, sweetheart, thank you so much for that 10 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much for your dedication and support, darling. That was the best at charades. Thank you, Nix. That is a fantastic clip. I'm excited to watch that one. Tao is deciding on the menu. Look at that intensity. No way it's anything but food. Oh no, I love that that's it followed up with oh no. Should we have a poll up for what to do for the next hour? We can. Yeah, we can. That's fine. We can put a poll up. Strat, if you want to put up Final Fantasy, because I still have my subscription, right? It renewed actually the day before our Final Fantasy stream. Our final Fantasy stream. Last day of work today. Got next week of my birthday. Let's fucking go, gorgeous geeks. What are you gonna do for your birthday? I'm busy as heck finishing up stuff to hand off. Upside is I'll probably be here for every stream next week. Ah, I would love that, gorgeous geeks. That'd be sick. Have you submitted anything to the storytelling stream? Because I would love to read it for everybody if you wanted to share anything. All right. Happy early birthday! Okay, please let me move around the... Thank you. Okay. I wonder actually if I ramp up the saturation on that. Nah, it doesn't do shit. Don't do shit! Yeah, that's fine. We'll leave it that way. There you go, you guys. Please do vote in the poll. Let me know what you want to do for our final hour together. Let me know if you want to play Final Fantasy XIV, continue with art, do demo night, or try a community game. All right, let's do some of these trees here. Actually, let me, that is way too light. And then this is actually armor we found out. Okay. I took the week off. I'm having a staycation. Bought a new Macross model kit to build. That's sick, gorgeous geeks. How good. And no, haven't submitted anything yet. Good reminder, I have a ton of short stories I wrote ages ago. Just need to pick up an appropriate one. A few lean heavily into body horror. Horror fans would likely enjoy, but might not be appropriate, so I'll pick one of the others. That sounds good, gorgeous geeks. Thank you so much. I would appreciate it. Hi there, Outstanding Obtuse. How are you? It's great to see you. Welcome, welcome. The body. The body. Hold on. No, I need the dark one. There we go. Don't you love when you don't have to, like, be really specific about anatomy because they're background characters? I do. I like that. I'm trying to decide where I want to start with this. I think we may start with... Look at that mess. May start with this guy in the lower left. Nope, not clipping mask. Um, Put a pic of the box in IRL for you. We'll post after I build it. I can't wait to see it, gorgeous geeks. If the community game wins, I got an idea. We have 1 for Demo Night, 2 for community gain, and 5 for continuing with art. Nobody wants to play any Final Fantasy, though. Guess who's getting more blood? This guy. Is this a Fanart or personal? Also, forgive me if I missed the memo of what this art is for. Oh, no, that's okay. You're all good, sweetheart. This is a commission. This is a commission for lovely Lav in the chat. Well, she's lurking, but yeah, this is a commission. Oh, I was hoping it was me. Wait, Precious, politely, I'm not trying to kill you. I would never draw you dead. Heck yeah. Heck yeah, indeed. All right, let me see here. Let's make his teeth. I don't want him to stand out too much, so he's getting the grayscale treatment. The grayscale treatment. Okay, I shouldn't say grayscale, but like muted, very much muted treatment. All right. You said, guess who's getting more blood? Oh, never mind. Yeah, you can have more blood, Precious, politely. you can have more blood, sure. Have my blood. I got no use for that's not true, I see. Not true at all. Ooh, dead person. Back to lurking. That's who the comm is for, Wonderful Whitechapel. The one who said, ooh, dead person, back to lurking. Oh, right. Let me see. This guy, I don't want anyone to think that this is the same person, so I'm gonna change the shade of this individual to a different shade. This guy, I want him to blend in more because he's way back there, so that's kind of a strangely light green. Dead green. This is something I'm trying to get better at with my art, is like, things that are not in focus do not need to be super detailed. Fuck. I made a mistake. This is, they're supposed to be more... Okay, it's not that big of a deal. I just made a big deal out of nothing. Classic me! I just realized my song request is gonna play likely when I vanish for stand-up. Happens every Friday. I gotta stop doing that. Well, let me see. We don't have too many songs. We only have 4 left. Did you pick the hit? Hold on, let me see. What did you say? I think you did. So that's actually only 2 away. So unless you have stand-up in like less than 10 minutes, or maybe 5 minutes, you should be good. All right. Can we put, is this still muted enough? Yeah, it is. Okay, great. Blood! Time for some blood. All right, and then let's get some, like, guts. Some organs. Just suggestions of organs. I'm not gonna gross anyone out. It's my reference. Whoopsie. In exactly 10 minutes. Damn. You know what? Here, I'll do this for you because I do this for people who I do this for anyone who's heading out pretty soon. So I've actually put the hit, it'll play next, okay? We can only do it once a stream for each person, but since you will be disappearing in 10 minutes, I will yours is next. Good thing I have a general understanding of what the inside of people looks like. Psh, fuck. I will go, be back after my meeting, but you know my luck. The stand-up will be the exact length of the song. Yeah, exactly. Now, don't worry. Your song is going to play in 1 minute and 30 seconds, so you have plenty of time now. Cool. Okay. Blue meat. Blue meat. Plus, it's a banger, and I saw them do it live on Monday night. So freaking good. I'm excited to listen to it, hun. Adorableness has been spotted, not just on the bottom right of the stream, but in fan art. You think I'm adorable? No, thank you, Ozzy. Oh, very sweet. Okay, let me go see in fan art. Let me go look. Sorry, I actually meant to look at Whitechapel's artwork. I totally spaced it. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, this looks so fucking cool, dude. My dream is to get an attack, like a me doing an attack animation from Whitechapel. That'd be so fucking sick. Dude, I'm so obsessed. I could watch Whitechapel's like looping animations for eternity. So good. Look at the fucking cloth and the way that it flows. And the like lantern on his hip, the way that it flies back and then comes back around in that like figure 8. Oh, so cool, man. Oh man, I love this. This is so pretty. And the way that it like smoothly the scythe goes pew. So cool. I remember the last time we saw animation. So good. Yeah, no, he's so good. Okay, sorry. Fanart. What a bang and dance emote. That's so funny. I love that so much. That's so funny. So good. So good, Sedu. Excellent work. Excellent work. Thank you. Oh my god, the animation of you doing dope attack would be so cool. Whitechapel, I would love to. That's why I'm like, let me know when your commissions are open. Because particularly if you were willing to do any kind of like a because I can't imagine this being cheap. So if you're willing to do some kind of payment plan with me, fuck, I want so badly. I want a custom Whitechapel animation. Look at the takeoff, like the push off from the ground, from the standstill. Everything about this. Look at the detail. I think I literally saw you working on this part, like the idle, like little pixels right up here. I seem to remember that. That's so fucking cool. So cool, Whitechapel. You're so fucking amazing. Man, I gotta take art lessons from you. The dance emote is so appropriate for the song. It totally is. I've only got one dance emote right now. Avert your eyes, pals. Wait, what's this then? Ooh, it's the greedy. It's the greedy. All right. Let me see here.
Um. Need more muted colors. Fuck. I keep on forgetting that I have the reference layer on. Wait, I don't have the reference layer on. That's the problem in this particular case. I need it on. Oh, I need to grab all that. I'll edit it to have a Mexican for Taco Tuesday being a sombrero. One day, we all would love to see you work on an animation for Tao. You got crazy seals, but that animation is so fluid. Yes, it's so amazing. Goals. There are several artists that I want custom art from, and Whitechapel is absolutely one of them. Nice. Love it. Great song, Gorgeous Geeks. Great song. I too think animation from Whitechapel would look so cool. Was already keeping in mind for someday. Right, Precious Politely? Would you want like an attack animation too? I need another Twitch view bonus. 6.7 thousand channel points again. A TWRP song and Tao art equals okay. I'm ready for my stand-up. You got this, Gorgeous Geeks. Be back in a bit. Lunch consumed. Not time to get something sweet. Now time to get something sweet to eat. Yes, of course, of course, of course. Just wanna be there. You are. Yes, please. Be back in 10 minutes, pals. Gotta be a responsible coder for a little while and explain what the hell I've been doing. Tell them to come and watch us. Say, I have the best idea for you guys. Oh, I wish we could share channel points with others. Yeah, that would be really cool. Okay, fuck. I just realized that, I didn't put this on a separate layer, so now it's gonna be impossible for me to change the color. Fuck. What have I done? What have I done? I thought I was on the correct layer, but I wasn't. Wish I could transfer them from a creator I don't watch anymore, but at a percentage. Oh, that would be kind of cool. But then I guess no one would really know. Like, imagine if you went into someone, like, a total rando stream, and then you had been watching someone else for, like,
2 years or something, and you go in and they've got like for 500,000 channel points, you get, you know, a sketch or an art piece or something, and then they're like, oh, first time chatter. Okay, I never have seen you before. What's your watch time? 2 minutes. The bane of all artists. Wrong layers. It's true. I wanted no part of this. No. All right, hold on. I'm thinking. I'm gonna think. I gotta think. Okay, wait. I have thought. I have thought. Now, I think. Okay. I do that. And then what if I put the color? What have I done? Excuse me? Excuse me? Wait, why is that? I don't know what I'm doing. I've never drawn before in my life. Fuck. Okay, why is this? Okay, I actually think this might be a glitch. Surely. I think this is a literal glitch. Hold on. I think that's a glitch. That should be showing up. Wait, what? Wait, where did it? Oh, sorry. That's not a glitch. That's, oh, fuck. It's the same color that I'm trying to use right now. Not a glitch. It's not a glitch. Alert. Alert, it's not a glitch. I am just a dummy. Okay. Put that there. Now, new layer. Put that there. Okay, now. Testing this. Aha! It's working! Oh! I mean, that kind of works, but it's not giving me severe wounds enough, you know? You know what I mean? Needs more blood. Needs more blue blood. Meanwhile, I used the wrong pen. Ah! This is what 7 hours of drawing gets you. You're a real one for adding OK Go. I love them. Aw, perfect! Whitechapel has some banging playlists, I must confess. Ooh. Actually, maybe that's the look. Maybe that's it. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I think that's actually not too bad. Hand time. Random dead hand time. Why? What's all this then? Ah. Dark blue. Cool. And then I can just draw some blood. Okay, some people are dead. That guy over there hasn't even been filled in yet. Wonder what color the trees are in Deimos. Are they
Do they have like generally shades of brown as their bark? Or also, I think I want him to have a little bit more darker blued on here too. Yeah. Deeper cuts in the on the hands. Oh, what about some blood on his face? Don't worry, it's not mine. Truly not much. I actually just want like just enough. In fact, I might do this by hand. Oh, the dog's gonna start barking pretty soon. Oh, there he goes. Give me a sec. He's gonna go off for a few minutes. I'm just gonna Hi, I'm back. Let me see here. I think that actually the blue is gonna be my best friend for this. Ah, fuck. Oh, but I wanted to be lazy. Okay, fine. Wonderful waters! I have returned after launching 5,000 meters into the sky in a peak in a game night round. What? 5,000 meters into the sky? You gotta get some kind of achievement for that, right? Did you use the cannon? Oh, that's right, there was a cannon in that game, huh? Welcome back, awesome Aussie! Alright. So, let's get some more authentic color on these metal plates here. I'm debating leaving them, like putting them into the layer with lav and pierce. I think I might do that. Also, I don't know why I still have this up there. Sorry, I don't need that anymore. Oh, everything's so much clearer now. All right. Well, it's on a different, no, it's already on that layer. Fuck. Well, I don't know. I don't know. There's nothing that says I can't do both, right? I can have them on the same layer, or different layers. Might do this. Hold on, please. I'm gonna talk to Nate real quick. Hold on. Nate says, hello, everybody. All right. Let's see. I don't know what color to give this guy. I think he's far enough back that he's getting purple. He's getting dark purple. He's the last one of the bunch. Uh-oh. What has happened? Oh, that's why, of course. Alpha lock. Alpha lock. Cool. Maybe I should give him some horns. Some discernible horns, because I think Lav wanted everyone to be at war with the Deimos people. So this guy gets some little horns. Oh.
Oh, girl, dirty onto my lunch. Jesus,
thank you for my song, Terrific Tanya. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Has the curse been lifted? Is Automod not going to get me when I say hello, Nath, anymore? I guess maybe not. I guess maybe not. Amelie, Mori, and Bao did a song together? Yeah, I think they did. I think they did a couple of them, didn't they? Hi, Terrific Tanya. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. We're working on a commission at the moment. Having a grand old time of it. Let's see. Just doing the background stuff at the moment. They covered Takedown. Oh, was that it? I thought they did like other songs. That might be crazy. I said that because I did not get auto-modded that time. Oh, good. Excellent. I'm very glad you did not get auto-modded, sweetie. I haven't been here in a while because I figured Tao didn't need my viewership. I've been giving it to smaller Aussie streamers instead. Tanya, you do not need to. You never, no matter how few or however many people are watching here, you are welcome to spend time wherever you want to, hun. Don't even worry about it. If you would rather spend time in other streams, regardless of their viewership, please go ahead. My priority is always your guys' happiness and satisfaction. Do not even worry about it. All right. Let me see here. This purple thing. This purple thing. This purple tree. Weeple twee. The pouch is cozy. Roger, I miss this place though. Aw, well, we're very happy to have you back, Terrific Tanya. But like I said, don't even worry. Tao do provide the happy chemicals. I am grateful that I do, precious politely. And Radical Ryoko, welcome. How are you? It's good to see you. Okay, let me get the... Hey, Sweetest Sin, welcome back in. Oh, I doubt you're lurking again. Thank you for the lurk, cutie. Damn, I got caught. I have eyes of the eagle. Just kidding. My vision is actually quite bad. What's the kind of narcissistic thing to say? Terrible sight, wonderful vision. Thank you for the care package. Awesome, Aussie, much appreciated. How are you down? Doing great, Radical Ryoko. How are you?
Strat is a lead moderator now. That must be heavy. I think he's kind of always been the lead moderator, even when they didn't have that that icon. So as soon as they made it, I was like, "Hi, Strat." I am at 6.8k points. I am safe. Redeemed care packers. Boss is back to 6.7. I made a pun because lead is also a heavy metal. Oh, lead. I'm so sorry. Pfft, homophones, not homophones. The other one. Oh my god, I'm a literal English teacher and I forgot what it's called. Heteronyms. Heteronyms. That's it. Heteronyms. Had to make sure. No, homophones sound the same, but heteronyms look the same, but are pronounced and mean different things. Same phones, phonetics, aka sounds. No, you're all good, lovely Tanya. English teacher. I thought you were a Tau teacher. I'm an English Taucher. Dumb. Sorry. Like read and read. Exactly. That's a heteronym. Yep. Exactly. Or lead and led. Those are heteronyms. How was a professional at the Englands? It's a good England lands. It's a good thing that I have some very lovely and sweet students who will keep me from being out on my ass, along with my precious pals and wonderful clients. Thank you so much for protecting me from the wilds. Would hetero mean different? Yeah. Yep. Correct. I'm not even going again. No, you're all good, lovely Tanya. Don't worry about it. Okay. I think I have depleted my drawing juices. Have you been drawing all day, sweetheart? I need to take some lectures from Tau on public speaking. You will help me, right? Well, as long as you don't see any of the people, yeah, I can help that way. I think that if I were, like, physically in front of all of you, I would be like... Honestly, I've never had, like, a big fear of public speaking. That's never been in my fears, but I've never really, like, wanted to do anything that's public speaking either, so I don't really know how I would react. I don't think of it and like dread it, but yeah, I don't know if I've experienced it either. Well, actually, I was the valedictorian for, or whatever it is, in university. And I think I did okay then. But I got to write a speech, so that's different, right? Like, public speaking is generally off the cuff, is that right? Let's all stare at Tau. That's so cute. I never want to do public speaking, says the teacher. Yeah, it's online though. I Tauadictorian. Yeah, I got like the high score or whatever in my university, overall university courses, and then they were like, can you please speak on behalf of the College of the Arts? And I was like, okay. So I did that. Is that, why are you staring at me? Still public speaking. We may not be physically in front of you, but we're still all looking at you. I suppose that's true. That's a good point. There's also magna cum laundry. Magna cum laude. I did plenty of public speaking, a lot of improv for presentations and stuff. I just need to get good at the language. Need to expand that vocab to say I think in 10 different ways. Considering I think, I reckon. Yeah, that. Thank you for the gigantification of that emote, Ozzy. I gotta say, it's so funny. There are certain people I associate with certain emotes. Not every emote has a person, not every person has an emote, but like that one, I think of Bublin, because Bublin uses that one so much. It's how I think of Bublin and I visualize that emote. By using the stairs, is it Tau staring at Tau? It is! That's just me in the mirror. Hi, gorgeous geeks! How was your stand-up? Why are y'all staring at Tau? Oh, you know, just to see how I handle public speaking. Cutie Sin. I mean, she's pretty, yeah. No, I see you. I haven't seen that emote gigantified. It's very funny. Yeah. That goes for you, Radical Ryoko. That's why I got this one. That's a good one. I like that one, True Talon. That's very cute. Oh, fuck. No. We're not taking a break, are we? No, we are not. We will be finishing up in about 45 minutes. And we'll turn off raids in about 20 minutes. And then I will devour this banh mi that Nath has brought me. Yummy, yummy. I've hired this Shinx to stare at you. Ah, thank you, Shinx. I appreciate it. Knowing now how to gigantify emotes, that's the first time I've ever done it too. Hey, I hope you enjoyed your first time gigantifying emotes, and I'm so grateful it could be on my channel. 'Tis an honor. Okay, I need to. Do I really have to do this? Do I really have to do this part? I think I do. Well, I don't know. Let me see. Can I? Okay. I have to go through and fix all the halos. Wara's all of the staring emotes. Let's see. Did you say you devour a bunny, or did I mishear you? I think you might have misheard me. I don't devour bunnies anymore. Wonderful Waters, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. I'm so gonna redeem mega uppies when you least expect it. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. I love bunnies. Bunnies are very cute, aren't they, sweet as sin? Question of the day: what is your favorite part? Like your favorite part of art? Like drawing the best example fantasy Old West. Wait, okay. Question of the day: what is your favorite of art you like drawing? The best example fantasy. Oh, your favorite style. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. I least expected. Oh my god, Appy! Good Ozzy. Good Ozzy. My favorite, I love drawing fantasy. I love drawing fantasy and horror. Actually, I like drawing horror. But obviously this is about as horror as I think I can get on this channel without putting people off. I got a lot of feedback when I was working on my horror starting soon screen that you guys did not like seeing my model in pain and bleeding everywhere. So I don't do that anymore on stream. But I love fantasy stuff for sure. You heard it, Tau. If the world was ending, I want to be next to you. You know best about survival skills. Keep me safe. Happily, sweetest rat. I will take very good care of you. The problem is, if we are in India, I probably can't help you at all. You are going to have to be the person that we rely on. Okay, sorry. Oh, Ryoko, no, please don't apologize. You're all good, hun. You're all good. I hope I didn't come off as being, like,
How dare you think I said eat bunnies or whatever? No, that's totally cool. I play D&D, so fantasy's awesome to me. Me too. Need to commission Tau at some point to do a xenomorph. Want to see it in Tau style. Oh my god. Xenomorphs. I could take a commission of a xenomorph. It would be crazy. That would be a crazy thing. I have never drawn one. Ooh, horror, very unexpected in a good way. I also love drawing fantasy. Yeah, I really like fluids. That sounds strange, but like, look, I love, it's actually, despite how like gruesome this is, it's so relaxing. I really enjoy drawing drippy things. Water, blood, whatever, like, and you get a lot of that in horror because there's a lot of blood all over the place. You done biomechanical before at all? I have, but it's been a while, and I do charge a lot of extra because I'm not very good at, well, it's not even that I'm not very good at it, it's just like, it's so, keep it up, good job. It's so, complex, I guess is the word. Mammalian and like organic anatomy, I understand that intuitively a lot more because it's what I've spent so much time studying. But like biomechanical stuff is, or like just mechanical stuff, anything that involves like complex machinery is quite, like, I have to be really, really locked in to grasp it, I guess. I took a glance at Pierce's hand and I thought it was bitten halfway off. I could see that. No, you didn't. You're good. Okay, View. I was like, oh no, I hope I didn't come off as being rude or anything. Chocolate bunnies, though. Yummy. Good. Yummy. You need to take baby steps. First, you convert the blood in this image to acidic blood melting through everything. 25% to xenomorphery. Listen, I actually think it'd be really fun to draw like melting metal or something. That does sound pretty cool. I would be down for that. Considering how much I dropped on your merch, which I still haven't heard anything about yet. You know I dropped the dough for that commission. Thank you, gorgeous geeks. I would really appreciate it. That'd be so sick. I would love to work with you. You would be such a joy to work with, 100%. I'm so sorry about it. Takes a long time for the merch to, because they get your order and it's made like 2 orders, so like they get your order and then they put it, they send it off to their supplier and then the supplier prints it and then the supplier brings it to them and then they send it to you. It's a very long process. How long ago did you order again, gorgeous geeks? Was it like a month or 2? A month maybe? You should get an alert that it's shipping probably in the next 2 or 3 weeks. We're also gonna try and get another drop for the new outfit. I always assume your commissions are stacked, so I never mention it. I guess I'm waiting for a time that will never happen when you're freed up. No, it's like, let's be honest, it's just really poor time management. It's not like I'm sitting around doing nothing, or like relaxing. God forbid I relax. No, but it's more like I have so much owed art. I still have stuff from the subathon that people are so patient about. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, actually, and I was like, I feel so bad because we have like 30 plus chibis that I owe people. And I want to work on those so that you guys who are so incredibly, unbelievably patient can have your artwork because you deserve to. And I owe it to you. And by all rights, I should get that done ASAP. But even more so, like before as well, but like even more so now that I've been let go from my job, I need to keep taking commissions, right? Because I need to be able to support myself and like pay the mortgage. So since chibis, obviously they have brought in income because it's from you guys achieving these weekly sub goals, which is awesome. But if that money goes into the mortgage and then I need money for the mortgage next week and we don't hit it, then I need that commission. Does that make sense? It's just rough because I'm like, I feel so fucking bad because you guys absolutely do deserve to have the art that you have. And I promise I'll get it to you. It is just so, I am so swamped. Like yeah. And I don't say this to make you feel bad for me or anything. But like, I cannot recall the last time I had like a truly R&R session, you know, just chilling out. But yeah. Marshall
March 31st was when I ordered the merch. Oh, then you should definitely be getting something. Hold on, let me check my watch. That's March 31st, so basically the beginning of April. Yeah, you should absolutely be getting an alert that it'll be coming like on its way in the next like week or two, I reckon. If you haven't, I'll actually reach out. If you haven't in like a fortnight, let me know and I will personally reach out to my contact at the merch company.
Never worry, Tao. We understand that life is busy, especially after what happened with your work. We would never blame you. TauTass hug, TauTass heart, TauTass hug.
You're so sweet. Thank you, honey. I really hope that I'm proving to you guys that I do eventually get stuff done. And once I'm done with my class, I think I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I don't know how many of you were here for it. What I'm gonna do when I'm done with my class is instead of picking up more time to stream, which of course I want to do, and I will do that at some point, but instead of doing that, I'm going to use the time that I've been in class and doing homework for class and stuff to spend on the chibis. So I'm hoping to get like maybe 2 or 3 done a week, and then I'll gradually catch up that way because right now I am not managing. I ordered a Pouch Pal keychain around the same time as Geek's order. I was actually a bit concerned. Oh, have you also not received any info? I'd be worried about my order, but since it's you, I'm patient and trusting. Oh, thank you, gorgeous Geeks. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, I promise. But yeah, like honestly, if you guys haven't heard anything at all in the next like week or two, let me know. And because I do have a contact there, obviously, because I'm working with someone for merch. So let me know and I'll personally ask them to check on the order, okay? I think we need to allot time, but I know it's not how the creative process works. Sometimes you are just not in the zone and can't help it. No, it's literally not even that, Strat. I haven't experienced like artistic burnout for a very long time. Like I think at least a couple of years. I haven't experienced artistic burnout, but it's literally just that I do not have time, sadly. If I commission a xenomorph, well, I mean, when I do, I need it in a poster aspect because Tao art belongs on my wall 100%. That'd be so sick. I would love that. Oh my God. If you got it printed, oh man, that'd be so sick. Gorgeous Geeks. My, all of my commission stuff winds up being massive. Like this piece is like 7,000 by 5,500 pixels or something. It's massive. I say take your time to not get burnt out. Thank you, sweetest sin. I appreciate it. Radical Ryoko, you're awesome! Take all the time you need. Thank you, thank you. Oh, on the uwu, does take time. It took 2-ish months for mine to get to me. Yeah, the uwu merch is a bit it is a bit slower, but I must say the stuff is super high quality. Like my desktop mat is fucking sick. And I know that the clothes and stuff super comfy. That's great to know. I am glad you don't burn out from art because that would be a loss for us all. We need to see you make amazing artworks. Oh, thank you, sweetest. I appreciate it. You're gonna lurk until you sleep. All good, amazing, Alec. Thank you so much. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I'm serious. If you do me a xenomorph in the correct aspect to go in an A3 frame, I'll buy a sick frame and get it on the wall. That'd be so cool. Oh my gosh, gorgeous geeks. You can DM me and let me know like. So I need to know I do need to know the actual like dimensions, but to get you the payment, like the quote, I need to know what cropping you want, which is to say like half body, full body, etc. I need to know if you want a background or not. I need to know if there are any props or additional characters. Yeah, basically whatever you're picturing, just type it out to me and I can give you a quote. It's worth the wait. I love my Tao merch. Aw, Ryoko, thank you so much. I'm so glad you like it so much, sweetheart. I like cutie Ryoko. Thank you, sweetheart. When it clicked in, that Pokemon song is, oh yeah, it is, isn't it? I'm terrible at it, but I like doing vector-based art just to be able to claim unlimited resolution. And that is the right way to go about graphic design, sweetest Save. Who say have you designed all of your stuff, like besides obviously the emotes that Seto and I have made for you? Cause like that is my when I was a graphic designer, that was like my #1 used application. 99.8%. Yeah. Okay. So there you go. So you're basically a graphic designer. Do you use Illustrator Save or do you use something else? Sick. We'll get back to you later after work. This is gonna be awesome. It's gonna be so sick. Gorgeous geeks. I'm so excited. Time for me to get that flight ticket to Oz. Need to start managing your time so you can actually sleep and work out and get work done as well, all while you stream and take sufficient breaks. Are you gonna like find a way to give me like an extra? When you come out here, Strat, are you gonna make sure that we have a 27-hour day? Because that's pretty much the only way it's gonna work out. When I was looking for the email, a separate email showed up, but it was an order number for merch by a creator turned monster. Oh no! I'm sorry, Ozzy. Thanks and welcome. I plan on buying more later on. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. I will tell you guys that for our anniversary, I'm gonna try and get another drop. So if you guys want some cowgirl merch, I'm going to see about getting some of that. Seeing a more artwork would be so awesome. I would love to see Taz work on it. I would love to do that. That sounds awesome. Nowadays, I typically just do raster art because it's easier. But I used some Inkscape back in the day because yay, open source. That's brilliant, Save. That's really cool. Honestly, if you can avoid giving Adobe money, good. I say as I sadly do have, the problem is that like, they really locked me into their ecosystem when I was doing graphic design and illustration because I was using Illustrator for all my graphic design stuff, InDesign for all of my publication stuff, Audition now for all of my voiceover stuff, Premiere when I was editing videos for the company, Photoshop for editing, you know, pictures, obviously. And like, it's so hard for me to like pull myself out of it now because I have so little time to like learn something brand new, right? So I sadly do give them money. Yucky. Yucky! I will make sure you have way more extra time. Trust me, I have many tricks up my sleeve. Interesting. Thanks for the plug, Ozzy. Much appreciated. Get ready to see Tow's Xenomorph. That'd be sick. What kind of cowgirl? Let me show you. Hold on. I will show you. This is gonna be our new outfit. So we're gonna get some merch with this outfit. Here we are. Yeah, this is my cowgirl outfit. So that's now built in 3D. This is from our very first contest for outfit design, which I think is super cute. If you get really good at something, it's hard to want to move away ecosystem-wise. It really is, and everything like interconnects and stuff. I hate it. I ordered the keychain on the 15th of March. Okay. Yeah, yours should... Whoa, that is a long time. Yeah, Ozzy, let me know if next week, by like next art stream, if you don't hear anything, let me know. And I'll reach out to my contact. Talmorph becoming a monster in my D&D campaign. Dun, dun, dun! Ah, thank you, Nix. Happy for a southern accent. Don't you worry about it. 15th of March, that was half a month before Geeks' order. She had. Does take some time. I'm so sorry. I don't know if anyone else pointed it out, but the alternate gun colors are sick. This is actually inspired by our time in Red Dead Redemption because, these were my two super decked out, guns. I wound up kind of just using pistols for the majority of the latter part of my ventures through Red Dead 2. We'll absolutely let you know. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, and thank you for the reminder regarding turning off them raids. Let me just do that real quick, darling. Thank you very much. All right, let me see here. Alrighty. There we go. Thank you. Appreciate it. And thank you for the care package, wonderful Waters. I appreciate you too. You are legally required to use the Southern voice anytime you use the cowgirl model. I don't know. We also got our Arthur voice as well.
That's occasionally, I remember that getting commonly requested when we were doing some, Red Dead. I do recall. Feller.
That's so cool. Thanks, Ryoko. I'm glad you like it. She's a cutie pie, ain't she? Lovely Loner did a great job on her. Tahiti.
God damn it, Dutch.
Arthur would have come along a lot more when you got this model. Yeah, that's true. We probably will, hey? Probably true. My previous campaign I wrote was essentially an aliens campaign with Xenos being the main villain. I don't want to do that all over again, so I made the choice not to reuse them this time. No, I prefer our strange, and kind of fucked up, like flashing, images. Them's pretty cool. Thank you for the, sticky hearts, Magnificent Maid. Thank you for feeding me. I'll tell you what, I'm pretty hungry. I gotta play it, Arthur. Yeah, the echo forms. That's what they're called. I should have pulled out my little Dungeons and Dragons notebook. Mate, I do love those emotes. Them's emotes are so cute. All right, let's I also reckon I need to probably put a few more arrows around here, cause and maybe some more weaponry. That don't mean no xenomorphs. Ah, fuck. I was hoping there wouldn't be no xenomorph. Speaking of D&D, I ordered a campaign book, and when I got it, it'll be my first time DMing. I'm gonna have so much fun. You certainly are, darling. You're gonna have a great old time. I'm contemplating on starting a new campaign of DM4. Might go back to my post-apocalyptic type. That sounds pretty cool, Necromancer. Love that, sweetie Sin. I've also clicked on track package from the PayPal thing, but got nothing back. So I don't know if that is meant to be working or not. If you haven't gotten a message about them sending it, it probably ain't gonna work at the moment. Alrighty, let me see here. Oh, actually, I got an idea. Let's get some dimension in here, hey? They did the Native Americans versus the Predator movie. Hopefully we can also get a cowboy versus the xenomorph. I bet it'll be a shorter movie though. Probably a bit shorter, yeah, just tad. I also want to run a Pokemon. Oh, PMD campaign, that sounds pretty cool. I found a few conversions for it. That sounds very cool. Listen, if I can make my players feel something, especially if I can get you to cry through the story, that's the best part of DMing, the ultimate goal. I love crying. Please give me something to cry about. In a good way. I love crying because like media is so well written. That's like my favorite way to tear up. I need to do another watch through of Bly Manor. I need that one because I need a cathartic cry. If you have PayPal, you can use the 4 payment plans to buy town merch. Oh, can you? Just please be responsible with your money, you guys. I don't want anyone to spend money that you don't have, okay? I made myself cry when writing the ending, so I really hope it hits. Oh, I'm so excited. Opening credits. Xenomorph shows up, end credits. Exactly what I was exactly right. Okay. Excuse me? Oh,
Never mind, that's my fault. All good. Pay and force services are great and all, but yeah, it's best to be careful with them. They can be addicting and lead you to a pit that you'll struggle to get out of. That's true. That's true. Yeah, please do make sure that whatever you guys are doing to support me or this channel, you are doing because you are comfortable and able to afford everything else in your life first. It would break my heart if I found out that you guys were supporting me and struggling for yourselves. You know what I mean? My precious pals deserve nothing but the whole entire world, and if I find out that I've taken the world away from them by accident, that would make me so, so sad. I have so much to prep for the anniversary. I will be doubling down on my asset hunt starting this Sunday. Go, Strack, go! I know exactly what you mean, Tao, so I will never tell you. How? No, 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 no. No. No, absolutely not. Unacceptable. Okay, that's one weapon. Which I'll need color, but let's have a few more arrows. Ah. How many songs on the list? Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 after this. I definitely won't tell either. Sin! No! Please, just be responsible with your money, sweetie pies. I don't want you to ever suffer for me. I put the Tao merch on my PayPal credit and forgot, so I actually have more funds right now than I expected, hence my purchase of the Steam controller. Oh my god, gorgeous geeks. Actually, geeks, can I ask, is it the same in Australia? Sorry, you're not in Australia. Is it the same in the UK as it is in Australia, or is it the same in the UK as it is in the US? As far as, so in the US, credit, credit rating, I think is what we call it. Credit score, that's it. Credit scores are super important. Like, you can't get a house or rent a fucking apartment if you don't have a good credit score. In Australia, it's not a thing. Did Australia get that from you guys? Is that what happened? Let me see here. Eventually, I will get both keychains, but won't happen for a bit. That is a-okay, darling. You take all the time you need or don't get it at all. That's totally fine. 3 songs by me, and I'm sticking to my smaller playlist. Ooh, I'm excited here. Terrific talent. How much longer before we end? Oh, about half an hour around that. I'm just going to snooze and add in advance. About a half an hour. That's why I use the 4Pay, but I have gotten carried away once or twice, but I was fine and learned to make sure I don't have too many active. Yes, good call. Good call, lovely Ryoko. Tao, you know that I don't if I can't. I'm being a tease because you know I care, but you also know I'm good at being cheeky with what others say. That's true, Sweet Storm. That is true. I have known you to be quite a responsible person overall. Credit scores are very important in the US. Yeah, I don't have one, which is really bad. I still have a credit score in the US. It doesn't do me a whole lot of good because I don't live there anymore, but credit scores are whack. I still have no idea what mine is and I don't want to know. Oh, you might want to find out just to practice. Needed to actually get it set up to buy my house. Oh, I had been using a debit card for decades. Throwing things on my PayPal credit helped me give an amazing credit score since I usually pay it off immediately, even with 0% over 4 months. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the way to go. That's the way to go.
you know, my mom's, among other things, my mom is like a financial advisor. So I've always had a really like solid understanding of like credit cards and how to be responsible with them. But I know it's hard for a lot of people. I'm just really lucky that I was born into a family where my mom taught me that stuff. Hey there, amazing Attic. How are you? It's been a while, but it's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? I see. Cool. I think it will stay up until then. Okay, if you're sure. I've paid cash for everything. Yeah, cash is good. Cash, as Nate's parents are constantly saying, cash is king, Tao. Cash is king. Afterpay gives me a limit of 3K, but I don't use anywhere near it. The 1K at best, but even that's rare. Yeah, fair enough. It's been a while. Yes, it has. I don't have a credit score. We don't have that stuff here to worry about. That's so interesting. I wonder where Australia got it from then. Because Australia was initially built from like our parliamentary system and everything is much more similar to the UK than the US. UK is like majority debit cards, so it's not really a normal thing to have a credit card. Oh, okay, so people like me have to go out of our way to get it set up for things like buying a house. Interesting. Okay, so no, it is kind of unusual in the UK. That must be where Australia got it from. When do we finish stream? Lovely Lab will be finishing it in about half an hour, a little bit less than half an hour, because I get off work at 8. We will be finishing right about when you get off of work. I just finished rent and paying electricity, etc. would build your credit. It can if you put it on the credit card and then you build it up, unless you have a really low credit score, in which case the creditors won't let you do it. Don't be like me, chat. I've got 15,000 pounds in debt and my credit score ruined. But I've actually paid it all off now. Let's go, Attic. That's amazing. And my credit score is way above average now. So if you ever do get a bad score, just keep chipping away at it. You'll get out of it. That's true, Attic. That is really impressive. Congratulations, hun. Well done. Well done. Oh, I'm sorry, lovely Lav. We are slowly but surely making our way through your commission here. In the UK, it actually does factor into a little. Yeah. No, I'm trying to think. When we bought our house, they never did like a credit check or anything. That might be because Nath had like a pretty sizable deposit. Maybe that's why. Took a few years, but I did manage it. That's great, Attic. I'm really proud of you. That can be really tough. You can sometimes look at those numbers and be like, how the fuck? But you did it. And I'm really, really impressed. Well done. Oh my god, sorry. My fingerprints are reflecting. Keep talking, Tao. Don't let me fall asleep. ASMR for Strad. Just kidding, just kidding, just kidding. From what I hear about the US, even here, it's nowhere near as bad in terms of being the sole deciding factor. Yeah, the apartments that I had in the States, they were constantly checking credit scores. It was crazy. Too bad I can't use my game subs to raise my credit score. Never missed one of those. If you put it on the credit card, you can. You just gotta make sure that you pay it off every single month. Don't you dare ASMR voice me, I may faint. Exactly. That's it. Next time I am at 10k points, I'm redeeming the pick a week-long redeem for ASMR for Strat! The world's insane and Tao makes it awesome. Aw, lovely Ryoko. Thank you, City Pie. My precious pals make the world so much more tolerable. Give me a lot of hope for the future because you guys are so wonderful and extraordinary and sweet. Let's put up arrow in the tree. Arrow in the tree. Hi, my love. Hold on one second, guys. Nath has important news for you.
Did everybody say happy birthday to his Lord and Savior, Sir David Attenborough? He turns 100. He turns 100 today. Like a goddamn king. The only real king.
In case you couldn't tell, Nath is not a royalist.
No.
Oh, everyone says hi, Nath.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, happy birthday to David. Yeah, he's a good man.
And here we see a casual day in Demos where people are bleeding out. 100% agreed. People love Mr. Attenborough, Sir.
I can't do a good one, guys. It would be doing him a disservice by doing it on this day.
Wow.
May only people who do good David Attenboroughs do his impression.
I just tried, and you're dissing me in front of my precious pals.
No. It wasn't bad. I've heard many worse.
Thank you, my love.
All right.
And here we see the Rathalos in its natural habitat.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Thanks.
Happy birthday, David Attenborough. I'm sorry you are not allowed to play with Lego anymore.
Farewell, my love. Happy birthday, David Attenborough. I'm sorry you're not allowed to play with Lego anymore. Wait, why can't he play with Lego anymore? We'll work on my impression for next D&D. Please do, Gorgeous Geeks. Please do. Any tips for a person who wants to learn to draw better? Yes, absolutely, Sweetest Sin. Your best bet is to look at photos of the things that you want to draw, not illustrations of other people's work. If you are learning how to draw, study the actual forms of the things you want to learn to draw. So if that's dogs, go look at pictures of dogs. If that's people, look at pictures of people. Does that make sense? It actually says that on the box. Wait, Legos for ages 1 to 99. That's really funny. I hope you're ready for a week of ASMR. Oh shit! We haven't had one of those for a long time. Hold on, I'll go turn that one on. We will have to alert people to when we choose ASMR though. Because I know there's a lot of people who do not like it. So it'll be for what? Is it 5 minutes or 3 minutes? Hold on, let me check. ASMR is for 5 minutes. It is for 5 minutes. All right. ASMR is live. There you go. Hey, Jack. $4 to $99. Tasha has a very cozy voice. I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this food. I'm so hungry. Okay, we're doing ASMR. Just kidding. I mean, well, I'm not kidding. We are doing ASMR, but 1 second. I think I might actually need to pause the music so that I can hear the... You were supposed to save. 1 second. I'm gonna turn... It's been so long since I've done this. Let me... 1 sec.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. This is true. I'm loving this, by the way. Oh, I'm so glad, Lovely Laugh. I love how bubbly Tao is. Oh, thank you. I'm so grateful, sweetheart. I love having you guys here. Okay. Let me see.
Wow,
I have
baby,
an
the Steve
ASMR
icon in real life
thing here. And I think at this point, I actually don't necessarily, I don't necessarily, let me turn this one on. Test. No, that one's not. Hold on. 1 sec.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Okay. 1 sec. Okay. I can and will turn off those redeems real quick. Hold on. Okay. I'm turning off the Tangia ones. I'm turning off the Throne ones. I'm turning off the Twitch ones. I'm turning off the TTS ones. You can still redeem it, but it won't make any sound, and then you don't get it back. So don't redeem it right now. Okay. Oh, am I only in your left ear? Sorry. Hold on. Should I turn off the music? Okay, 1 second. I'll pause this. Yeah, the commands are off. Let me figure out why I'm only in your left ear. Hold on.
Sorry, hold on. 1 second, 1 second. Isn't it so funny if ASMR takes longer to set up than, Sorry, you guys have to... Let me look at my... Let me look at this real quick. I need to look at the... Why is this... ASMR... Oh, wait, is that why? No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I think... Should randomly scream at the end? No. Turn the knob on the mic. No, it's not the knob. Settings on OBS are fine. Well, if it wasn't a problem on the regular one, then it shouldn't be a problem on this unless something's wrong with it. So there's something wrong with it. 1 second. Gain compression. Damn. Why is it only on the left side? Hold on. What the fuck? Am I still only on the left side? Sorry. Okay. I am. Yeah, why am I still on the left side? Hold on. I'm gonna do something real quick. Okay, hold on. Yes, no, I'm aware that you can't see anything. Sorry. Hold on. Please say, it's free real estate. It's free real estate. Okay, well, how do you guys feel about me only being on your left side? She did the thing. Hold on. What the fuck? Why is this not working? Oh, I figured it out. Hold on. No, I didn't. Sorry, it makes no sense. I've got this. It's not supposed to be on mono. Wait. I think I fixed it. How about that? Is that pretty good? Free real estate. It's a free house for your town. Oh, I love a free house. I did fix it. Excellent. Okay, you got 5 whole minutes of this. Now I'm in the center. Excellent. Double excellent. Okay, what do you think? I thought it was just the right ear, but now, ear no, but nope, all good. Perfect. I'm happy to hear it. Now, as the one who requested the ASMR, I need to know, lovely Aussie, would you like some, soft-spoken or whispers? This is, of course, whispering, and this is more of the soft-spoken, so that's totally up to you, sweetie. What do you prefer? Do you like water? Don't mind me. It's okay, I muted. You didn't hear anything. I love that Aussie used this opportunity to take advantage of the it's free real estate. Do you remember that part of Red Dead Redemption 2 when Dutch leaned in and just whispered, Tahiti, 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 Tahiti. Now, I just want to say that I really am grateful and thankful for your streams because it always brings me joy and peace and seeing the precious pals and community. Just want to thank everyone in chat for being the most amazing, supportive, and coolest people here. Sorry, Nate's banging around back there. I don't know what he's doing. Thank you, Tal, and everyone. Thank you, incredible Icy. I so appreciate you and such kind words, darling. Some little kisses. Oh my god, I'm so worried this dog is gonna start barking because I have no idea what Nath is doing. he's singing something. I don't think he realizes how high my gain is right now. Coda, you have to bork in ASMR. Oof, oof, oof. How was that? I'm debating like yelling at Nath because I'm afraid he's gonna like do something really fucking loud. Anyway. I can barely hear him. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. Very good. Very good. Very good. How many of you fucking hate ASMR? And how many of you love it? And how many of you are simply hanging in there for 2 minutes? Gain set to 9,003. You can hear my fur ruffle from 200 yards. Keep it up. Keep it up. Good job. Keep it up. Good job. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. Good job. Hi, dearest Dally. You've come in when we have 2 minutes of ASMR left. I'm met on ASMR. I have to be in the mood for it. That is fair. Depends on the ASMR. This I can get behind. That is good. Wonderful, Whitechapel. I'm happy to hear it. Unfortunately for you guys, or fortunately, depending on your personal opinion, this is a redeem that is now available for a whole week. So I hope it doesn't drive anyone completely fucking crazy. You like it a bit too much. Oh, there's no such thing. I don't hate it. I just like having some soft background noise to help me sleep. I'm really hoping that no one heard that but me. I think I muted everything but that. I mean, you guys didn't hear that, right? Let me just double check. Twitch alerts are... Okay, all that says it's muted, so I don't think anyone but me heard that. Unless you heard it from inside my headphones, which is a possibility. Silent on this end. Perfect, 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 perfect. I'm very happy to hear that. I would hate for you guys to deal with a little bleep. You did a good job on muting stuff. Thank you, sweetest Strat. I appreciate it. Let me repeat that. Yuki, I don't understand how to play this game. So safe. That's your version of my voice commands for you. So put that on your stream. If I managed to trigger the intended feeling consistently, I might enjoy it more because it is a neat shiver, but it almost never does for me. Oh well. But am I succeeding? Yuki, why does my microphone have ears? Unfortunately, we don't have a microphone with ears yet. All right, I'm gonna... Okay, hi. We're back over on my regular mic. I'm gonna unmute everything in case anyone turned anything up. Let me see. 1 second, please. Okay, Mix It Up is back live, so your exclamation point ones are gonna work. Your sound alerts are now live again. Your Tangia is live again. Throne is live again. Twitch is live again.
Oh, skewy.
And oh, a skewy. And the TTS is live as well. Oh, a skewy.
Oh, skewy.
Oh, skewy.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
We don't understand how to play this game, to be fair.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
On a completely unrelated note, everything is crab is out. Oh, I've heard of that. What is that one about? Okay, I'm also gonna crank up your music. There you go. We do need to think about finishing up very soon, sweetie pies. ASMR is big on YouTube. Could be good for expanding content. Yeah, true. Gotta head to bed. Happy time zone. Thank you for the stream, Tao, and the SMR. My pleasure, wonderful Whitechapel. Thank you so much for coming in and showing us your beautiful artwork, as always. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams and dream of your magnificent
pixel art. We played the demo Tao. It's the one where you eat and evolve. Oh, I know that one. Okay, I thought that was out at that time. It was one of the demos you played with the little evolving blue critter. Oh, yeah. You got into it because of me playing it. Oh, let's go. Hi there, amazing Omni. How are you?
Also, now we get to talk in a chibi voice for the last 5 minutes of stream. And I need to find somebody to read. Let's go see if there's someone doing some art stuff. Hold on. Ooh, thank you for
Pretty
the
lady.
little uppies. Uppies? Big uppies? Yes, very good, Ozzy. What old animated movies are you watching on me? How goes for you, Sweetest Storm? Okay, actually, I'm gonna just turn this back on, but I'm gonna turn it off again. Actually, I don't need to do that. I'll go
Raw,
over here.
darling.
Lizard. Fuck. My save hat. My save hat is gone. No. Okay. 1 second, please.
Whoa, they made the save icon in real life.
Whoa, they totally did. And he's awesome. If you guys aren't following Sweetest Save, please do. He's absolutely amazing. He's such a sweetheart, and he's super sweet, and he's super smart, and he's got all the wisdom of the ages. Okay, hold on. Let me go see if we can find somebody to read. Give me 1 moment, please. Ooh, pretty art. Wait. Let me see. Art. Wisdom of the ages. Simpsons memes. True. True. Why does Tao not voice actor? I am voice actor, actually, Sin. If you would like to listen to my demo, do !VA demo. If you would like to listen to the things I was most recently in, please do !VA. Please bear with me while I look for artists to raid. Art. Art. Ooh. There you go, Sin. Perfect. Let's go find some other VTubers. Before we go, though, I would like to give a very special thank you to our amazing raiders today, which was the lovely Cupcake, the fabulous Neo Greg, the awesome Pocket Shark, the radical Rum Wars, the wonderful Romani's, and of course, the sweetest of C-Files, C-File 17. The other 16 weren't as nice, but this one is the nicest. Any Oztubers arting at this hour? That would be fitting. Let me go see. Yeah, Spotify is still on because you guys still have some stuff in the queue, so I wanted to leave it on as long as I could. Oh, Striker! Thanks for still hanging out with us, hon. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, sorry, I'm really slow today. I need to go eat. I'm hungry. Let me go look at in our Oztubers and see if there's anyone doing art. 1 moment, please. Oh, ASMR? That's almost art, but not quite. Okay, I don't think so. It doesn't look like it. It looks like we're the only ones doing art in Australia. No one else in the whole country is doing art right now. I think we might go see a cute cow. Does that sound good? That sounds good to me. No, wait. No, they moved. They moved categories. The other save files were all corrupted. Whether they were nice or not, I cannot say. Okay, 1 sec. Let me see. fun. I think they're doing model art. Let's go see Miyazaki. All right, cutie pies, thank you so very much for joining me today. It was so much fun. I hope you had a great time as well, and hopefully I will have the pleasure of your company on Sunday.
For Persona. Thank you for the timer up. Yes, hopefully I will see you for some Persona on Sunday if you guys are feeling up to it. And besides that, my darlings, yeah. Always love a Friday morning Tao stream. Always happy to have you, gorgeous geeks. Thank you so much for joining me, you guys. Storm, thank you for coming in. Great transition, mid sentence. Yeah, thank you guys so much for coming out and hanging out with me for over 8 hours. Absolutely amazing. You guys, if you were going to bed, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. And above all, my darlings, please ensure that you take the best care of yourselves, because you know I would take the best care of you. You all have little tiny pieces of my heart and my soul, so please take care of those as well. And hopefully I will see you on Sunday. Love you lots. Miss you terribly already, but see you then. Mwah.
Bye-bye.
Oh, scary.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Bye-bye.
Keep it up, good job.
Bye-bye.
Oh, scary.
Keep it up.
Bye-bye.
Oh, scary. Oh, scary.